Hello, everybody. Welcome back to some of you who might be joining us for the second time today is, of course, the GLL Arena Summer, and we're here for the second day of NA action. Dan, you've been here with me for the last, what feels like 2-3 days. We don't know anymore. It's all just combined into one, but we did have some amazing EMEA action a little bit earlier, and now we get to roll on with the North American competition.
Yeah, I'm really excited for North America. EMEA was fantastic. There were surprises, but at the same time, we just saw some absolute dominance in the end from Kungana. They really are the best arena team in the region. That's the second tournament in a row now that they've won. I don't think they've lost a tournament that they've entered in arenas. So it was a pleasure to watch them steamroll through the lower bracket, but I'm sure that NCD, who were in the final, didn't really enjoy losing 4-0 in the best of 7. But, you know, it was entertainment at the very least.
Hey, these things happen, right? And they were on a roll. Kungana looked unbeatable at times. It was almost a surprise to see they lost that first round and had to fight their way through the lower bracket. But that's exactly what they did. And now, as I say, we move our attentions over to our North American cousins over the sea to see who is going to be crowned champion today. Now, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see exactly what's going to be going down. This is where we got to yesterday. As you can see, our first game today is going to be My Little Phony versus Dudes Night Out. But the lower bracket is full of demons, it's full of moaners, and it's full of some very, very dangerous teams.
Yeah, it was sad yesterday to see teams like G2, Sentinels eliminated, Complexity, for example, Jojo not being a part of things, but we've come out with 6 amazing teams. Dudes Night Out was probably my biggest surprise from yesterday. I wasn't expecting them to get to the winners bracket final. That will be a tough matchup against My Little Phony, though, who have looked unstoppable, if I'm completely honest. Alpine Esports versus Moaners, Arena Demons 2 versus Ghost Gaming. Whoever wins in that matchup is going to provide with a very exciting losers bracket round 5. But I know really, deep down, we want to see Arena Demons 2 versus Moaners, because Arena Demons 2 took their name from Moaners' OG name of Arena Demons in the previous tournament. And I want to find out from Moaners if there's any copyright issues going down.
There's more to it than that, you see, because they originally, in the previous tournament, Moaners actually wanted to be called Moaners, but they weren't allowed to be. So they became Arena Demons, and then Arena Demons 2 have gone off the back of that. So there's more to it. The story develops. It gets deeper. The tale thickens. And we will get that hopefully sorted out a little bit later on. But as far as what's going to happen today, we do have a schedule to show you, just to, you know, when you need to cast your eyes back to the broadcast to make sure that you're going to catch all of these games. EMEA, done, dusted. That's all grayed out because me and Dan have put that one to bed, and so did Kungana a little bit earlier. And now we move towards our 4 games we'll be bringing you today. Best of 5s up until our grand final, Dan, where we head into a best of 7.
Yeah, grand final, is that due to start at 6 a.m. in BS?
No problem. Make it later. I'm ready. Can you tell?
We're going to be going all through the night, but I'm okay with it. I've had my cup of tea. I've had several cups of tea, if I'm completely honest. Got a cup of tea right here, but you know, NA always provides the action, don't they, on set? When it comes to Apex Legends, NA teams they hit different. No offense to EMEA. I love watching the EMEA region, but there's something about NA.
Shots fired by Dan Gaskin. He's got that American passport ready. He swaps when he feels comfortable, and today is that time for him to be a North American resident. Well, let's look at what they're playing for. Pricing, of course, is going to be up for grabs. We have a 20K total prize pool split between the 2 regions. First place takes home $4,000. Second place, $3,000. So to get to that grand final is a big jump down. You double your money if you manage to get through into those final 2.
So we're at the top 6, so you want to at least be able to get to the top 5. You want to make sure you secure $500 and then push yourself into the top 4, of course, to get 1,000 at the bare minimum. But 4,000 is a juicy amount for first place. As we mentioned earlier, Kungana were able to come away with it in Europe, Middle East and Africa. And now we're going to have to see who are going to be the North American giants here tonight.
And before we take another look at that North American bracket, let's just refresh ourselves as to what happened earlier, because I know a few of you might not have caught the action. Let's take a look at the EMEA bracket just so we can show you how Kungana actually made their way through, because it was a treacherous path, Dan, I think is the best way to put it. They had to take down some of the biggest names in competitive Apex. You look down that lower bracket, take yourself all the way to the left-hand side, because it's 2 days of action that they had to fight through. Slot 4, Kungana, beaten by Na'Vi. Keep that in the back of your minds. They drop down to the lower bracket. Kungana take down 4Gang, the winners of a recent BR competition. They take that one. They take that. They beat Future Perfect. They go through to play New Esports, who also beat Aqualix a little bit earlier in the upper bracket. They go through, they win. Then they get the rematch against Na'Vi. They come out on top. And then what's their result for that? You come out, you beat them. You got to play Gambit then.
Yeah, you got to play Gambit, and a Gambit who looked pretty hot, if I'm going to be completely honest, after taking down Aqualix, but not quite hot enough to beat the Kungana, who just seemed to be on fire. Kangana continued their dominance, took down VSA, who had looked like some of the favourites after day one's competition, but not enough against the losers bracket run of dreams. And then we had that grand final. It was set up to be a grand final that maybe was going to go all the way. Kangana had been going to map 5. All the other games had been going to map 5. Best of 7. Surely it goes to map number 7. No, it was done after 4. It was 4-0. It was an absolute slapping. NCD kind of tweeted out, Dolphin tweeted out afterwards saying, yeah, we got destroyed. GG's. It is what it is. But, you know, they still got second place. I'm sure they'll be happy with it.
Yeah, $3,000 in the back pockets as well. But congratulations, Kangana, once more. That's the end of our EMEA talk, though, just to bring you up to speed. Now our focus is solely on North America. So let's take another look at that bracket down, and let's talk about the games that we're going to be bringing to you beautiful people who are sat at home watching the broadcast. Shout out to you, of course, in the chat. And we're going to be starting off, as I say, with that winners bracket game. But then we have Alpine Esports taking on Monas. Monas, the team who surprised everyone in the most recent BR tournament that we saw, getting through to that grand final. So they came up short against Sentinels, but they're going to be looking for a little bit of revenge maybe on some of these teams surrounding them who might have thrown a bit of doubt their way.
Yeah, it's going to be a shame that we won't get to watch Losers Bracket round 4. We'll join Losers Bracket in round 5. So we'll see the winner of Alpine Esports and Monas and the winner of Arena Demons versus Ghost Gaming. But it doesn't really matter who goes through there. We're going to be provided with a very entertaining matchup, and it probably going to be a very aggressive matchup as well, judging by the teams that we have left here in North America. There was a lot of standoffs in EMEA. There was a lot of kind of poke wars, but for the most part, from what we saw yesterday in North America, it was just raw aggression, team fights as early as possible, especially My Little Phony. It's going to be our first game. They said, look, we choose our time, but we're not going to hang around. We're not going to go around, you know, just playing this waiting game, playing around resources, playing around bats, Snorefest. They just want to dive straight in, get in the faces of their opponents, and for the most part, they were successful round after round after round. It was domination, very impressive. Dudes Night Out are going to have to try and keep up with that pace.
Yeah, that pace is certainly going to be quick, and it's going to be hot, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. So that's going to be our first game we go to, as Dan said before we get into Losers Bracket round 5. Well, we haven't even mentioned Ghost Gaming, by the way. Ghost Gaming, who have been very, very consistent so far in Arena's tournament. They've got to get through Arena Demons 2, who for me are the dark horses, so to speak. The dark demons. I don't know if that works, but we're going to go with it. Sorry, Demons 2. I got to throw the 2 on there every single time. Got to show the respect.
Yeah, there's a little bit of history, I think, between Monas and Arena Demons 2 outside of the whole name thing. I think when we were interviewing them yesterday, they said that they used to kind of scrim together, or they played against each other in ranked playlists. That's the thing, like, you've got to realize that once you get to kind of pred rank in ranked on arenas, you are going to be facing against the best of the best, and some of these teams are absolute ranked gods and probably would have matched up against each other at some time or another. But Ghost Gaming's run, yeah, very impressive. They took out Complexity, they took out Sentinels, and now they find themselves with a chance to try and progress into that losers bracket round 5. And we've already seen them be very successful in previous arena tournaments, so I'm sure they'll be trying to do the same thing here today.
All right, well, let's talk about our first game that's going to be coming up. It is the winners bracket final. The winner of this, of course, will be moving through to be our first team in the grand final, where they get to kick their feet up for a little bit and just wait to see that losers bracket play out and see who they're going to be going up against. It's going to be My Little Phony taking on Dudes Night Out, and I think you hit the nail on the head a little bit here. Dudes Night Out have got to be prepared for what My Little Phony are going to bring, because it's going to be heat, it's going to be aggression, it's going to be relentless. They are going to be getting bubbles down, they're going to be getting up in your face, and they're going to be looking to end rounds within 45 seconds.
Oh, I just got a sneak peek at the maps. Did you see that pop up there? That was a little preview feature. No, Mark didn't see it, but it was there. It was up there in the corner. That was like a hidden code, but I deciphered it right with my very eyes. Yeah, Dudes Night Out, they have to be prepared, but we did see them briefly yesterday. I think we joined them in map number 3 in the winners bracket quarterfinals, semifinals, and they looked good. They looked strong. They looked like they knew how to play the arena game, obviously, and they had a little bit of strategy behind everything. They were comfortable on the legends that they played, so I do think that they can give a game of this. I don't think this is going to be an absolute like storming win for My Little Phony, but if things go out of control, if My Little Phony are just able to consistently win round after round and just really lower the morale of Dudes Night Out, then maybe things can run away in the favor of My Little Phony and we might see a quick 3-0. But we've had a lot of game 5s today. We've had a lot of map 5s today in EMEA, so I'm expecting that to be the same here in North America.
I completely agree. I think we're going to be going down to the wire in a lot of these games, like we saw, and like you mentioned, in the EMEA region a little bit earlier on. I got to give a shout out to the chat already. I'm seeing some hype. I'm seeing the fans in there. I'm seeing the team The team's been shouted out. I'm seeing G2 going to win this, even though I can confirm I don't think they are because they've been eliminated, so they're not going to definitely win this. We're going to see Ghost fans in there. We've got Mona's fans. No surprise seeing the Mona's fans back, by the way. They seem like they're the ultras of Arena's Apex. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, they're the kind of people who turn up to the stadium with the flares out and, you know, basically what I do. Shirt off, body paint, ready to go. War paint sometimes. You know what I mean? You go into the arena, you got to put war paint on, Dan. That's what I do. You've never seen me play Apex, have you? That's how I play Apex, everyone. Shirtless with war paint.
I mean, I played Apex with you. I didn't realize you were playing it half naked and covered in paint, but there we go. That explains a lot, really, if I'm honest, about your performance. But, you know, it's each to their own. Everyone wants to go a different path. I prefer to play fully clothed, maybe sometimes with a suit and tie.
Dressing gown.
Dressing gown at times, cup of tea, maybe some strawberries and cream in a bowl by the side of me. You know what?
Classy guy.
I'm a classy man. Yeah, I am. I play it in a certain way, and that's fine.
Well, I mean, one thing that we will mention, look, full screen down. Oh my God. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops here. We're just giving the people what they want. Dan looks shocked. I've got a big smile on my face. Full screen Dan is my favorite kind of Dan. Apart from, actually, my favorite kind of Dan is actually aggro Dan. Nobody wants to see this. Come on, production. Cut this out immediately. Put Dan back full screen. Much more enjoyable to see. But one thing I do want to talk about is maps, because maps have had a huge influence on the tournament in EMEA, and we saw some teams really favouring some maps, and to be honest with you, struggling pretty bad on some other ones.
Yeah, like a couple of teams weren't a fan of, like Thermal, for example, where it's kind of close quarters, but there's also a little bit of a standoff where you need to have a Gibraltar to be able to worm your way back into map positioning if you find yourself on the wrong end of a certain spawn, wrong end of the circle pool. At the same time, we saw new maps being introduced that haven't been seen in previous tournaments. The Outpost was difficult to watch at times because it is.
I think Graceful liked it.
No, Graceful, he used some interesting words to describe it, if I'm completely honest. I won't repeat them on broadcast because they were very interesting. But he didn't really like the fact that it was favoured to certain spawns. It wasn't really kind of a symmetrical style map, and you can get very lucky. There's a lot of RNG that comes into the equation. So that's not a favourite map for some of them, but when it gets to the best of 7, it's probably going to be in the map pool, right? You're going to have to see some people playing it. But what we did see in EMEA is certain teams who maybe hadn't practiced arenas as much as others went for these different maps, went for these maps that they just assumed other people wouldn't have played as much of because they felt like they would have a better chance at beating them on them.
And we're going to have to see how the map picks do play out. I'm hearing at the moment the players are in the lobby and we're getting ready to get those map picks sorted. And oh, look at that. It's almost as if I've got the magic of the voice today, Dan. Everything I say comes true, even if my sentences don't make sense. But I got the majority right when I did this. So we're going back to basics here. Dan Gaskin, you have to guess what the first map will be for My Little Phony.
I think it's going to be Thermal Station.
Thermal Station, Dan Gaskin. Gardens. Good to see that. You know, history is starting to repeat itself. Dude's Night Out. Do I get to pick this one? Should I go Dude's Night Out? So let's work with that one. Okay, I'm gonna go with Overflow. Oh, I'm not even. You can't doubt me. You cannot doubt me at this point. It's honestly tremendous to see.
Map number 3, Party Crasher from My Little Phony. No, my see, like right. I feel like this hurts. It's tormenting me. I said Thermal for map 1, but I didn't go for it this time.
Dude's Night Out are gonna go for Party Crasher. Oh, it's Phase Runner. It's Phase Runner. Okay, I was so close to saying Phase Runner as well.
You'd imagine that this probably will be Party Crasher to finish things off, though. Judging by the maps that have been picked so far, Party Crasher is usually a favourite amongst most teams, so we'll see whether that's correct.
There you go. Is that the first one you've got right today?
First one I've got right today.
Let's take a second, everyone. Round of applause for Dan Gaskin. That's 1 out of what, 15?
Correct.
One out of 15.
13, but
1 out of 13. Okay, fair enough. It's good from you. I mean, let's be honest. It kind of. That bad form fell off towards the end there, and then you found a new lease of life in that last pick. So maybe, who knows, you could double the amount that you've got in the next series by getting another one.
Perhaps. I won't get my hopes up, if I'm going to be completely honest, because it hasn't gone well throughout the entire day. But Gardens is going to be our first map of the day, and well, what we've seen from My Little Phony and Gardens is just pure obliteration. Everyone they've gone up against, they've absolutely dominated. It's been usually, what, a 3-0 or maybe a 3-1 if the other team manages to just pick one round away. There is strategy behind the kind of crazy, quick-paced madness, though. There was at one point where they had the Defensive bombardment. They then forced the bubble from their opponents. They waited for that bubble to dissipate, and then as it did, they threw sky nades. The sky nades then cracked a few players, also sent one player almost spiraling off the map, and then that's when they pushed and they were able to win that round. And they just seemed to be very comfortable on Gardens.
Yeah, it was a map that they seemed to, although it seems like it's sort of to quote John Cena, ruthless aggression at times from them. It's a little bit more organized than that. It's more of a Triple H, right? It's a cerebral assassin kind of way of approaching things. I'm getting my wrestling things in early here. I got CM Punk one in yesterday. Did you like that one? Yeah. But it's, there was a lot of organization, and we spoke to James Fearless yesterday. He was saying, it's not just a case of running. It's saving your throwables and your utility to use in the most effective moment in the match. If that is the opening break, then they're going to throw the utility if they have the option to. But one thing that really stood out to us yesterday was the play where they had the Gibby bombardment go down to force a bubble, but then immediately timed when that bubble would go down and then threw those sky nades up as well.
Yeah, you've also got to try and draw the utility out of your opponents at the right time. And sometimes that means by faking a push at times, or taking a position on the map that you can quickly drop away from. As maybe we're going to see this one restarted, or maybe they're just having a little bit of fun. I don't know. Something is amiss right now, but we'll soon sort that out. Unless My Little Phony just decided they really, disrespect Dude's Night Out this much that they're going to shoot themselves on spawn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to be honest with you. I think this is what we call a false start.
Yeah. They're not happy about something.
Wait, maybe this is delayed like mega tactics.
They lure them in, make friends with them, and then now they're just going to murder them and take round one. It's a master plan. We've never seen it before in an arena.
I'm going to intensely cast this play-by-play style. Okay. What we do here, he's going to take down one. That's the first one. James Fearless falls. Nice shots here with the flat line. He's going to get another as well. And oh my word, it's a clear wipe across the board. Dude's Night Out might be the greatest arena team I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you've got to question the performance there from My Little Phony. I mean, just dilly-dallying in spawn, not pushing up, not taking the high ground, not going for map positioning. Instead, standing in no man's land, allowing Dude's Night Out to take angle upon angle, get in the crossfire. Just poor performance all around from My Little Phony.
I mean, one thing I loved about it, Dan, is, they went for the mental games. They tried to get inside the head of their opponents. The only problem is tough cookies to crack, these guys. They're not going to fall for those kind of mind games. And you can see I don't know what's going on, everybody, by the way. I have no idea what's going on. You just joined and you're thinking these guys have lost their minds. Close. But as you can see, we are going to have a little bit of a lobby reset by the looks of things. And it gives us another chance to have a look at the glory that is the Vistas of Gardens.
Yeah, Fred's been doing well. If you don't know who Fred is, by the way, he is the gardener. He's the keeper of this map. Make sure everything looks nice and luscious, nice and green, or at times pink, like the roses and the petals there are perfectly just in sync with one another.
It's manicured, isn't it?
It's just, honestly, you will never see...
mower.
Yeah, you'll never see a blade of grass out of line there. If you do, Fred's probably getting fired, because whoever owns this place is loaded, by the way. Look at it. This is like a futuristic home that I'd love to just visit and probably stay maybe a weekend. There's probably a jacuzzi somewhere that you don't really know about, a little underground section that has a hot tub, and I'd get my little dressing gown. Nighttime comes, look up at the stars.
You're such a classy guy. Every time you're a man of luxury. You live in a bougie kind of world.
I do.
Whereas I see the luxury of using bubble bath in the bath, and that's just above room temperature. That's my kind of luxury. You know what I mean?
Your bubble bath is actually very liquid as well. You find anything.
When I say bath, I mean I sit in the sink. Anyway. This is how we're starting today. Apologies, everyone, for having to listen to us babble on, as we have been doing for numerous times during the broadcast, and probably will have to do so again. But this is what happens, We get these false restarts. We've got to get players out of the lobby. We've got to get them back into the lobby. All these things have got to happen in the background while we sit here. So
we're completely serious. We gave you analysis. I gave you everything. I told you what was going to happen. I said the strategy that My Little Phony were going to go for, and then it's a false start. That's not on us, all right? That's on someone else. So instead, you get stories about how I like to take bubble baths, or how Mark likes to take sink baths, or whatever it is. And we'll get to cheesecakes later. EMEA, you missed talk about cheesecakes. You missed talk about Mark
all this to look forward to.
Receiving a takeaway with very little meat inside and a lot of salad, and he wasn't a happy bunny. He was not happy. Look at him. It's still eating away at it.
One thing that happened in the EMEA broadcast is my neighbor just started knocking on my door. It was like the most angry smashing on the door you've ever heard. He wasn't angry. just got like apparently like quite a heavy fist. Like it's just, you know, just let me know. Anyway,
be careful with those neighbours with heavy fists. You never really know what they're going to do.
Exactly. Get up close, personal. Not a place you want to be. But I mean, let's talk about the cladding in some of these buildings down, because it's not just the paneling, is it? I mean, that is 100% genuine mahogany. Actually, no, that looks. Some of that looks like mahogany. Some of it's more of a beech, a little bit of a lighter wood. Also, that toilet looks dangerous to me.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like it support a lot of weight.
Yeah, the plumbing is interesting, if I'm completely honest. Both the sink and the... Wait, actually, was that a sink that you thought was a toilet? Because I think it might have just been a sink, which again...
Hey, look.
makes me question.
Anything's a toilet if you peep behind it, okay?
Your bubble baths and where you go to the toilet are both in the sink, it would seem. But, you know, it's a different...
I'd like to stop this, by the way. I'd like to point out that I shower like a normal human. I bath like a normal human. I have exemplary personal hygiene. I'm just doing it for everyone's entertainment, okay? I feel like that's one thing, one of those rumors you don't want to get started too early, you know what I mean? And I feel like by also slowing it down and stopping it now, it's going to continue to roll in Twitch chat for some time to come, at least until we start getting some action. You know what I mean?
Yeah, action. I mean, it's what we're waiting for. We thought it was there. Maybe there's a dispute now from the opposing team. Dudes Night Out are saying, well, you know, we were ready to play, but My Little Phony were there shooting each other. They were the ones messing around. We won round one. We want a one-round advantage going into this restart. Sometimes players are petty like that. I don't think that would be the case here. But, you know, I like to speculate. I like to throw a few rumors around so that people start questioning each other.
Throw out the DQs. I'll throw the rule book at people. No problem. I come from the game battles days.
Yeah, they were rough days.
Oof, dude. You start with the wrong settings and you try and restart before anything's happened. You're already down 0-1 in the series. It's over. Like, it's... What can I say?
Wrong legend.
I'm going to say, everybody.
Imagine if you queued up with a Bloodhound by accident. You've just been playing some ranked play.
DQ. Yeah. I'd be throwing DQ straight to the admins. Get these guys out. They had time to prepare. Straight out. 0-1. I'll take that map lead. Best of fives. You need it. You know, it's not best of threes anymore. Can't afford to let these kind of things slip.
The best of fives have been a little bit more competitive than the best of threes in this tournament as well, just to kind of actually speak about something regarding the tournament rather than our personal hygiene. We even saw that with Kangana in EMEA, that they struggled in winners bracket round one when it was best of three, but as soon as it was best of five, they got comfortable. And we now can restart this map. We can get into North America. We can get into our winners bracket final.
Apologies for the delay, everybody, and apologies for the way that our brains work. But now we do actually get to commentate some Apex Legends arena action. It's going to be My Little Phony with some aggression, as we would expect. Led by Tempest this time, playing on the Octane, trying to see if he can spy on any players, but it looks like the high ground already given up. We're not going to see a huge amount of utility, as we well know, in this first round. It's going to be more of a brawl between the two teams.
A lot of sliding around, though. Their host is very much trying to get information, trying to spot out people. Seems to have a lot of habits, I'd say, here, but manages to connect with some shots. And there's going to be a crack as well. Is that enough to initiate a push? It doesn't look like it. Not just yet. Fearless is low. Needs to try and bat up here, or at least get some sort of cell inside him.
Going to be climbed on as well. Gibraltar going to be headshotted, though, and James Fearless showing no fear, living up to his name. Going to grapple back up to that high ground as well. As Free Sucks will put down that bubble. Fury now trying to get a little bit of an angle, but you can see that it's getting to the point now, well, after the initial battle, everyone's going to have to just take a few seconds here to get those meds off.
Yeah, I'm not sure the meds were really there on the side of My Little Phony. You could see how Fearless was just waiting, hoping that no one was going to be pushing him, had to just hold his wingman out, had to hold his ground. Hopefully someone on his team was able to give him a cell or two, but no, as I say that, he does go down. And My Little Phony down to just one, down to just two, excuse me.
Fury's going to be extremely weak as well. Gets 8 damage onto the Gibby, and it was just kind of one bullet that did the damage. But at the end of things, there's going to be a little flank that comes in. And Dude's Night Out will get the first round on the board. See, we didn't need to restart anything. They got the first round last time. We would have been good. Just carry on.
Yeah, patterns emerge, you know. Dude's Night Out, they deserve their round in the previous one, and they deserve it right here in the restart. And, you know, it's surprising. My Little Phony, they had the high ground, but Dude's Night Out with the poke damage, it was sublime, and they were kind of crawling up the side of the building. They're doing a little bit of damage, dipping back down. They were very quick in going from back and forth to really confuse My Little Phony. My Little Phony didn't really know where Dude's Night Out were coming from, and the surprise attacks then came in. First round goes to Dude's Night Out.
Pack going to go down, and this is when My Little Phony did have quite a lot of success on this side of the map when we saw them yesterday. The first time we saw Dude's Night Out, though. They did show some real signs of aggression themselves. There are some sky nades. Skill Case is going to take a little bit of a wide angle here on the Pathfinder. Any damage going to be done? But no, but the bubble will be forced early here, which means that any more sky nades that might have been saved are going to be even more effective.
My Little Phony, it would be strange if they did lose on Gardens. I know it's only a round in, but it's always a surprise seeing My Little Phony lose any round with how they played yesterday. James Fearless is taking an angle, trying to do some damage elsewhere so he can give that information to his team and they can all push together, but also knowing as Pathfinder, he can back off when he needs to. And speaking of, Fury sucks. Well, he needs to back off. He needs to back up. And even though My Little Phony have the high ground again, I don't think Dude's Night Out will be too worried.
Here comes that bubble fight. My Little Phony, usually the instigators themselves, this time are going to be on the back foot and they will go down 2-0. The bubble was perfectly placed, allowing those players to just climb up onto the edge of the high ground to challenge. And now, Dude's Night Out find themselves on map point.
Okay, Dude's Night Out. You know, I've been singing the praises of My Little Phony, thinking that this might have been a little bit one-sided, but perhaps I'm underestimating the Dude's Night Out. We didn't, in fairness to me, we didn't see much of them yesterday. We literally only got to watch one map, so it's hard to see how good they were playing. But you can already see they are very confident in their team fighting ability. Not even had a player go down, I don't think, so far. So really have been just kind of pooping on My Little Phony at this point, to put it in the easiest way.
Well, back to the high ground now. There's going to be the zip line going out as we that's a bad zip line. I mean, when you're down 2-0, the last thing you want to be doing is brushing eyebrows with the blossoms of that tree and finding yourself falling down to that low ground and giving up complete control of the height of the map. Now they find themselves in a real difficult predicament, My Little Phony, and they're going to have to work their way up from that low ground to the high.
And I thought I was in a tough situation with the sty in my eye, but they've probably got a couple of branches just caught in them. Dude's Night Out have very much the advantage now, and we're going to have to see something special from My Little Phony. I think the defensive bombardment just came out, and this might be a chance for them to reposition and try and catch Dude's Night Out off guard.
Well, they managed to get up high. However, the Gibraltar's going to be caught out. Defensive bubble goes down, but Tempest is saying, hey, Kate, I'm not bothered about that. I'm going to be trying to push in. His teammate does fall, but Tempest is now in a position where he has to win this 2v1. Does some good damage. He's got a knockdown shield to play around as well, but it's not enough. And now Dude's Night Out will clutch things up. It will be game, it will be set, and it will be map going to Dude's Night Out.
Well-ity. We're in for a series, I think. Dude's Night Out taking it to My Little Phony, saying we don't care how well you were playing yesterday. We don't care how successful you may have been on Gardens. This is our tournament. We're here for a reason in this winners bracket final. We've taken down some absolute giants in this North American bracket, and you are going to be just another team that falls to us and falls to that lower bracket. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. It's only been map 1, but certainly a dominant way to take map number 1 as well. No kills on the side of My Little Phony, or at least no confirmed kills. Of course, there were a few knocks here or there, but it was all Dude's Night Out in map number 1. My Little Phony, they're going to need to reassess how they want to play this.
They certainly are. Tempest doing what he could in these final moments, but just didn't have the damage done, unfortunately, by his teammates to really convert that into anything deep and meaningful, so to speak, that he can convert into a win. But after a little bit of a full start, we do have our first game of the day done and dusted. So Gardens will be done. And now we'll be moving into our second map of the series, which, if I remember quite rightly, is going to be Overflow, which is a little bit of a worry, because when we have seen Gardens followed by Overflow, or the other way around, vice versa, we've seen the team who won that first map continue that kind of form, because you do have those opportunities to be just as aggressive here with this close quarters map.
Yeah, and they've been straight 3v3 fights on Gardens, if I'm completely honest. It hasn't been like one player really getting caught out and a 2 versus 1, and then the rest of the team just comes and sweep things up. It's just been 3v3, pretty much bubble fights, and My Little Phony haven't been able to keep up with the speed of which Dude Night Out have been pushing, which is exactly the opposite of how I thought this game was going to go, if I'm honest. So we'll see whether that can change on Overflow, but for the most part, you are right. When we see something happen in a fast-paced scenario, it does transition usually quite well to Overflow. So it's a case of whether we see Dude's Night Out continue to jump into the center of the map, goes for those kind of power positions, and if we see their opposition do the same thing. Are My Little Phony going to continue with their aggression, or are they going to say, hey, we need to slow things down a little bit here? Maybe the raw aggression isn't going to work out against Dude's Night Out.
Yeah, one thing that's very important on these slightly close quarter maps as well, especially with some of the head glitches, you see players playing around quite a lot, and you'll see these familiar spots. One of them here on the vents, just looking over towards the central area of Overflow, is nade placement. We saw a lot of it yesterday, and it's definitely something that's developed as the metagame has rolled on down. Players getting used to where they have to throw those nades exactly to get them to drop onto their opponents and explode just as they impact the floor.
Yeah, for the most part with grenades, you kind of get a feel for it, right? And you know just roughly where you need to throw things, but it has got to the point where you can get it down to the T. You can get precise things that you're looking at to ensure that those sky nades are going to drop exactly where you want to. And that's going to happen more and more the further we get into arenas, the further we get into arena tournaments, and people learn these maps, people learn the tendencies of their oppositions that they're going up against, because we're already seeing patterns emerge, we're already seeing tendencies, we're already seeing spots that are favored, head glitches that you say, and people know where the circles are going to be moving to or from once you see the second circle as well. So there's a lot of different factors that come into it when you go into practicing arena, but I'd say one of those is definitely grenade placement.
Well, here we go then. We're going to have to see if grenade placement is important, as it always is. And we're going to have to see who hits the biggest ones and who puts up the biggest numbers on the board when those frags do fall down from the sky. But a little bit of a split of the map early on here. You can see that Dudes Night Out are going to favor the circle side, whereas I would argue it's probably easier to hold the other side and get some free shots. But this does give you the ability to wait for a team to try and push up. But look at this. You can see my little phony already thinking about pushing forward.
Yeah, Dudes Night Out could have shown a little bit more presence outside of this room, and they could have laid down some fire onto My Little Phony and made it very difficult for My Little Phony to be able to push up this comfortably. But the movement from My Little Phony suggested they were quick into getting into this position. They didn't want to allow Dudes Night Out to actually get any sort of advantage in the map.
Oh, the Gibby's going to just about get away. My Little Phony had a real opportunity there to get the first knock and give themselves the 2 versus 3 advantage. But for now, Gibby escapes. Vault in the hands here of Verhulst, trying to see if he can peel a player off of this railings behind these 2 pipes. The zone starts to close. Don't worry, he's not standing in the zone. It's a little bit of a hug here. He takes quite a lot of damage, actually, as he peeks around that corner.
Slightly different round 1 that we're used to as well, by the way. Flatlines, Vaults being purchased. We're not hearing the Mozambique shots rain across the map as we did so much during EMEA. Both of these teams seem to be favouring those automatic weapons. There's a few wingmen also being purchased. Tell Duke, got to be careful. Duke gets dropped. And Fearless will get the opening kill.
3v2 then. Fury trying to move up. They've got a little bit more room to work with on the map now. Dudes Night Out, who had a superb performance on our first map, might be able to tie things up here. If they could have just got that knock, it would have been massive as the Gibraltar made the cross. Skill Cakes is going to be down to very, very low HP. The Pathfinder is going to be challenging. So is the Gibraltar, but how weak is he? Not weak enough. One Mozambique shot to get the business done. My Little Phony answer back from a disappointing first map with a much better round 1 on our second.
Nice tracking and nice shots coming out from Dudes Night Out, but unfortunately it was just Dupe going down, getting caught out. There's one thing that my Little Phony have always tried to prioritize is singling out and isolating players, as most people do now in arenas. We've seen that whenever there is one player that's just a little bit too far away from the rest of the team, you've got to dive on him. You've got to make sure you make that damage count, and you can't let them escape. If you're on the receiving end of it, survivability is absolutely everything. You need to survive for as long as possible. If it's not a case that you actually manage to get away and bat up, then at least give your team a chance to get into a position where they can lay down some covering fire or at least trade you out.
So into round 2 we go, and we've got a few more materials to play with. A few more options for team as far as weaponry is concerned, and certainly some more utility. This is where you start to see frag grenades being used a little bit more. As you can hear, the one ricocheting in the background there over the shoulder of Dupe as he moves his way forward.
Let's go here.
Choosing not to use that shield cell quite yet. Going to wait for a little bit more damage to be done before he has to invest in his own shields. But in the meantime, My Little Phony lose 1. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the trade, although it does actually look like they might have got the trade. So now we find ourselves in this bubble fight. Pathfinder going to poke. Gibby going to say hello as well. And now Dudes Night Out. 3v1 for them. P2020 to crack the shields. Fortunately, has come around that corner and kind of looked the wrong way. Maybe the communication wasn't quite on point here. Tempest with a chance to do a snipe down here, down a 1v3 opportunity.
He did get away, he did bat up, but unfortunately not even enough time to whip his gun out after the bat gets popped. A great response from Dudes Night Out, ensuring that they in fact got the first knock in that round. And I think you hit the nail on the head. You've got to get the trade. If one of your team goes down that early, you need to have someone at least within the vicinity to get the trade. James Fearless, in fairness, almost did. But that's the thing. If on the other team they're able to just dip out of the way, get into a bubble, again, another benefit of being able to have a Gibraltar on your team, then you can reset, you have that player advantage, and the round should be yours. We say should because you did mention the snipe down 1v3, and I'm sure it's something that we will bring up again later on. Doesn't matter too much as G2 are out of the tournament, but certainly that was one of the plays of the tournament.
It wasn't enough to put them through against Monas though, and Monas had the last laugh, so to speak. But here go My Little Phony again, looking for their second round on the board and the opportunity to get the lead and put themselves on map point. The same can be said about their opponents after leveling things up with the win in the previous round, doing some shots. Here comes the bubble. Aggression once again from both teams. Barry being popped by the Pathfinder. The question is, can they get down there before he gets that battery off? They didn't, but the health heals had already been decimated away. The Gibby, excuse me. He's going to be taken down to pretty much no HP, and now Duke's going to walk around the corner. He's going to have a little bit of Gibby on Gibby action, and Gibby comes out on top, no surprise to see.
Tempest will fall as the last player from My Little Phony. A Dude's Night Out take a 2-1 lead and put themselves on match point again. And it is crazy how quick these games can go if we see someone win within the first, 4 rounds, and it doesn't go to 2-2. We don't go all the way to 4 or 5 for one of the teams to find a victory. And Dude's Night Out just seem to be very comfortable in these quick 3v3 engagements. It's when My Little Phony are able to get the jump on Dude's Night Out, right, able to just get a sheer amount of damage before Dude's Night Out have all grouped together. I think DNO, and I'm going to shorten it to, they've realised that if they just all squad up together, they stay within the same vicinity, My Little Phony haven't really been able to win any 3v3 engagements.
And Skittle Cakes with a beautiful grapple to find himself with early vision and early lines of sight here. And saying that, on the other side of the map, unfortunately, his two teammates are going to be left on their own as My Little Phony just hold forward. Fury is trying to get that battery off, and will do, and be able to drop a defensive bombardment. And James Fearless has managed to pick up that first kill here. However, hello, there's a player just flying inside of this bubble, so is a Gibraltar. And this looks like it could be My Little Phony picking up an equalising round. They do indeed. It's 2-2, and that one was a lot more simple than we have to break down, Dan.
Well, that's just perfect from My Little Phony. They're recognising that they're not winning the 3v3 engagements that are slightly mid-game. It's probably just before mid-game. But if they can surprise Dude's Night Out, catch them before they manage to group up as a 3, before there's any sort of bubble fight to go off, then they do win the rounds. And it was just sheer speed, sheer aggression, sheer W keying that has found them so much success throughout the tournament already that allowed them to get the 4th round and their 2nd round on the board, which takes us into tiebreakers now. It's going to be 1st to 4 rather than 1st to 3, potentially 1st to 5, as you have to win by 2 rounds, unless, of course, it's 4-4.
A big round for both teams here, who are trading blows at the moment. And to be honest with you, the way that Dude's Night Out took that first map in such convincing fashion, it's quite good for My Little Phony. They've managed to at least get a little bit of a foothold here. James Fearless just with a little spray with the Volt, trying to play aggressor, trying to land some damage on the player that was holding that head glitch. And it's Dupe who's going to be doing that. Now backing up to the center of the map and trying to retake some angles. Here's some frag grenades. You have to see if he's going to get some numbers. There are a couple of players there, but I don't think he's going to get the hit markers, which isn't going to give him the information. There is a player down there. See where that nade landed, right on that shelf.
Pretty unfortunate, wasn't it? That's like I said, sometimes you just throw a grenade on a whim and hope that it goes in the right position, and sometimes that can go against you. James Fearless is on a slither of health, by the way, and it looks like Dude's Night Out want to try to take advantage of this, but the defensive grenades come out in the bubble. But is it enough? Have they done the damage? It doesn't look like they have.
Well, it's going to be a 2-man challenge around this corner. 2 players caught in a corner and 2 players eliminated. Last player alive is going to be right in front here. That will be him eliminated, and that was a bit of an interesting round, a bit of a strange round from My Little Phony. Not sure if they wanted to go forward, if they wanted to just play a little bit slower, and they kind of got caught between the two and kind of got caught in some compromising positions, and Dude's Night Out were happy to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I didn't know if they were doing the hokey cokey or the cha-cha slide, but there was a lot of left foot in, right foot out. Didn't really make a decision as to where they wanted to go, whereas Dude's Night Out, as soon as they saw one player out of position, slightly putting that right foot too far, well, they very much shredded him, and then they pushed in. They gave, I think it was James Fearless, the time to re-bat up, but of course, one full shield doesn't mean that that's necessarily going to be enough to win the fight, because that player is still going to be somewhat distracted and maybe out of position, not being able to have that weapon at the ready. But here comes Dudes Night Out, flying into round number 6, and could be a round that sends them to a 2-0 map lead in this series.
Well, My Little Pony have map positioning here. They have to take some slightly better angles, I feel. They can play a little bit more patiently on this one. As you can see, the zone will be moving towards them on the platform. So all about just getting information now. And there is going to be a little bit of information as Gibraltar makes the cross. Skittlecakes has the 2x4, or as I like to call it, the telescope, on his flat line here to try and land a few shots at distance. Very useful to play with. If you've got some ability with that scope, which I find always feels a little bit weird on the flat line, then you can do some decent damage, especially with that little bit of extra range you can get.
Yeah, it does help. Maybe those who aren't quite as well sighted and just need to see a little bit further away. I know that realistically isn't a thing in a video game because it's all at the same pace on the screen. Dudes Night Out, they have just had to wait for My Little Pony to do something here. The defensive bombardment comes out. My Little Pony should be able to comfortably avoid this one, and uh-oh, there's a Kraber in play.
There's a Kraber in play indeed. Care package when we get to these later rounds is absolutely huge, and this is massive for My Little Pony. One shot can completely change the complexion of this round now. It's about finding the shot, and if you're Dudes Night Out, it's about not giving that shot away, or at least making him hit more than one consecutively. James Fearless can't really get any angles at the moment. It's just being pinned back here by the pressure that's coming in from Dudes Night Out.
Yeah, the rest of My Little Pony need to give him an opening here. Actually, here's the opening. James Fearless decides he wants to dive in and try and get the kill onto the octane, but it's not quite enough damage. And look how desperate they are to get this first knock.
Dude's going to come around the corner. He's going to be taken to no shields. Dudes Night Out are going to have to retreat here. And we still haven't seen that Kraber having too much of an effect as Duke will fall. So My Little Pony, who need this round, get the first knock. James Fearless will go in to get the second on Skittlecakes as well, and they will get that clean wipe. So it wasn't the Kraber, but maybe the fear of the Kraber that allowed them to get some good pushes in.
Yeah, perhaps after they heard that first bullet, Dudes Night Out were reluctant to hold angles and hold My Little Pony out, because actually positioning My Little Pony were in a really tough spot. The circle was going to be tickling their backsides, and Dudes Night Out should have just been able to watch the cross and do damage as they all moved. But as soon as they heard the Kraber bullet, suddenly you duck your head down. You don't want to be showing yourself, and that allowed My Little Pony to show a little bit more presence, push up. They pushed out with the shotguns, did the damage, and it was too much damage in the end for Dudes Night Out to try and recover from, which takes us to another tiebreaker. And instead now we go to first to 5. And this has been a much better map from My Little Pony.
It has, but it hasn't been clean from either team so far. If you compare to what we saw a little bit earlier in the EMEA region, there was a lot more strategy, it would seem. And this is kind of like, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see if we can get a knock and then kind of react to it. It's more reactive than proactive. Speaking of which, Dudes Night Out, once again, getting nice and aggressive. There's the defensive bombardment. Was that a stick that came in, or was it just 60 flesh damage? It looks like it's just flesh damage as the defensive bombardment is held off, and all of My Little Pony have been able to reset in this fight.
They have, but James Fearless goes down. Tempest is also pretty low, but there has been a trade blow for blow. So you've got to hit your shots now. Tempest, the last remaining player. It looks like Dudes now might be able to close this one out, which they will. Tempest gets shredded by the Gibby, just floating through the sky. Like, what was it you said? A gazelle yesterday.
Yeah,
which
they don't float or fly.
No, they don't float or fly, but I wasn't going to tell you
Unless
that
you put them in a catapult, and then maybe they will.
I mean, anything will float or fly if you put it in a catapult, I guess.
There you go. Solution to a problem. I give you solutions, Dan. Just give me problems.
You you certainly have a way with words. Let's put it that way. But Dudes Night Out, they're on a match point again.
They have a way with rounds, Dan, because they are one round away from going up 2-0 here against My Little Pony, who had all the momentum yesterday, all the aggression, but it's just not paying off. And to be honest with you, it's just aggression being met with aggression. I don't think there's too much to say about it. One team is hitting their shots more than the other, and that's what's paying off at the moment. Skittlecakes is going to fly forward. He's going to get free real estate with those going his way. But look at that, 100 from James Fearless. Oh, add them all up. This is every single number you could want if you need to get back into the game. But can they close the ground quick enough to take advantage of this damage? James Fearless hasn't shot his gun yet. He's throwing every single grenade he can find.
Fearless living up to his name, but Fury Sucks has gone down elsewhere, so Dudes Night Out now have the player advantage. Will find James Fearless a little bit vulnerable there as the Pathfinder. It's down to now just Tempest to try and keep this alive.
It's going to be a Gibraltar just above him. 163, but it's not enough, and Dudes Night Out will go up by 2 as they close out our second map of the day. Now they find themselves just 1 map away in our best of 5 from moving through to our grand final.
This is a big shock. I'm going to be completely honest, even though that Dudes Night Out have very much earned their place in this winners bracket final, the way in which My Little Pony were winning games yesterday led me to believe that this was going to be a bit more comfortable for them. Even though this was a very close map, it certainly still was Dudes Night Out's. Regardless of win or not, they seem to have a little bit more comfortable nature, let's say. They looked better in the team fights. They looked a little bit more solid. It didn't matter necessarily if they took damage in the early stages of the round. They knew how to back off. They were always watching each other's backs. Whereas My Little Pony looked a little bit messy at times. I think that's always going to be the case with the playstyle that they offer, which is the kind of run and gun style, do the damage, get in, get the kills when you've got the opening. But it hasn't quite worked out just yet, and they're going to need to turn things around, and they're going to need to do it quickly because it's a best of 5, and they already find themselves 2 maps down.
Yeah, I feel like My Little Pony, their gameplay and their strategy, so to speak, relies a lot on everything just kind of clicking as a team, right? And if one of those parts isn't quite missing, a couple of shots get missed, then it can be extremely difficult to come back from that. As we take a quick look at the statistics here as they load in from our first 2 maps, no surprise to see a lot more damage being done on the side of Dudes Night Out. But before we get into our map 3, ladies and gents, we're going to take a very quick break. In the meantime, head over to gloot.com as you got some awesome stuff over there. And when we get back, we're going to have round 3 coming your way. Map 3 coming your way. Could be the decider, so don't miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to GLL Arena Summer, and map 3 is just around the corner between Dudes Night Out and My Little Pony. And Dudes Night Out, I mean, they're looking pretty good at the moment, Dan. 2-0 up in the series. Yeah, you can't really fault the way that they've been playing so far. And there's been a few times when My Little Pony have been able to wrestle some rounds away from them. But it's Dudes Night Out who seem to be the complete package right now. They seem to have the number of My Little Pony and not allowing My Little Pony to play the way they want to, or just being able to out-damage them, if I'm completely honest, because My Little Pony, the way they want to play is they hit you hard in the early stages of the round, they try and catch you off guard, they try and single out one player, and then they just continue to roll with that. They continue to hold the W key or forward on the analog stick, depending on which peripheral you use, and it's worked for them so far, but I think they need to have that plan B here against Dudes Night Out, and they need to find that plan B pretty soon, because here on Thermal Station, if it doesn't go their way, then they will be dropping down to that lower bracket. Yeah, the concern here for either team, I think we're looking at the map layout when we saw the first 3 maps being picked, is if you don't succeed on one of them and you go down in a fashion like My Little Pony did, you have another 2 close quarters, fast-paced games coming afterwards, and it's very difficult to wrestle that kind of momentum back. There is a little bit more spacing, you could argue, here on Thermal Station, and the opportunity to do a little bit more poke damage, but with the speed that both teams want to play at, I just don't think that's going to be the case. And it wouldn't surprise me to see in our first best of 5 a 3-0 sweep here.
It's entirely possible and quite probable with what we've seen so far. My Little Phony, for me, just haven't offered enough to suggest that there is a comeback here. I will love to be proved wrong, and I'm sure when we chat to James later, if we get the chance to chat to James later, he'll say it was all part of the plan. You know, they just wanted to give them a chance, and then suddenly they smash them 3-2 and they get back into the series.
Well, here we go. My Little Phony having to answer back, and they're going to answer, or at least start this, in a very aggressive and very well-mannered way as they manage to pick up their first kill and get their first knock. Skittlecakes will be taken down and actually killed as well, so a much better start here for My Little Phony as they find themselves in a 3v2. And that was the one way to answer back. Just throw yourselves at people.
Well, that's how they got winning rounds. That's how they achieved a round in the previous map as well. They just ran at them. They caught one player with their pants down. They were able to then follow up by winning the round. I don't think that there's a chance for Dudes Night Out to win this. There should be enough damage from My Little Phony, which there is. MLP will win round number 1. This is what they desperately need. It would do wonders for their confidence if they could go 2-0 up here and give themselves 2 chances at winning this map and getting back into the series, giving them a little bit of belief that actually this isn't going to be just a cakewalk for Dudes Night Out.
Well, for Dudes Night Out, they're probably thinking a little bit by Fuse, a bit like Fuse right now. They're probably thinking, Rado, here we go. This is the kind of thing that's going to be brought to the party. Well, we're good with that, and we're going to answer back with some shots of our own, because that has been the theme so far in this winners bracket final. Just a reminder, the winner of this will go through to our grand finals here at GLL Arena Summer. I'm going to have to see if My Little Phony can answer back with a map of their own. Dudes Night Out. Oh, good grenades coming in early, and James Fearless just landed smack bang on the top of a frag grenade outside of that bubble, and now they have no defensive capabilities, and that is a signal to push here for Dudes Night Out. This is carnage.
Such quick rounds between these two teams. They're both playing in a very similar way. They're just trying to single out that one player, but for James Fearless, was he a bit unaware of where the grenade was? Did he think it was inside the bubble rather than outside the bubble? So he was trying to tiptoe between the two to suss it out, but it was a little bit too late. The grenade had exploded under his buttocks, and suddenly Dudes Night Out pounced to ensure they won the round, get straight back into thermal station here. My Little Phony didn't even have a chance to breathe after that first knock went down. A lack of respect, you could say, from both teams at the moment, or maybe just a mutual agreement of let's get this done and dusted. Let's just let whoever the best team win is at, the 3v3 engagements right in the first 30 seconds.
Well, we're tied up at 1-1, and both teams are going to say, hey, what's up? You want to go again? You want to go? Bubble down? Ready? 3, 2, 1. One of you kick the door. We said we're going to go with grenades. Grenades on the door, arc stars in hand, and now the carnage isn't going to begin. We're going to have a little bit of a false start. However, Skittlecakes is going to be going in with that arc star, looking for a stick, and everything just happening around this central structure. Skittlecakes going to have the chance to catch one off guard. James Fearless again will go down. Duke's trying to chase down the player himself, and the grapple is going to allow this to become a 2 versus 3. No, it isn't, as Tempest is left on his own now. He will fall, and it all happened so quickly, Dan, that it almost felt like that was over in the blink of an eye. Dude's
sorry. Is this a winners bracket final in a professional tournament, or is this ranked matchmaking? Because this is
ego chows.
There is not really strategy right now, apart from the strategy just being let's run at them, and it's working out for Dudes Night Out. I think My Little Phony are being challenged in their own style of play here. This is what My Little Phony were doing to everyone yesterday. No one really had a response to it. Occasionally a team would win a 3v3 fight, but for the most part My Little Phony came out on top, whereas Dudes Night Out now are just 1 point away from winning this entire series 3-0.
And there's the zip line, which is going to allow Dudes Night Out not only to put themselves on map point and series point and all of the points that you could want, but going to give them complete map control. So My Little Phony aren't going to be able to just run at them this time, as they will just be picked off. A little bit of change up maybe here coming in from James Fearless. You can see a wingman in the hands, which means that maybe they're thinking, we don't have to play this one quite so quickly. We're going to play for a little bit of poke damage. I could be wrong.
Difficult to get the poke damage when those automatics are just drilling you from across the map, and you can see Skittlecakes is desperate to launch himself towards them. You almost have to keep him on a leash at this point. He just wants the Q, wants to get that grapple on the go. And look at Dudes Night Out, like they're not sitting back. They're positioning themselves in a way where they can always keep an eye on My Little Phony. There's the damage onto James Fearless. It's not enough to initiate a push just yet, but they certainly have My Little Phony kind of pinned back into a really tough position.
They certainly do. However, that bubble's going to be used against Dudes Night Out as James Fearless makes the call for his team to fly forward. The trade will come in, however, in a 2v2 situation now. Tempest has got the most HP on his teams. James Fearless has barely any to work with, just trying to land some Eva shots, but now gets up to the high ground just for a second as Tempest picks up yet another one. James Fearless now going to be dropping down with that Eva 8 to try and finish this off, and it's a great response from Dudes Night Out, and you have to say, reactively, seeing that bubble go down and realizing they could use it to cross was really impressive from them.
Yeah, My Little Phony, they had to win the round. They had to go for something a little bit more risque, and they certainly did so, and it almost went against them. James Fearless surviving was huge there. If he had gone down, that may have been the round to Dudes Night Out, which would have been the map and series to Dudes Night Out, but he got away, he escaped, he was able to bat up, and then he could re-engage and ensure that he just cleaned and closed things out. So Dudes Night Out, they're back to all square, 2-2. Tiebreakers, first to 4 now. Dudes Night Out won't be, I don't think, too disheartened considering they're already 2-0 up in the series, but still, they may have seen that as an opportunity to get this very quickly done so they could just rest very comfortably in the grand final and just watch the losers bracket play out.
My Little Phony going to have to play from a difficult position again. Bubble's going to be used. There is another one for Fury to use in a few moments anyway, so it's not going to be the end of things here. Skill Cakes has got some arc stars in hand. He's hungry for a stick, I'm telling you. He doesn't want to shoot his gun. I'm not sure if he did get that stick. It just falls outside the bubble, and it does do a hell of a lot of damage to Gibraltar. Defensive bombardment going to be coming in from Gibby in response to try and create the space, but arc stars exchanged. Most important piece of information now is that there's no knocks until all of a sudden 2 players from My Little Phony fall. James Fearless left last alive. There's a kung fu kicking Gibby flying through the skies, and that is something you never want to see as a player.
Dudes Night Out back onto match and series point here. My Little Phony again just getting caught in the wilderness. 3 players dashed into the middle. Too much damage was taken from the early stages because the angles that Dudes Night Out were able to find allowed them to just put too much suppressing fire down, and then the Arc Star actually just being able to tag for 60 was probably enough to allow them to continue to engage. They didn't have to back off. So My Little Phony have to reassess things again, but I don't think this is going to slow down. The circle is certainly not going to allow either team to slow down. We might see one go for the top of the donut, and it looks like it might be Dudes Night Out, if anyone.
I feel like this is the Apex Legends equivalent of medieval jousting that's going on right now. You know what I mean? There's 2 teams, they're all on horses, and they're just running at each other, and whoever gets hit hardest is going to fall hardest. Deep is going to try and hit some shots on the cross. Does a little bit of damage, but it's only going to be a little tickle to those purple shields that go down. Speaking of going down, James Fearless will go down, and now you're going to see My Little Phony spring into action once more, as they will have to fight a 3v2. One player should be taken down on the crossing to even things up. Great beams coming out from Tempest. However, Fury now left on his own. Manages to hit one shot on the cross to 38. It's a 1v1 hit. Or is it a 2v1? It's a 2v1. He goes down. Dudes Night Out. Close things out in 3. That was one of the quickest series I've ever seen in my life, Dan.
Considering earlier in EMEA, we had map 5 after map 5 after map 5, and it was kind of sudden death after tiebreaker, and then Dudes Night Out walk into NA and say, job done, get out. Easy as that. Get into the lower bracket. Bish, bash, bosh.
I love the way that we just saw that. There was, with all due respect to both teams, as I say, you know, we saw a lot more slow play, tactical, deliberate play from EMEA earlier. This was brawn. This was freedom play from America. I love it. That's what I want to see. Shock and awe.
They were literally just flexing their muscles at each other throughout the entire time. It got to the point where Dudes Night Out were just flexing at themselves in the mirror, just saying, look how good we are. We're in the grand final. We know we're in the grand final at this point because we've just been destroying them in every single engagement. I mean, the observers and the highlight package is literally My Little Phony just getting blasted for the most part. There was this round where I'll give credit to James Fearless, played it really successfully. If he hadn't have survived and got this bat off, it probably would have been an earlier bath for them, and they would have been dropping to that lower bracket a little bit sooner. But in the end, it was still the same result. Dudes Night Out will be delighted. They're into the grand final. They're guaranteed at least $3,000 for finishing in the top 2. But for My Little Phony, they drop down and they will have to play again to try and get into the grand final. They're guaranteed only top 3, and they'll wait for the winners of the loser bracket matchups that we still have left to play.
As you see, a 3-0 sweep across the board. It was all blue as Dudes Night Out secure their grand final spot. 3K, like Dan said, which will certainly be a good night out for the Dudes. But for My Little Phony, it's not the end of the road. They drop down to the lower bracket. They will have to fight their way back a little bit like Ghana did earlier in the EMEA region, and sure that they will take some inspiration from what they saw from their European counterparts as they make that move. But I mean, I'm kind of shocked. I think you're right. We watched EMEA earlier, slow pace. Game 5s, Game 7s. We didn't actually have a Game 7. The series that went to a game, best of 7, got done as quickly as possible. But it was last rounds. It was back and forth. That was two heavyweights being told they have 30 seconds to sort things out, is how I feel. Just
everyone throwing haymakers every single round. And, well, the haymakers were connecting. Let's put it that way. Dudes Night Out will be delighted. Do you know what really excites me is that we're seeing teams who have shown up in the finals of BR tournaments, but haven't necessarily kind of won them, or they haven't necessarily got to the top 3, the upper echelon of the results. But if Dudes Night Out can team fight like that in BR environments, they should be able to obliterate anyone. Imagine if you just had someone who was there to kind of coach them through the rotations and when to push, when not to push, because that's what is a little bit more about how you get the BR victories. But yeah, they were winning every single fight. I mean, bar a few that just didn't go their way, I was blown away. That was something that was a completely different series, not what I was expecting. I was expecting fast, but that was ultra fast.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive from Dudes Night Out. That will be them into the grand finals. And now we will go back to the lower bracket, because we have to follow that journey now to see who will be joining them. And as we take a look at that bracket, we can see some of the teams who are involved. Alpine Esports are going to be going up against Monas, and Arena Demons 2 will be taking on Ghost Gaming. Those games are going on currently as it stands. Give me your predictions of who goes through there, Dan.
Oh, Monas and Arena Demons 2.
That's quick.
Yeah, well,
you just want to see the matchup, don't you?
Yes. I mean,
I'm going to say Monas and Ghost Gaming go through. I'm going to mix it up a bit. I think the Ghost Gaming are one of the most talented teams that we have at Arenas. And I tell you what, if Arena Demons 2 do take them down, that would be a statement from them for sure.
Yeah, it would be. It would certainly say, hey, we're the new Arena Demons. We're here to play. I just want the overarching story to be Arena Demons 2 beating Monas. But that's only going to happen if they both get to losers bracket round 5. But Ghost Gaming certainly could get there. And you know, any 4 of those teams in the losers bracket could also get to the grand final. I think My Little Phony will be confident they can beat anyone in the lower bracket, but there's no reason why any of these 4 teams can't get all the way back to that best of 7.
All right, then it's time for us to go for a quick break. When we get back, we will be joining that losers bracket action. As we've just seen, Dudes Night Out march their way into our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. When we get back, plenty more action from Apex Arenas. Welcome back once more, you beautiful, beautiful people, to the GLL Arenas Summer. And it was a resounding victory, I think is the best way to put it, for Dudes Night Out, who find themselves straight into our grand finals with a 3-0 sweep over their opponents, My Little Phony. We're going to be joined by one of the players now. We got an interview provided by HyperX Quadcast, the beautiful microphone that's over both of our shoulders. It's going to be Verholst on the line. Hello, my friend. Welcome to the show, and congratulations on a very solid performance there.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I did check before we got on broadcast, by the way, because I think I've been throwing a little bit more of a German flair on your name than I needed to. But you corrected me. You make sure I got it right, and it's Verholst. So I'm 100% like on board with it now. Let's talk about the series, though, because that was carnage from our point of view. We were watching EMEA a little bit earlier, and it was a very slow-paced, a lot of methodical, overthinking. Now we're just seeing you two just fly at each other. Was that you making a conscious decision to just match the intensity that was being brought to you?
We were just playing our game, just trying to find angles. Our team loves to play around angles and try and play smart rather than just like force a bubble fight. So that's just our strategy. We try and pick people out.
Yeah, and it worked. I can't really say that it didn't work, and it's just a case of whether when someone else plays a little bit more slow, if that would kind of hurt you a little bit. But you put out, like, I think over 2k damage in that last map. I mean, I didn't get to see what weapons you were buying every single round, but do you have a preferred loadout? Are there guns you do tailor yourself towards?
So I run the Volt every single round on every map. The Volt's like my go-to gun. I train the Volt like every single day in the firing range. So like I'm just way better with the Volt than I am in every other gun. So I run that bad boy every single game. And the EVA 8 sometimes as a secondary if I have extra money.
Well, let's talk about what's going on in the finals then, because obviously you've taken the prestigious Apex Legends team name of Dudes Night Out. You've already managed to secure yourself $3,000. What is the perfect Dudes Night Out for Dudes Night Out if you manage to pick up 4K?
Oh man,
I'll put you on the spot a little bit here. I know it's a pressurized question.
I don't know. Probably just like hang out at someone's house. Maybe watch some Apex tournaments back.
Yeah.
Count the money in the bank account. That's what it's going to be. I'd say that's my kind of night out, a night in. I respect that. It's impressive stuff.
Hold on. When I say that I want to like just sip cups of tea on the side while people are partying, you
ain't winning tournaments, Dan. This man's just got to the grand finals.
No,
Let's see whatever he wants. He's put down 2-3K damage on the last match.
Sorry, Verholst, that you have to listen to his nonsense. I know he's just one of these guys. You're going to the grand final. It's a best of 7. You get a chance to kick your feet up now. What we saw in EMEA, though, is the team that got to the grand final first from the winners bracket, they got decimated 4-0, and they weren't able to really show what they did. Are you guys going to kind of keep warm? Are you going to keep playing, or are you going to watch the broadcast? Are you going to study what the other teams are doing?
We might do a little bit of studying, but we'll definitely be playing for the bulk of the time that we have. But yeah, we'll do a little bit of studying. We'll definitely talk strategy. We'll try and figure out how the other team plays and how to play around it. And yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, Verholst, we're going to let you go because you've got some games to get under your belt. You want to get warm for that grand final, the opportunity to call yourself a champion. So congratulations on making it through to the final, and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on here.
Thanks,
awesome
mate.
Stuff. Awesome stuff. Well, as I say, that interview brought to you by HyperX Quadcaster. Great to hear from him. I've got no idea why my camera has gone like pixelated, by the way. You know what I mean? It's like it's good quality, but at the same time, dreadful quality. So I apologize to everyone.
Hey.
Do you know who I blame?
Verholst.
Can't believe he's just done that to me. But again, another player that we haven't heard too much about and has come into the scene, and great to hear his perspective. Apologies, but he had to sit between me and you, having a little bit of a Barney there. But you know what?
Can we just readdress
what happens?
Right, we were talking about. No. Wait. Okay. We were talking about Party Crasher yesterday. I was saying I would much rather, chill with a cup of tea, essentially have a night in. He said he wants to watch Apex for a party, have a night in, and you're like, oh yeah, that's a bit of me. I love a night in. But if I say it, it's like, oh, you're not allowed to do that. How dare you?
What can I say? Maybe I'd rather hang out with Verholst than I watch you on a night in. That's the truth of it. And in the meantime, we're going to show you the schedule of the games that we've got to come up a little bit later today. You walked into that one, mate. Come on. You're better than that. Not really. I'd love a light in, light out. It doesn't matter what it is with you, Dan Gaskin. You're one of my favorite people in the world. Okay, we've got Dan happy. We've got him back on side, and that's good because we've still got lots of games to bring you. We have the semi-finals of our lower bracket coming up in a best of 5 next. Then we move over to our lower bracket final, and then of course we have our grand final. But as you can see, while we let the bracket play out a little bit, we've got to let those games get done before we know the two teams will be colliding together in our North American semi-final lower bracket. And as you can see here, these are the teams who are playing. Monas are waiting there, and we're just waiting to see if it's going to be Arena Demons 2 or Ghost Gaming. And you picked Arena Demons. I picked Ghost, right?
Yep. So one of us is going to be right. At least that's good. But Monas will probably be kind of not really caring who they face up against. I think Monas are very firmly looking at My Little Phony. They're looking at Dudes Night Out, and they probably want revenge. They're going to have to get all the way to the finals if they want revenge on Dudes Night Out, because that's who knocked them down into that lower bracket. But My Little Phony would certainly be a test, although they still have to get through either Arena Demons 2 or Ghost Gaming. Either way, that losers bracket round 5, which is coming up next in around about half an hour, because we are slightly ahead of schedule after that absolute destruction of a game, the quickest 3-0 we've seen throughout this entire tournament. But it certainly will be worth the wait, because there are going to be two teams there just at each other's throats.
Hey man, look, it's the highs and the lows of upper and lower brackets. Double elimination is great for players. It gives you a chance to reset. For broadcast, it means sometimes we have to keep you waiting, just while we get those other games sorted, and we can't join them in the middle of them, of course, because that's physically impossible to jump in as an observer. But what we will do in the meantime is go to another break. Hopefully you can take the opportunity to get hydrated. Stay hydrated if you're already slightly hydrated. Grab some food, get ready, because we've got some more amazing games coming up in just a few moments. But in the meantime, while we go into our break, head over to gloot.com and check out some of today's challenges. Sign up for a free account. You can start competing and tracking all of your stats on the wonderful game that is Apex Legends. We're going to go for a quick break. When we get back, though, we'll have plenty more action coming your way. Losers bracket starts to kick off. Welcome back, everybody, once again to the GLL Summer Arenas program. It's going to be a lot of fun because we are getting into our lower bracket action now. And Dan Gaskin, speaking of brackets, let's bring everyone up to date and show you what games we're going to be bringing to your beautiful faces sat at home. As we can see, we've got a Dudes Night Out. They went through to the grand finals. We've seen that. They've been sitting there waiting for their opposition to join them for a best of 7 rumble a little bit later on. But before we get there, we have to decide who's going to be going through. And I know that, as you say, oh baby, Dan Gaskin, that's what you wanted to see.
We've got the Arena Demons versus the Arena Demons, now known as Monas versus Arena Demons 2. I want to know why the Arena Demons 2 decided they were going to name themselves the Arena Demons 2. Did Monas allow that to happen after they gave up that name? They wanted to originally be called the Monas, but they weren't allowed to be called the Monas. Now they're called the Monas, and this is going to be a little bit of everything, right? We've got 2 really aggressive squads going at each other's throats, and there's also a little bit of history behind it with the names. This is going to be a very exciting losers bracket round 5.
Oh, it's clobbering time, as CM Punk would say. I love talking about CM Punk, everyone. I'm very excited for his comeback. But anyway, let's talk about what maps they're going to be playing, because we do have the map picks ready to go. Dan, do you want to try and redeem yourself, or should we try and talk through this with a little bit more logic than normal?
Yeah, let's talk about it with some logic.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get Dan to guess who's going to be first. What did Mona's pick?
I think they picked Gardens.
Gardens, okay. Mona's went Party Crasher. That's 0 out of 16, is that now? 0 out of 16?
No, I've had 1.
No, you got 1. No, sorry, it's 1 out of 16. Arena Demons 2. What did they go for next?
I think they've gone for Phase Runner.
Phase Runner. Thermal Station. 1 from 17 for Dan on map picks. Monas, can I go for this one? Can I guess this one, or do you want to go?
Sure.
You can pick what one I guess, because you think I cheat every time, so I'm good with that. I'm going to go with Monas went for Phase Runner. Overflow. Okay. That was what I was stuck between the 2. What do you think for Arena Demons 2?
Gardens.
Gardens. Okay.
Ooh,
Hillside Outpost. Okay, the first time we're going to see that today. One of the new maps brought into the rotation for the GLL Arena Summer. And then map 5, if we do go that distance, is going to be
Phase Runner.
Phase Runner. Okay, let's see. And hey, I tell you what, you just save the best till last, don't you? You're just trolling all of us. You know exactly what the order is, but you're just waiting. You're just waiting. Keep us hanging on for that little bit of positivity towards the end of these map picks.
Picking my moment. We've got the first map and the last map are like slightly bigger maps, although Party Crashers can very quickly turn into a small map depending on the way you play it. And then Thermal Station, Overflow, and Hillside Outpost are all very close quarters maps, which we have seen teams just run at one another, especially in NA. And Monas are kind of one of those teams. They do know how they want to play. Sometimes it is with a lot of aggression. They do bounce on other teams. They also are one of the teams who has really shown us how to reinvent yourself as a team, especially with a flex player. Just being able to have someone who can transition from legend to legend depending on what map you play. So I'm really looking forward to see whether there's something a little bit different on the Hillside Outpost, for example, that we're going to see. Is there going to be any extra legends being brought out?
Well, it's the battle of the Arena Demons, the original Arena Demons, now known as Monas. Will it be Monas on top, or will it be? Let me try not to laugh as I say that. Or will it be Dan Gaskin, Arena Demons 2?
I think that Monas are going to win this one, but I mean,
almost kept it together. Sorry,
I think Arena Demons 2, like the fact that they were able to get here beating Ghost Gaming has really surprised me. We've not seen Arena Demons 2 on broadcast, so it's hard to dissect their gameplay. But certainly Aiden the Destroyer on Monas has been a great watch. His ability to move from legend to legend, being their flex player. And also we had a little conversation with him in an interview, and he's pretty confident that they can march their way back through this lower bracket and give it a good go at trying to win the tournament. In a previous Arenas tournament where we saw them get to the grand final, they just fell short, but they made up for that by knocking the team who beat them in that grand final down to the lower bracket of this tournament. And now here they are, a chance to fight back towards the latter stages. So it'll be interesting here on Party Crasher. This is where we've seen them play Valkyrie before, but they were playing Revenant yesterday, if I remember correctly, going for something a little bit different. The Death Totem didn't really pay off. We didn't see the Death Totem actually come into the equation that often, but maybe today is when we will see it actually come to life.
Yeah, it was one of the silences that were really doing damage, and just cancelling those abilities of other legends is such a vital thing to do, especially Gibraltar. You don't get that ability to drop the bubble to reset, and if you take early chip damage, if you get silenced as Gibraltar, you really do leave yourself and your team at somewhat of a disadvantage. But we're going to start off quite rightly so with the point of view of Arena Demons 2. You've got Reeds, you've got Oxy Aries, and you've got Luxford, who we did see a little bit of yesterday, if my memory serves me rightly.
We did
but it's going to be Monas who are trying to be aggressive early on here. Dimmy with that Mozambique in hand, he's going to get taken down. Reeds will get the first knock of the day, and now it's going to be another one following that up very closely. All falls up to Rani now. And what I believe might be a 2v1 situation. Look at this movement, though.
I think it's a 1v1. Bangalore on the other side. Rani on the Octane, just trying to dance away. And
it's reload.
not going to be enough. Arena Demons 2 will take the first. And you are right, we saw Arena Demons 2 play one map yesterday when we jumped into the winners bracket semi-finals. And that's when we saw them drop to this lower bracket. But they'll go up here in the Battle of the Arena Demons. Just very quick, fast, high-octane gameplay, no pun intended. As we were expecting, the flex pick for Arena Demons 2 is going to be the Bangalore. It's the Revenant on the side of Monas, but Arena Demons 2 take the early lead.
Very aggressive round one. Both teams just relying on their ability to hit shots there. And I've got to say, two team logos, pieces of art, NFTs arguably, you could say. Maybe they are NFTs, who knows? But I'm impressed with both of them, Dan.
As you should be. That's what they're here to do, impress you and only you, no one else, no other viewers. Arena Demons 2 have taken the high ground, as expected. When you get up to the Mirage Voyage side of the map, usually both teams just have a little standoff, taking either side of the ship, go for grenades, go for some pre-fire, try and do some damage. Usually the Mozambiques in the first couple of rounds just firing from distance and trying to get those tags 14, 16, because they all add up.
Shield's still going to be popped here by Dimmy just to make sure he's full HP. There's the silence onto the Bangalore, so no smokes available to try and cut off any of these sight lines. Luxford's going to have to back up for a bit, and that's going to allow some map presence, at least maybe, for Monas to try and move up. Means he's going to have to be careful, as now the smokes will be able to be used. A little bit of damage from the smokes as well, but more of those lines of sight being denied now, and the digital threat on the Mozambique is going to be able to cut through that smoke and maybe do a little bit more damage, but Luxford not quite connecting on the shots maybe you would have wanted to.
Obviously, that 10 damage from the smoke does add up if you do just manage to tick away, but the first knock is going to go in favor of Monas, make that the first two. There's going to be one trade back to 2 versus 1, and Monas will close things out and tie this one up 1-1. Both teams just being a little bit patient at the start of the round, but as soon as there was any sort of damage on either side, the team fight, it did unfold in front of us, and it was Monas this time who actually were able to come out on top, and they needed that. I think if they had gone 2-0 down here, this map could have quite quickly gone in favor of Arena Demons 2.
Yeah, once again, the smokes being incredibly effective and influential on that round. Bangalore initially wasn't able to get the smoke out after being silenced, but then just took a few moments to let that silence just wear off for a few seconds before being able to deny all those lines of sight, which not only denies lines of sight for people to shoot upon it, it also puts that little bit of worry in the back of your mind that people are going to be walking across, climbing up on you, and you can't get that immediate little bit of visual information. Well played there, well played smoke, doing the damage as we move now into round 3 between these two teams.
Both teams just being aggressive, taking this position, and actually there's going to be one player who's going to get caught off guard here. It's going to be Reeds. Dimmy does get the initial knock, but he's able to get out of the fight as well. So Monas are going to be in a 3 versus 2 advantage now.
Good stuff from Dimmy, not the first time we've seen him pick up a couple of first bloods. Ron eager to go in with the Vault this time to take down Oxy Aries, and now it's all up to Luxford again. The only problem is he's got multiple players in front of them, and even though he managed to do some damage, it wasn't enough. And now Monas move on to match point, and we might be setting records here. This has been a quick game.
We knew this was going to be potentially fast, just with how both of these teams have played so far in the tournament. There's the Death Totem being purchased, by the way. The Revenant Octane combo is potentially on the cards here. Hasn't worked out so far. The first instance we saw it being naded away by the other team, either accidentally or beautifully placed. And on the second occasion, I think the Revenant died before the Death Totem even went down. So I really want to see it work out. At the same time, I don't want to see it work out because it's happened to me far too many times in Battle Royale that I'm quite sick of it.
It's very true. However, let's see how it works out here in arenas. Is it going to be an early usage? Is it going to get the Death Totem down behind cover? Yes, they are. Into Death Protection go all of Monas, and maybe going to make their opponents groan a little bit as they move up towards them here. Free push, essentially. Are they going to try and be aggressive on it, or are they going to just try and get a little bit of sneaky damage? Timmy's already been sent back. A little bit of damage is going to be done. Can they get the knock? Yes, they can. That's absolutely massive. And not only the knock, They've managed to get into a position to finish things off by the looks of things. Actually, no, it's just a knock from Luxford. 3v2 on the map at the moment. Oxy is taking a lot of damage though, and this is looking like Mona's round to win.
Most importantly, they just need to make sure that Luxford wasn't picked up so that they have the player advantage. Now they will push in. The bats have been used. There is going to be a knock there from Reeds just to tie this up 2-2.
Oh!
Make that 2 versus 1. Rani goes down as well, and Arena Demons 2 suddenly take the advantage.
Yeah, we can call him in Reeds, but it should be all Reeds because the way that he's been playing has been really impressive. Dimmy goes up high now using that grapple. We find ourselves in a 1v1, a 2v1, excuse me. And that is going to be an excellent riposte here from Arena Demons, and it was all down to O-Reeds and some of those wingman shots that he hit. Amazing shots being hit, especially if you consider the fact that Mona's had the player advantage there, but that's sometimes the downside of playing and running the Revenant. Even though, yes, you get the knock, you all get sent back, you all have to then re-heal, or you have to push in. And if you're pushing in straight away, you know the opposition has probably got back up to a full set of both health and shields, and you do leave yourself slightly vulnerable to the counter if they hit their shots, which Arena Demons 2 did. So this is not going to be an easy peasy victory for either of the teams. Instead, we are going to go into our first tiebreaker, and it's going to be first to 4 now instead of first to 3. One thing I will say about Revenant though is the heirloom is a thing of beauty. It really is. That scythe, every time I see it, it just looks sick. Simple as that. Mona's then after getting that round taken away from them by Arena Demons 2 and the wingman of O-Reeds. They need to try and answer back a little bit themselves. We're all tied up at 2-2, so we're not going to have this finish in 3 rounds. We're going to have to get that 2-round clear advantage to all party crashes your own. As the nades do go out, O-Reed's going to take a little bit of damage here. Just going to retreat towards his teammate, who's going to be able to swap out with him the bait and switch. As one will heal and one will pop up just to cover those lines of sight.
Patience here from Luxford, and actually he's going to have the jump here. Just look at that as well.
Whoa!
A little bit of extra patience there. Just holding that trigger, not quite going and giving away his position just yet until he knew he was going to get the knock. And now the rest of the team come through to get another one. And Mona's find themselves in a 1 versus 2. Rani cannot survive. Arena Demons 2 will take the lead 3-2 and put themselves on match point.
Yeah, really nice bit of patience there from Luxford. It was almost as if he was watching that player and thinking, do I shoot? Do I show some trigger discipline? But as soon as the climb started, then it gave him those extra shots that he would need to get that knock. And he had to hit every single one of them. Did so with the Vault, and that gave them the advantage they were desperately looking for. So now we find ourselves on match point. Arena Demons 2 with the opportunity here to close things out.
They can find that same pace. They can find those same kind of shots that they've been able to provide in the last couple of rounds. Monas haven't been able to really come up with an answer. The bang really has helped out, and just a little bit of trigger discipline as well from Luxford on that Bangalore. Waiting for the right moment, biding the time, letting the player just fill the reticule. And then it was melt time. Absolute beams coming out of Luxford to ensure that that first knock very firmly went in their favor. So Monas need to respond here, try and tie it up once more.
It's going to be a much slower round here from Monas by the looks of things. Nobody wanted to overcommit, knowing that this is the round that they can't afford to throw away. Otherwise, they will unfortunately be going down 0-1 in this series. Best of 5, remember, all best of 5s until our final today. No best of 3s to speak of, like we saw yesterday. But no one really any significant damage at this stage of the round.
Yeah, a couple of whiff shots. Ooh, there's an angle being made from this left-hand side here. It's the Revenant over there, but it's been spotted out. O-Reeds will have a little look towards him.
It's going to be big.
The nades coming out in the Destroyer, though, has recognised the danger, but has he seen the player coming hurtling towards him? Actually, make that 2 players coming hurtling towards him, but oh my word! At least he's been able to do the damage to allow Dimmy to get the trade.
1-for-1 trade across the ball here. 2v2. The smoke goes down again. Luxford going to back up, using that digi-threat as well, just to see if he can do a bit of damage as he does retreat back up to this high ground. Spotted 1 player out, spotted 2 players out, and Rani is going to get the finish. 153 with the Vault across from platform to platform. Is that enough? Yes, it is, as Oxyares will throw the Skynade, and then the final player alive is going to be sandwiched, and Arena Demons 2 will take on map number 1 of the series.
Wow, the battle of the controllers goes to Arena Demons 2 in map number 1. I think all these guys know each other, you'd imagine so, considering the Arena Demons versus Arena Demons 2 type thing. But it's Luxford was the MVP for me, if I'm going to be completely honest. Some of the shots that he was hitting, the beams that we witnessed, the trigger discipline at the same time, and also being able to provide that smoke, that cover fire, both in presence with his actual bullets and also just a little bit of smoke to cover those sightlines as well. Monas gave a good effort of it, and I thought maybe the Monas were going to come out on top, but no, denied. Arena Demons 2, they take map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think Luxford had some very impactful moments in that game. I think the play of the game, though, came in from O-Reeds. Those wingman shots where Arena Demons 2 were down. There are 2 versus 3. He managed to do so much damage, managed to knock one, and then also managed to knock 2 almost immediately afterwards to give his team a little bit more of an advantage, and they were able to take that one away. So everyone really stepping up on Arena Demons 2. Everyone had big moments, and for Monas, it's time to forget about this map and move on to the next and try and tie things up at 1-1.
Yeah, when we spoke to Aiden Destroyer yesterday in an interview, we asked them kind of what happened in the winners bracket when they got knocked down to the losers bracket. They said they got down on themselves a little bit after losing map 1, a map that they're used to winning, and they got in their own heads. And alas, they found themselves in the losers bracket because of it. Is this going to be the same kind of situation for them? They were in a match point scenario. They had a 3 versus 2 advantage after the Revenant Ultimate and then weren't able to close it out. Gave the chance back to the Arena Demons 2. And Arena Demons 2 were able to actually progress from that and take the game. So we'll have to see how the mentality plays out for Monas. Can they refocus going into map number 2?
Really good points that you do raise there. Mentality is always going to be tested, especially even more so, I would say, for Monas with getting to the final last time. There's almost a little bit of expectation on their shoulders this time. And even though they might know Arena Demons 2 very well and how they play, when you get that close to taking home that first place in Arena, something that you spent a lot of time doing, if you suddenly go out before you get to that grand final, that can be a little bit frustrating to deal with. But one thing that I loved about that game, Dan, is it was played at still a very high intensity and a high pace, and there was a lot more strategy to it than people just kind of running at each other. It was a lot of bang smokes, we saw Revenant silences. There was more to it than just people just flying at each other without really having too much thought process behind it.
I'm fairly certain these two teams would have probably scrimmed each other quite a lot, if not played each other in the ranked playlist at times. So there's going to be an element now in this series of knowing tendencies, knowing how these players play, knowing what kind of legend composition they're going to go for, and knowing which players to try and single out, who you need to take down, who you need to ensure is your priority to focus when you get into those engagements. That is an incredible amount of damage from Rani. So perhaps Arena Demons T, for example, know that we need to get Rani out of the game, or we need to isolate Rani in the early stages. But Arena Demons 2, I'm sure, will be delighted to take map number 1 here, because the expectations would have been on Mona's side. They have performed well in previous tournaments. Top 4 is a fantastic achievement for both of these teams, but top 3 is on the line, and of course a chance at that grand final afterwards.
One thing we didn't point out is, we talk about O-Reeds and that big play. Luxford pitting some big plays, but most damage on the team actually went to Oxyeri. So every single member of Arena Demons really stepping up in that game. And this is going to be a very interesting map for me, because we've seen the pace that both teams want to play at, but is that going to be allowed to happen here when we have areas on this map like Dome where people can control that high ground? We might see some more 30-30 repeaters coming out this time than we did in the previous game. I'm very interested to see what pace they actually take here on Thermal Station, if it's going to be the same kind of intensity, or if we are going to see things just slow down for a few moments here, especially in sort of rounds 2, 3, when we have a little bit more economy to play with.
I think it depends on where the circle goes. I think if the circle does lend itself towards the bottom drill area that you see on the map right now, then people tend to just run at one another, play around the doors, play in the building, play outside of the building. You do get a little bit of a standoff at times where people are just holding that door, especially when there's no grenades to throw and break that door with comfort, or throw grenades into the building to flush people out. But when it is going to be on top of that donut building that you're speaking of, then yeah, people tend to play a little bit more slow, because one team tends to get there first, the other then plays the low ground. Then you have the kind of poke off battle between high and low ground, and then the low ground team has to try and force their way under the donut team. And it is an elongated process that is a little bit stale at times, but then it does accumulate in quite an explosive battle, usually on the mid tier of the donut, or sometimes on the bottom tier.
We'll have to see how that does play out as we head towards our map number 2. Is the early care package going to be something that influences these early rounds, or will it just be left to the players and their own devices and that pure aim that we've seen from all of them in arenas? Now, give me a prediction here, Dan. How do you think this map is going to go? Do you think this is going to be Arena Demons 2 making this 2-0 and put themselves onto potentially match point as we head towards our map 3, or do you think that Monas have got something to say about this series and going to tie it up at 1-1?
I think Monas will have a lot to say about this. I think this is going to be a statement from Arena Demons 2 if we see them go 2-0 up in the series and really kind of stick it to the man, as it were, stick it to their buddies, their controller players. I've even seen in chat, someone's confirmed that they play each other a lot. They scrim each other all the time. They're going to know their play styles. They're going to know their tendencies. So I think Mona's going to come back into this. I think this is going to be a close series because it's going to be very back and forth where they will know who plays well on certain maps, and they would have picked these maps for a reason. So I'm going to go with Mona's. I think they're going to take this, and we're going to tie the series up 1-1.
Okay, well, maybe some bragging rights on the line then in this case, especially if there's a 3-0 that goes down, or 3-1, or one of those series results that certainly shows one team is dominating over the other. In the meantime, I'm just going to take a second to mention our awesome sponsors. You've got Nocco over there, you've got HyperX, you've got Legion by Lenovo, and of course, you've got G-Loot. Head over to gloot.com to find out a little bit more about that. But we're into our game, into round number 1. O-Reeds on Pathfinder this time, going to be something good this way, flying in to pick up those early meds and dropping off a Phoenix kit to a teammate. And it looks like it might be a little bit of a lonely game here for Monas, as unfortunately, Rani played the sad music, everyone.
It's like Home Alone, wasn't it? He's just been left, everyone else got on a flight, and suddenly he's at Thermal still saying, hey guys, wait, where you at? Are you at Overflow? Are you already on Phase Runner? Come back. So that is going to be a restarted lobby. We will come back to Onset's wonderful shiny head,
What's
which
up?
someone
How
said in chat. It's surprising when you get in this situation where you have 6 players who are probably friends, are probably playing each other a lot. You could probably mix these 2 teams in any way, and they would still find success. That's like the situation you have when you play that much. But some of the shots I'm seeing, by the way, I would not want to face up against any of these guys. They just don't miss. Controller or not, it doesn't matter. I still wouldn't be able to do the things they are doing with the controller. Luxford in particular has been absolutely beaming on the Bangalore and looks terrifying to say the very least.
I'm going to take a moment here. It always frustrates me when I feel like we're just about to get into a game, and I'm sure everyone at home feels exactly the same, and then it's just taken away from us. You know what I mean? It's like someone going, do you want the last piece of cake? And then just before you go, yes, they go, all right, then I'll have it. That's exactly what it feels like. That's me who takes the cake, but it's also me who does that kind of politeness thing of like, oh, do you want this? But my hand's already hovering over it. So it's like, it's mine, basically is what I'm saying. But if you're on the receiving end of that, I can imagine it's quite horrible.
So you're saying you're frustrated with this experience, but you're also a person who does take that last piece of cake, right? Okay.
I can understand how it is frustrating.
Right. Okay.
Because there's nothing you can do about it, because the person's been polite enough to ask, but at the same time, you knew you were never getting the cake.
Same with like roast potatoes. When it comes to a roast dinner, sometimes like a Yorkshire pudding, there's going to be left
I love
the Yorkshire
puddings.
There'll probably be a lot of people in the chat who don't know what Yorkshire puddings are.
What's a Yorkshire pudding? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
Because there's probably going to be a lot of Americans in the chat, not many Europeans left, not many English people around. But a Yorkshire pudding, I tell you, it's not much of a pudding. It is nice though. It is something that you have to try with a little bit of gravy. Trust me, if you ever come to England, get yourself a Yorkshire pudding, sunshine. Yeah, do you
enjoy it? I remember some people in the chat. Story time, by the way, because we've got a few seconds. Story time is one of my favourite times, right? So we had a few of our friends over who are other commentators. We were doing a show together, and one of them, you might know him. His name is Strongside, right? He's a former Halo Pro on Final Boss, Carbon. He was on that lineup way ago. Former esports commentator, still an esports commentator as well. We spent the whole day walking around this place in London. We were exhausted, and I was like, you know what? Bravo was there as well. I was like, let's go for a roast dinner. Now, Bravo was like, yeah, 100%. Let's go for a good roast dinner. And Strongside is like, what is a roast dinner? In his sort of soft tone. And he was not convinced like whatsoever. He was like, I want to get just like some good food. I'm not, what is a roast dinner? We're like, we'll go to a pub. He's like, why do we want to go to a pub for food? Anyway, so we dragged him in there, and the man sat there, and when he was presented with essentially Thanksgiving dinner is what we have every Sunday, because we realized that that's really good. So instead of just having it once a year, we're like, we'll have it once a week. And I've never seen a man's face just go from utter, like, I don't want to be here, this is complete disappointment, why have you dragged me here, to just complete happiness. As it was like a really nice, like, rural fire going, he had a little, he had a pint of beer and a full roast dinner in front of him, and he's never questioned anything ever again. Anything you suggest food-wise, he's happy with it.
It's slightly different.
Story
just to clarify,
time
as someone who is half American, right? I was born in the United States, but I grew up in England. I don't really tell many people that, but I've got the passport, so show for it. But Thanksgiving, you have like what? You have yams, which is kind of like sweet potato with like honey and
Yeah.
gold syrup, and it's like, I don't know, I've seen people put marshmallows on it sometimes. For the most part, take all the good parts of Thanksgiving, right, and then chuck
Yeah,
that
that's
into a
right.
roast
Yeah,
dinner.
yeah, yeah.
You just get rid of all like the kind of rubbish stuff, the kind of overly sweet stuff that you don't really need, and instead you just add gravy and you add Yorkshire puddings, whatever.
And when we say
vegetables you've got.
gravy, by the way,
Yeah, gravy.
not like American gravy, because I don't even know what American gravy is. Like, it's one of the strangest like lies that I've ever been involved with. When someone said, "Do you want some gravy?" and it was a breakfast place in the States, and they just brought over this weird. I was like, "What is this?" I was like,
You know what the biggest lie is?
Why
in
would
America?
anyone ever eat that? Go on.
Biscuits and gravy, right?
Biscuits and gravy.
There
I'm
is-
sure we're triggering a lot of people right now, by the way.
I need to pick this apart because as half Englishman, mostly majority Englishman, we have scones, right? And we love scones. We put jam, we put cream on them, very sweet. And then
Scones, but
Americans decide, no, well, okay, right, okay, we can get to that later. But then Americans decide, you know what, we're going to take a scone and we are going to put gravy on it. Not real gravy, but we're going to turn this from a sweet, delicate, beautiful cake that you like to eat. It's like nice and puffy, and we're going to turn it into just some horrible mush that is just unpleasant in general. And it made me very unhappy, as you can tell.
By the way, outside of those two things that I think we brought up, American food is 10 times better than English food. So I think we just, in a true English way here, we just aired our grievances, we put it out to the world, and hopefully you understand where we're coming from. Basically, roast dinner is better than Thanksgiving dinner, and scones are better than biscuits.
Correct.
That was easy. That was it. Apart from that, you got everything on us. We got nothing food-wise.
We do apologise, by the way, if you're wondering why we're talking about the differences between English and American food. We're still waiting for this lobby to go up. I got lost a little bit in the conversation. I even forgot I was kind of on air. Like, that's how passionate I get about my food at times, especially the differences between English and American food. And there's a lot of differences between our cultures, but for the most part, you have it better. Like, I'll be completely honest. There are things that are better here. We won't get them on broadcast.
Let's not get political. This is a dangerous road to go down,
exactly.
Dan.
So we'll just stick on.
Isn't this Apex really good we've been watching over the last few days? What's been your favourite match of the last few days? Here we go. Just drag that one back. Quite like my career. Quite like to try and keep it going.
I like the previous series between My Little Phony and Dude's Night Out. There was kind of high octane gameplay, really fast, everyone getting each other's face. I did like the G2 series where we saw them take on Monas. There was just so much action. There was so much to dissect. There was aggression. There was also at the right time, there was passive play. There's a lot of strategic about it, a lot of strategy about it, excuse me. But anyway, we can jump straight into the game finally. Thanks for bearing with us. We don't have to dive off onto tangents anymore, and we're going to get a trade for trade to kick off this round.
We have covered a lot of subjects during the last couple of days of action, and now we're going to go back to Apex, because that is one of the things we know best, and it's going to be Rani left on his own, and it's looking like it might be the end of the round, as Rani will be taken down. Arena Demons 2 will pick up the win, and that will be them going up 1-0 in what was a very high-paced, high-octane game.
I think this would be a massive statement if Arena Demons were able to win map number 2, let alone win, just a couple of rounds here, because, I mean, they had the audacity to take the name Arena Demons off of Monas. I know they're good friends, it's fine, but still, that puts a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, because the Arena Demons, they turned up as an unknown entity, realistically, from what the rest of the pro community knew, and they... apart from the grand finals, they obliterated everyone. If it wasn't for, in my opinion, just a little bit of lack of experience in that grand final, they'd probably win that tournament. Here they are, anyway, top 4 again, and there's a lot of damage being done by these grenades.
Yeah, big damage, and they're trying to push up on it as well. There's another sky grenade that's going to go down, that's going to chip away at the shields once more. And you can see that Rani is trying to move forward here to do some more damage. However, just misses a couple of wingman shots, and that's going to put them in a bad position now as Arena Demons have managed to reset. They've managed to get the first knock now. Luxra goes in with the Mozambique and will pick up one. P2020 in hand as well. That right finger is going to be clicking as fast as possible as Aiden the Destroyer is left on his own in what I think is a 1v1.
I think it's a 1v2 actually. Yeah, you've said that a few times that you think it's a 1v1 or a 2v1, and you're always wrong.
Hey man, all I'm saying, give us a spectator mode that lets me know, okay?
Yeah, that would help. I mean, to be fair, production are doing their best at the top of the screen where they're actually kind of highlighting which legends die now. So you might be able to track that one a little bit better if they keep up with it. Production, stay awake. I'm trusting in you.
I thought I got away with it then, by the way. I thought I got away with it. Like, now you've just highlighted to me that production are trying really hard to help me as well, and I still got it wrong.
They still Arena Demons, by the way, 1 point away from taking this map.
Now I can confirm, everybody, if they win this next round, they'll win the map. That's where I am at the moment. Anyway, let's get into this one. Early grapple going to be coming in from O-Reeds. Once again, just working his way towards those meds. And you can see that all of Mona's going to be stacked up upon each other. Reeds is going to get out very well there with that grenade going down without taking too much damage. However, the Destroyer is going to take a little bit of damage himself, but the wingman shot is going to force that player to back down just for a moment.
I mean, Arena Demons 2 look so comfortable here on Thermal Station. I was very much part of the plaudit team when it came to Mona's. I was just always singing their praises, and I thought that this was going to be a bit of a cakewalk just because I didn't know as much about Arena Demons 2. I knew that these two teams scrimmed, but I presumed Mona's come out on top, judging by their performances in previous tournaments. But Arena Demons 2 are here to play, and they have got Mona's very firmly on the back foot. They are cowering with their tails between their legs right now, giving the map up to Arena Demons 2. Not facing them at times, knowing that the damage is going to come out from whether it be Wingman, whether it be the Mozambique. It's all there for the Arena Demons.
Reeds then going to fire through the smoke. Luxford on Bangalore once more, trying to just obscure those lines of sight. And we do have the straight 3v3 still going on now. Digi Threat is going to be on that R99. Hemlock in the hand as well, so he can do a little bit of poke damage with that 2 times. If he can land a full burst of that, it's certainly going to be acknowledged by the other team and force a few more meds to be used. Both teams playing on these angles, playing on these head glitches. So difficult to land those clear shots at the moment.
Look at them all swarm, by the way. They're all just running in a train line. They found one player and they want to take him down. Arena Demons say, hey, we need to just get the elimination here so we can have the advantage. Rani was just chased by 3 members, and the player advantage is there for Arena Demons.
Arena Demons then, they have the player advantage. They have a 2-0 round advantage as well. And if they play this one right, they will take home the second game of the series. And in a best of 5, that means they just move 1 map away. Good shots coming in from Lux with the R99. Now he's going to have to swing out, and that is going to be Arena Demons 2. Confirmed as your champions here on Thermal Station. 3-0, convincing, and 2-up now in the series.
Wow, 1 map away from knocking out their predecessors, the original, the OG Arena Demons. Mona's just couldn't keep up with Arena Demons 2 in that matchup, and I think they're going to be a little bit disappointed, but I think, from what I've seen, Thermal Station looks to be Arena Demons' best map, if I'm completely honest. That was something else. That is the best I've seen anyone play Thermal Station, and we've seen some pretty impressive performances on Thermal.
Yeah, it was dominant, to say the least. Their ability to focus in on one player as well and catch them off guard, really, really impressive. Once again, Luxford being very, very good at getting into positions and sliding out and committing to get those first knocks. But Aiden the Destroyer here in what was officially, by the way, now confirmed a 1v2 situation. Couldn't quite manage to hit the shots he needed to pull off a crazy, crazy play. But that was just 1 map, Dan. 1 map away from Mona's being knocked out by their good friends here on Arena Demons 2.
Come on, Mona's. I just want to get a series out of this. I don't want another 3-0 that we're just kind of moving on to next. I know it would be an amazing achievement for the Arena Demons, but I'd like to see a closely contested match and hope that Mona's can get back into it. I'm sure that they have taken down Arena Demons 2 in various different maps before, so I'm not going to put them without reach, but no kills, no confirmed kills anyway after knocks for Mona's. Arena Demons absolutely obliterating them on Thermal, which means we move to Overflow, another close quarter map, another map which is going to consist of very aggressive pushes in the early stages, I'm sure, and I'm a little bit worried for Mona's, I'm going to be completely honest.
And we're going to have to wait and see what happens. We're going to jump into a quick break while the players get loaded into the lobby. In the meantime, head over to gloot.com, sign up for a free account and start competing and tracking your stats in Apex Legends. But when we get back, it could be the deciding map between these 2 teams who are good friends but enemies on the battlefield. We're back, everybody. Don't worry, the food discussions are done and dusted, hopefully, for the rest of the evening. And now it is our job to try not to trigger you and just talk about Apex Legends for the rest of it. We have a Game 3 coming up now as we head over to Overflow between Arena Demons 2 and Monas. And Arena Demons 2, Dan, it's not just 2 in their name. They have a 2-map lead in this series, and they're just 1 map away from closing things out.
Yeah, this was not expected. Maybe it was expected on Thermal Station. I mean, there's people in the chat who have watched these two play against each other a lot, watched each other scrim a lot, and there was a few people saying, hey, Thermal is going to be Arena Demons 2's map, and boy, were they right, because they turned up. They looked a different class to any other team we've seen compete on Thermal today and yesterday. So if they can transition that same kind of energy and that same kind of, gameplay into map number 3, then this could be a 3-0. This could just be Monas going out of the tournament. Yeah,
it would be somewhat of a surprise to see it happen in this fashion as well. I was expecting a little bit of a longer series between the two teams, having, you know, the knowledge of how each other play, but sometimes that can just work out that way, you know what I mean? And Arena Demons 2 probably inspired by Mona's performance in the last tournament. And oh no, everybody. Oh no, everybody.
It's happened again.
I mean, it's happened again.
It's happened again. It's happened again. Let's talk about biscuits
you know
and
what
gravy.
That means, everybody. I don't know what to talk about, to be honest with you. Hopefully we can get it set up as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you know where we're going. Yeah.
Just to let you know, the fact that the game isn't starting is entirely down to me on set. Instead, we wanted to talk about the food differences between America and England, even though the food is way better in America aside from the 2 things that we mentioned. But sure, we're being mean, we're taking it out on you. It's a shame that this happens, but you know, we just got to wait, and that means you get to look at our not so beautiful faces, and we could talk about who we think is going to get to the grand final on set. Do we think, here's a genuine question, do you think the winner of this can go all the way and get to the grand final, or do you think that there's just going to be kind of a full stop just before My Little Phony?
It's a tough one. It's a very tough one to say. I think that every single team that we're seeing now is playing with a lot of aggression, which kind of makes the variables even higher, to be honest with you. If we're seeing a team trying to play a little more of a composed game where they're trying to hold angles and they're trying to, you know, pick away damage and kind of work their way into positions where they get a first blood, then you could kind of compare playstyles a little bit. When it's 2 teams who are just playing at a high pace, it comes down to who hits your shots, who gets the good angle first. And it's a lot more difficult to predict, to be honest with you. It's a lot more difficult to predict than how easily triggered chat were with us talking down on some American foods. Part of me is smiling inside, by the way, just knowing that everyone's discussing it and triggered. Like, there's that part of me, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, yeah, you know you're all wrong. You know you're all wrong. But anyway, back to the Apex. I think it's very difficult to call. I don't think there's a clear way that we could say with any, you know, facts to back it up, essentially, that one team is going to have an advantage over the other just because of the playstyles being so similar.
The scary thing is, you talk about, like, it's about who's going to be hitting their shots, who's going to be missing their shots. For the most part, all 6 of these players aren't really missing. There's just a heavy damage output across the map where everyone's just getting shredded, the shields are gone, and it's about who can probably get the bat off first, get the cell off first, and who's going to be playing with more confidence. Who can say, all right, I don't need the bat or shield cell here. I'm actually just going to push in with the rest of my team. You need to have the bait and switch ability with your other 2 teammates. You also need the confidence that you're going to get backed up when you're being pushed. And did you see in that last round of Thermal where one player was just being singled out by the Arena Demons, and they ran in a choo-choo train? They all were holding hands and saying, we're getting this, boy. Oh, you ain't going nowhere. We don't care if you're an Octane. We're coming for that ass. And they did find it. And honestly, I don't think Monas were expecting that from Arena Demons. They weren't expecting how fast they were going to be playing. Even though they've been scrimming them, I do feel like they've caught them off guard a little bit.
I think playing a team like Ghost Gaming in the previous round as well and taking them down for Arena Demons 2 is another confidence boost. You know what I mean? It's gonna show them they can hang with the big boys of BR, some of the biggest names in the scene, and also teams who have performed extremely well in Arena's tournaments. It puts that little bit of doubt out your mind. It's like, you know, we know we're good. We know we're good. We're in this tournament. We're doing really well, but we fell down to the losers bracket. Are we able to compete with some of these teams in a tournament, you know, that we've seen our mates do really well in? But taking down a team like Ghost Gaming just fills you with belief. And then you're playing against your mates, right? And then it's sort of kind of like, okay, gloves are off now. We can kind of play without any restrictions, any worries. We know how they're going to play. We can play our game. That belief is massive in tournament play, and I think it's something that maybe isn't talked about enough. We talk about mechanical ability, strategy, all this thing. Sometimes you just believing you can beat your opponent. And when you get into a 1v1 fight, that you know you're going to beat them, you're going to hit your shots and they're going to miss. It really does come down to just little things like that, belief and confidence that can carry you through these rounds.
I'm surprised that Ghost Gaming got knocked out as well. Like, I mean, Six and the rest of the team, they have been so impressive in arena game modes, and I don't think they would have probably expected to go down to a team like Arena Demons 2. So that shows what a team these guys
that's the thing.
are.
Yeah, saying that shows how good they are, right? That shows how dominant they've been. I don't know what the series. I'm pretty sure it was a game 5 that the Ghost Gaming took them to, which probably even better. It's not like the Arena Demons came through and it was a 4-1 and they were sort of like, oh yeah, cool, this is like a convincing win. They were tested, they were pushed to the limits, and they clutched up in a game 5, which is going to further contribute to the fact that they're going to feel confident coming into this game.
Yeah, I think that they need to take all that confidence from the first 2 rounds here, not be disturbed by the fact that they have had to now wait for this pause because we're waiting for the game to be remade. Momentum is everything, and we have seen in other esports kind of toilet breaks just to try and disrupt that momentum, because honestly, when the adrenaline's pumping through you, sometimes you hit those shots just a little bit better. I have seen some people, when the adrenaline's pumping through them, miss
series, but nothing talks about this start here from Luxford. He picks up the first knock, immediately traded out though. Did a little bit of damage on his way down though, as obviously Aries and Reeds are going to drop, and again it's just 2 teams running at each other. Reeds will go down. It's all up to Oxy Aries to try and clutch up, as information being given by Luxford, but it's not good enough. Perfect start here for Monas. They clutch up in the 1v1, and they'll put the first round, I should say, excuse me, of our game 3 on the board.
Well, this is what Monas needed to do. They needed to kill the momentum of Arena Demons 2, not allow them to snowball out of control, not allow them to get the economy on their side where they can freely buy just some extra goodies, get utility on board. So by winning this first round, now Monas should be able to dictate the pace of play and try and stick it back to Arena Demons. Try and show them why they are the OG Arena Demons and why they originally had that name, and that they shouldn't dare try and take it off them.
Now, Arena Demons 2 are going to make sure, or try and make sure, I should say, that Monas do not get some of that momentum you're talking about. Even though they're 2 down in the series, 1 game is all it takes. You need to start to believe a little bit more. Shots through the smoke coming in from Luxford here. He's a little bit disorientated himself, working his way through the smoke, and in the meantime, while he finds his feet, obviously Aries is going to fall. Arkstar going to be thrown out. Reeds manages to get 1 of his own, though, so it's going to be traded 2 versus 2 on the map as it stands.
Got to be careful now. Can't afford to make a step in the wrong direction. Slightly out of place, and you probably are going to be punished for it. Luxford wants to try and take an angle here with the Mozambique, but Mozam manages to get the crack. The damage again is there from Luxford, but then here comes the trade. Rani pushes in, does the damage to protect Timmy, and now it's a 2 versus 1, and I don't think Oreed is going to be able to take 2 of these players down in such a quick succession, but as I say that he gets 1, it's not going to be enough. Monas go 2-0 up. And this is perfect for them. They should be able to shift momentum back in their favor if they can carry on playing this way.
Yeah, the only way that Oreeds wins that is if he finds one of those weak players very, very quickly and manages to get in, finish, and then gets out with that grapple. You could see the idea for him. Just a little bit too much of a delay on it, and well played by the 2 Monas players to make sure that they didn't give up an easy death towards the end there. But what a turnaround this could be. Arena Demons 2-0 up in the series, but Monas responding in this game 3 with 2 rounds. Now it could be 2-1. They close 1 more out.
This is what the people want to see, right? We want to see it go a little bit further. We don't want to see a quick 3-0 sweep in maps and we just progress to the next round. Instead, we want Monas to make a series of this, and it looks like they have woken up a little bit here in map number 3. And I wonder whether this is going to carry on into round number 3. Arena Demons are going to have a little bit more resources to work with, and perhaps that's all they need. Just
these later rounds where it's less about the Mozambiques and it's more about some of the automatic weapons or some of the better weapons that you can purchase in those later rounds. And now, of course, you got purple shields to work with, so things get a little bit more comfortable. You don't have to worry about the blues being depleted too quickly. But Monas, they want to finish this up in 3. They've got 2 chances to do so, a little bit of a cushion to work with, so they could go for a risk here in this round.
Dimmy's trying to move up a little bit here. He's going to throw a Skynade into that central room. Not going to get any damage. The smoke will also go in as Dimmy tries to get an angle on the cross. You'll see some players through that digi threat. Doesn't show up on our screens, but certainly will on his. Aiden the Destroyer having to drop down low here to pop a battery. So a little bit of positional advantage given away. Dimmy's going to try and wide swing here and catch a player off guard, but can't land any shots on the cross. And now you have to say both teams a little bit split across the map here.
Yeah, both teams reluctant to try and engage in a straight gunfight because they know what happens and what follows. Certainly Arena Demons are very much reluctant to because they haven't won a 3v3 engagement so far on this map. There's the tag with the smoke. Dimmy is very low, and so is Rani, just healing. And now this is the chance for Arena Demons to push up. They want to get aggressive on this one. They get the first knock. Rani goes down, make that 2, and make that the full 3. Arena Demons, they put their first round on the board and they say, hold up, wait a minute, someone ain't right. Monas are not going to be able to win this comfortably with a 3-0.
1 match point denied then by Arena Demons 2, but they're going to have to do it again, as Monas still have the opportunity to close this out now after getting those 2 initial rounds on the board. Interesting to see what the strategy is here. Is it getting more fast-paced action? We can see a slow down ever so slightly. Doesn't seem to be the style of either of these teams.
No, we certainly haven't seen that circle close to the final circle like we did a few times during EMEA, where both teams were just accepting they were going to have a little bit of a poke off, deplete all the resources, and then they'd fight when the circle forced them to do so. No, both these teams are certainly taking it to one another. Pathfinder versus Pathfinder action. Reeds does the initial damage, but at least he's going to have to back off. Hasn't been able to get those meds though. So Monas, yes, kind of won that initial engagement by forcing him back and gaining control of this loop hill.
Dimmy couldn't quite hit those shots on the cross and took a little bit of damage himself. Going to have to back up now or find at least somewhere to pop a battery. No knocks as yet. O'Reed's is going to have a player in front of him, and I tell you what, this could be the first knock, and it is going to go down to Arena Demons 2, a 3v2 in their favor now as they try and collapse in the final 2.
Aiden the Destroyer just caught a little bit lost in the middle of the map. Are they going to be able to turn this 3 versus 2 into a 3 versus 1? Rani's very low. There's going to be the knock though. And Mona's giving themselves a chance here. What can Dimmy do? He shreds through. Doesn't quite get the knock, but it was a hell of a lot of damage. And somehow, some way, Mona's keeping themselves in this one. You've got to hit your shots here. Reeds is going to be the last remaining player. He has got back up to a full shield, though, and will come in to clean things up. Arena Demons tied up 2-2. But Monas, they certainly made that difficult for the Arena Demons.
They really, really did. Arena Demons nearly threw that one away. They had a 3v2 advantage, and it got a little bit messy, and it got a little bit ugly towards the end. But as you can see now, they have managed to deny 2 match points, most importantly. So we won't get this decided in this round, but we will have one team put themselves within striking distance. But that opening pick was the all-important difference maker, as it is in so many rounds of Arena. And the question is, who's going to be able to pick that up this time as we head into round number 5?
You can tell they play each other quite a lot, by the way, with the kind of agreement of which Flex Legend is going to be used. It's something that we credited Monas a lot for, was that they like to choose which legends for certain maps, and they found that there were better compositions than others. Monas again being aggressive on this loop hill. Dimmy having the advantage in terms of positioning, will shred for an 84. Now has to slightly back off as one of his teammates has gone down.
Rani has fallen. Oxyaries gets the opening pick. Arena Demons 2 find themselves with only 2 people to deal with now. Luxford trying to move in, trying to convert this damage that's been done into another knock, and all of a sudden this is turned on its head. Monas were up by 2 with only 1 player alive now. Should I say 2 player alive? Things have turned around. Oxyaries comes in. Now it is just the one. Aiden Destroyer, last player alive, will go down. That's 3 back-to-back rounds for Arena Demons 2. What a turnaround this has been, Dan. This has been really, really impressive from them.
I mean, maybe we should start calling them Arena Demons 2.0, because they just seem to be an upgraded version of the original Arena Demons that we saw. Monas are getting outgunned, outclassed, outshone here in the losers bracket semi-finals. The loser bracket final awaits, and Arena Demons are just one round away from finding themselves in that. It would be a 3-0 series sweep if they win this round. Monas, they need to clutch up. They had map point earlier. They've thrown it away, and now they need to come back into things.
Well, here's the grapple, and I've got to say, both of these players, especially Dimmy, has found the quickest possible way to get to that pill. Using every single little bit of geometry. Overeats is going to be trapped between two arc stars here, and he's not going to be able to get away. Dimmy moves in as the Pathfinder to get that knock, and Mona's now looking to respond to the aggression that's been brought to the table. Bangalore in front. Some shots a little bit wavy there. Are going to get the damage done, and now Arena Demons too found themselves somehow being able to get back into this round. Luxford is going to challenge when he didn't have barely any HP to work with. And now it's a 2v1. Oxyeri is the one trying to pull off something special.
I think it was a case where he knew if he just ran there in the smoke, he was probably going to get seen by a digi threat anyway, so tried to do the damage before he went down. And now Oxyeri's on his own with little hope, but we have seen some crazy things. Always difficult when you've got the single fire weapons, but now he whips out the automatic, gives the Volt. The Volt certainly will give you a chance here to try and win this engagement, but it doesn't matter. The Monas, they go for the tag team, and they suffocate the final remaining player. And that's going to be 3-3. So we're going all the way in this matchup.
We certainly are. There's been a enthralling watch between the two teams, to be honest with you. Every single map, not just this one. And one thing that's kind of impressed me, to be honest with you, is the switch up in playstyle coming in from Monas. We've kind of put them down as a team who like to play a more methodical approach against some of the other teams we've seen in the bracket. But now they're playing against some people they know very well. I think they realize that they're not going to be able to be given the time to play that way. So they're just having to match aggression with aggression. And this is a vital round for both teams now as we go in all tied up.
Well, I think they've always wanted to play aggressive, but some of the teams they've gone up against played a little bit slower. So they said, okay, well, what advantages have we got here? We've got the legend advantage because we're playing this composition for a reason. So let's try and make sure the map goes in our favor. But Monas, Dimmy, struggling a little bit, and he's going to be the first knock. Oxyeri comes in, Rani will get the trade, so it's still a 2 versus 2.
Reed's trying to move up to his teammate Luxford here. Rani, last player alive now. It's going to be very tough for him to win. He's not going to be able to get it done. Advantage goes to Arena Demons 2. And now it's match point. It's series point here, Dan. And this could be the 3-0 sweep completed.
But every time that we've seen Arena Demons 2 there, Monas has just pulled something out here on this map, and I'd expect it to happen again. It just seems like, depending on which side you spawn, the Arena Demons win on one side, the Monas win on that side as well. So if history repeats itself, this is going to go 2-4-4. But maybe Arena Demons 2 will just want to close this one out, try and push their way into the losers bracket final. And they have a juicy matchup waiting for them. My Little Phony are waiting just to try and eagerly get back to the grand final, I'm sure, after they lost 3-0 in the winners bracket final. Reeds takes a lot of damage, and that's going to be the signal for Monas to move in.
A bit of a shot on the cross there from Dimmy. Swaps to the Mozambique. All the digital threats you could ask for here. Has to switch around. Has to re-establish where his reticle is going to be trying to do damage. But Rani here for Monas gets the first knock onto Luxford. Oxyeri's will go down, and it will be all up to O-Reeds now. It's a 3v1 for him to try and win. It's looking impossible. And we're tied up again. We're going to a tiebreaker to decide if we see another map here.
Sudden death. I mean, I think we saw it coming with the pattern of play here in the last few rounds between Arena Demons 2 and Monas, but judging by who's been winning from which side, it would suggest Arena Demons 2 would then take this last one and take the series, but maybe Monas want to upset that pattern and they want to change things back in their favor so that they can have a chance of trying to get back into the series. Red Evo shields, of course, in sudden death, so it's going to be a little bit more damage that you have to output to try and take someone down. We haven't really seen care packages come into the equation, so we don't have to worry about Kraybus or anything of the like. Instead, it's just been sheer aggression, sheer gun power. As soon as damage is done, everyone's diving on it.
Well, Arena Demons 2, we're looking to send it. This time they're actually playing a little bit of a different side of the map, and it will be Monas who are playing towards those meds we were talking about just a few moments ago. There's a grenade going to do a little bit of damage here to O-Reeds, but the red Evo shields are maybe going to make those grenades a little bit less effective than they were in previous rounds. The Destroyer going to be smoking the cross, taking a bit of damage on his way, but This is where you are seeing probably the slowest round we've seen out of any round so far between these two teams.
Who'd have thought when it's sudden death and suddenly everything is on the line for Monas? This could be the difference between $1,000 or what, 1,500 I think it was for third. Correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe it was 2,000. Either way, there is extra money for third place. And if you can get to that grand final, I know for sure that second place is $3,000, first place is $4,000. Those are 100% the correct amount. But neither team can really think about the grand final just yet. Need to face what's in front of them. Still have a loser bracket final after this one. And Monas have to stay alive, otherwise their tournament's over. Arena Demons 2 very close to pipping this series.
Oh, finally just got caught there with that grenade in his hands, which allowed Dimmy to get a few extra shots out. There's 75 flesh. Rani picks up the first one onto Reeds. This is massive. Oxyeri's last player alive. He's going to have to do something absolutely magical. He gets one, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see another map between these two teams. Monas take the win here on Overflow. It's 2-1 now in the series to Arena Demons 2.
Great fight shown and demonstrated there by Monas. You could have quite easily just kind of hung your head in shame, accepted that you weren't going to be the better team on the day when Arena Demons had match point after match point. But Monas, they stood strong. They trusted in their ability, trusted in the fact that they can win 3v3 engagements in these really fast-paced rounds. And they showed a lot of bravery with their pushes. You had to be confident. You had to make sure that as soon as there was any sort of damage, you all linked up and you all focused the correct player. And as you say, if someone got at all kind of isolated, whether that be because they were looking the wrong way, whether they're cooking a grenade or whatnot, just caught with their pants down a little bit, on both sides, that was always taken to be an advantage. You always make sure you push that player. And then as soon as there was a 3 versus 2, I mean, it was like clockwork from that point.
These are some of the highlights we saw, and it was just all fast-paced action. There wasn't too much time to really think about what was going down for either team, because every single team was being pressured. Every player was being pressured in any different position they found themselves in, but it was the first blood that pretty much decided everything. There's a couple of rounds where the first blood was exchanged very quickly, where it didn't become quite as influential, but once again, the Bangalore smokes caused quite a lot of issues here on Overflow, and I'm pretty sure that most teams now who are going to be watching are going to realize the importance of Bangalore on this map especially.
Yeah, Bang just cutting off some of those visuals, very important. Yeah, okay, everyone's got digi threats, but that means you are restricted to having a digi threat on your weapon, which means you have to kind of change those scopes when you're buying things, spend those materials differently. And well, I mean, Monas, what can we say? We needed that from them. We needed to see them demonstrate that they were at least going to get their foot into this series ever so slightly. I wonder whether there'll be frustration on the side of Arena Demons because they came so close to closing out this series 3-0, and now they're going to have to dig deep again going into map number 4.
As we get through these replays and we set ourselves up for this map 4, do we dare to start talking about the idea of a reverse sweep here? Because that is the ultimate way to establish dominance over your mates, over a team that you know very well, is to let them go 2 up and then say, hey, look, we were just trolling, we're hustling. We're going to win this series in a game 5 by winning 3 back-to-back. I have to plant that seed here for Monas and see if they can do it, but it's a long way to go, and with how close these games are, you have to think that winning 2 back-to-back, 3 back-to-back, is going to be very, very tough to do.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where like you say, oh, we were just, we were entertaining the stream. That's the reason why we gave away the first 2. But Arena Demons won't want to let that happen. They won't want reverse sweep to be a thing. If it does get to 2-2, the momentum very much will be in the favor of Monas. It does seem like both of these two teams are momentum-heavy teams. They really do flow with the victories, flow with the rounds. Arena Demons weren't really able to gather any momentum throughout that game. It was a constant back and forth and going to and fro. And now we move over to an anomaly, I think, in the map selection here. We've got Hillside Outpost, which is one of the newer maps that's been introduced to Arena. And we've seen several ways this has been played throughout the competition. Certainly in EMEA, we saw it a few times. There are some teams who have disagreements with how this map should be played, how this map should be designed, the fact it is designed in the way it is. There are certainly advantages to be on one side rather than the other. especially as the spawns flip and the circles change. You can see there is the kind of outpost area at the highest point of the map. That's going to favor one team who spawns on that side. You get the ultimate high ground. Even some buildings on the low side have a little bit more cover than the other. So you have to play it in a certain way where you know you're going to be at a certain disadvantage. So you need to try and take the round to your opponent when you're at that disadvantage. But if you are the team that has the advantage, you need to make sure you win that round. Otherwise, suddenly things could start to snowball out of control and you might find yourself losing 3-0 very quickly.
Or just send it.
You know, that is something that both these teams have been doing.
Saying.
You know, I talk about strategy. I try to give some analysis, but for the most part, it has just been a case of both of these teams full sending it.
Well, we're going to have to see how the two teams do approach Hillside Outpost, and if they practiced it, if they do know it's in the rotation, if they have been able to scrim on it, how many games they've got under the belt, if there is some strategy that maybe they're going to bring out. Because that's one thing that we saw about Monas, right? They brought out some strategy we hadn't seen before. They were the first team in an arenas tournament to bring out the 30-30 repeaters in the first couple of rounds. Mozambiques, all that sort of stuff. They've been playing different legends for different maps, and I just wonder if we're going to see something new here from them.
I think Pathfinder is very important. I'm trying to think of like a flex character that could be used.
Horizon?
Horizon, yeah, we did actually see Horizon on this map. I think that's a good shout. We might see both teams play Horizon because you've got a lot of elevation, a lot of buildings that you can get on top of, so that would make sense.
And Caustic. Watson and Caustic. Get in a building, bunker up,
don't like that.
Awful.
No, don't like it. Even the thought of it is making my insides crawl. But I mean, the Caustic ultimate could cause a lot of trouble in the late game, especially with the circle coming in. I don't think so. I think it's more going to be Horizon, especially with the speed of which these two teams have been playing. The black hole could play a huge part as well, especially if a team's kind of hiding in a building, waiting for that circle to come in. Black hole, 6 grenades, bish bash bosh, and you've probably won the round.
What are your views? I've seen a few thoughts. I've had a few thoughts, by the way, on economy of arenas here. I think that you should be limited in the amount of grenades you should carry as a player. I think 1 or 2 or 1 of each should be the max you should carry. Thoughts? Discuss.
I mean, there is a limit, but maybe the limit's too high. Yeah, I think you are right. You could play Fuse and you could get double that, but yeah, grenades do seem to be very influential. I think we're seeing that as the arena metagame is developing, that those frag grenades especially arguably could be even too cheap for what they're able to do, both zoning, information gathering, and just outright damage, of course. So we're into the game. Monas are going to be playing the Revenant. Arena Demons are going to be sticking with the Bangalore, so no Horizons. Instead, it's going to be Monas looking to be aggressive, looking to try and silence their opposition, whereas Arena Demons are going to be trying to cut off those sight lines again. And also, the Bang Ultimate can be used to zone a little bit later on.
Big shots coming in from O-Reeds, and just a little shot to see if that player was going to peek as well. Trying to predict the movement. Rani now trying to predict the way he wants to move. 14 flesh damage, and hello, that's a great angle being taken by Rani. However, it's been traded out almost immediately as Dimmy does fall down. Aiden now moving over to his teammate, trying to get that knock, trying to get that finish, but can't do it, and maybe leaving himself a little bit exposed as he fires out the silence, and will hit it as well. That's going to buy him the time that he needs just to reset. I wonder if we're going to see some trades of reses, or if we're going to see just Aiden just take his time to get those cells out and get back to a little bit more of a stable base, or if he's going to poke his way through the door and his teammates are going to win the game alongside him. Very, very impressive.
Monas did really well to just suffocate Arena Demons there, force them into a building, and then just surprise them, of course, with the Mozambique shots as well. It does help when you've got a player on the ground who is knowledgeable, knows when to be pinging, knows when to not ping, as they can be distracting, but that extra information is everything. We know how important info is. That's the reason why Bloodhound's banned, Seer's banned in this tournament, because they just give too much information. They make it far too easy, and it should be a skill gathering that information and try and working out where people are. So that's why you see some people finishing players on the ground, so that extra information can't be gathered, but at the same time, you don't really want to waste your time finishing someone when you have to worry about other people who are staring at you. So Monas still have momentum on their side, and they go 1-0 up here in this map.
Really good turnaround from them. Just a reminder that if you're just joining us, they went 2-0 down in the series. Not just 2-0 down in the series, it was the way they went down 2-0. It was a little bit of a wake-up call as Arena Demons dished out the damage. And the Destroyer's taking a little bit of damage himself now, and he's going to exchange a bit on the Bangalore, who's trying to be a little bit sneaky underneath him. Luxford having a double time out of there, managing to do so, move towards his teammates.
But what Reeds is taking a lot of damage, and Mona's are going to have the advantage once again. Dimi got the final amount of damage with the Mozambique from distance. And now it's going to be a 2 versus 3, and we need to see Arena Demons 2 clutch up. It's difficult, though, when you've only got Mozambiques and P2020s in these opening rounds. Certainly a little bit easier if you've got Volts and whatnot, the automatic weapons. You've got a flatline to work with, maybe. But as I say that, the damage comes out, but it's not enough to get the knock. And that will also just allow the rest of Monas to push it.
It's a 2v3, but they will be able to reposition at least. Oxyeri's trying to shoot these players on the cross with the wingman. And Luxford being able to break some shields that Mozambique is going to allow him time to at least move towards his teammates. And as I say, get those cells popped and maybe a chance to get a little bit of HP. Luxford going to try and reposition through the middle of this building, and he's going to play a corner. I wonder if he's just thinking that this player might run through the corner. He did, but the opportunity wasn't taken there by Luxford. Arena Demons 2 down to just 1. Oxyeri's has got a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do, and only Wingman and Mozambique single fire weapons. I mean, fair enough, he's hit some big old shots there, but not enough to try and win the round. And Monas find themselves 1 round away from suddenly tying up the series 2-2. It's funny how quickly these things can turn around, and how quickly these games can go when rounds are won back to back. But we did see a team in the previous game go 2-0 up, and then suddenly it was all tied up 2-2. So I'm sure Arena Demons will be confident now with a little bit more economy to work with, that they can purchase some weapons that are a little bit more comfortable in getting in engagements. But there is the death totem there. It's ready. It's waiting for Monas, but didn't work out on Party Crasher a little bit earlier. We'll see whether it works out here on Hillside Outpost.
They need this round, and they need it badly. Momentum starting to go quite heavily against Arena Demons 2. Here is the death totem. There is the jump pad. Revtain, welcome to the party. The bane of players in ranked, and it might be the bane of Arena Demons 2 as the first knock comes in. And I'm pretty sure there might have been another one as well. Dimi got 1, but no, it's just the one going down, but that's good enough. The totem has done its job.
We also saw them get the 1 knock on Party Crasher though, but then weren't able to follow up and get the kills on the remaining 2 players because they were too weak. But it looks like this time it's a little bit better. They've got the pad to re-engage quickly. Oxyeri's is very low here. Luxford as well, struggling, and it looks like this is going to be the 3-0 sweep. Mona's right back into the series.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to a map number 5.
Let them know. Let them know. Few extra shots to the body. It's what we love to see. As Monas, as you say, respond in the most emphatic way possible. As we head to a game 5, Dan. And I mentioned the reverse sweep. I put it out there. I sowed the seeds. We find ourselves in a situation now where it could very much become true life.
Seed is blossoming, isn't it? And that seed of doubt is going to be planted into the back of mind of Arena Demons too. They'll be thinking about the potential reverse sweep here. They'll know they had several match points. They had several series points on the previous map, but Hillside Outpost, they weren't really involved in this game whatsoever. This was very much the home of the Monas. They dominated, they utilized Revenant for the first time properly. I mean, the silences are of course influential, but surely, you know, you want to get that ult down, you want to get the Revtain combo out, and it worked. An absolute treat. A treat maybe like, let's say, sweet potatoes with marshmallows on top. Some might consider that.
Do you know what? I'm leaving it aside right now. I feel like we've caused enough controversy today for everyone to deal with, and I'm going to let the gameplay in front of us do it. I'm not going to. At some point, we'll have more downtime. We'll have to fill. But there's one headline here, Dan, and that is Game 5, and that is where we're heading. Who's going to go through? Monas, Arena Demons 2. It was the match that you were looking for. You've got it. And it's going to end in the most epic way possible here. Where is your money as we head over to FaZe Runner?
It's too difficult to call. I mean, so FaZe Runner. So let's look at the maps that have been won by both teams. 3 very close range maps in the last 3 that we've seen. The closest thing to FaZe Runner, Party Crasher in terms of size, that went to Arena Demons 2. I feel like Monas have got a little bit more experience though, and you know, we were talking about how Monas failed in the previous Arena tournament where they got to that final, but then everything kind of fell apart because of lack of experience. Is that the same case for Arena Demons 2? I know it's not a final, but it certainly is the top 4 of a tournament where you're looking at kind of doubling your prize money by getting to the next round. And that's a lot of prize money for teams who maybe haven't been competing, who aren't signed to an organization. Neither of these teams are signed, right? They're playing under their own names and their own tags. No one to represent, no one to take any of their prize money as well. That's also important. So there's a lot of pressure on the line here. I'm going to go for Monas. I think the reverse sweep is really alive right now.
You're going with Monas.
So you're going for Arena Demons.
How did you guess? How did you
always
guess?
go against everything I say.
No, not at all. I just want to make things spicy here. I think it's been a very spicy series. I think it's been a lot of fun to watch and commentate. I'm sure everybody who's watching is loving it as well. I'm seeing the chat is showing a lot of love for both of these teams and all the players involved. So, I mean, hopefully they give us a game 5 to remember as well. I don't want this to be a 3-0 sweep. I really want us to go all the way down to the wire here. And I kind of do want to see the reverse sweep because it's a great story, but at the same time, I kind of want to see the underdog a little bit. You know what I mean? Come through the team who's showing up in their first arenas tournament here, playing against the mates, all very good, close friends. I want to see those bragging rights brought to the table, you know?
You're saying you're seeing a lot of hype in chat for the teams. I'm just seeing Mona's on top, Dimmy the wingy kingy making way for the 3,030-foot space for Aiden.
Rani popping off like a QT.
Oh my God.
OMG.
Yep.
Call me Pappy.
Great copy and pasta. Actually, I'm going to get involved. I think this is
do you know what?
pasta that needs to be happening.
This is true. This is a better way for us to spend our time than discussing the first thing that comes into our head.
Yep.
There we go. Let's get the copy pasta going in the chat, everybody. We are 5 minutes. There's a 5-minute delay on the stream, so you won't see this for a little bit, but hopefully it starts popping up and everyone can start making sense of why we've just put that in the chat. But, something for you to look forward to.
I mean, Monas are popping off, right? Like they were 2-0 down. They were looking like they were just getting battered. Like this wasn't going to be the tournament for them. There was several series points for the side of Arena Demons 2. I was already kind of writing it in the newspaper headlines. Arena Demons take name from previous Arena Demons, then knock them out of the tournament. Well, Monas, they have denied all of that now. Regardless of what happens, both these teams have put on a show for us. It was exactly what we wanted. It's entertainment at the end of the day for the viewers and for us as commentators. But it's crunch time. It's map number 5. This is where you need to dig deep. This is where you need your clutch players to step up. You can't afford to make any mistakes, but you also need to be playing with the same confidence, right? Like if you start to show any sort of weaknesses now, you're just going to offer up so much space on the map for your other team where they are going to just be rushing you time and time again and eliminating you off the server.
Certainly going to be a very interesting one. We're actually going to take the opportunity because one of the players has asked for 2 minutes before we get into this. We can carry on, or you know what? We'll carry on through it. Let's build the suspense. I don't want to go to a break before we come back here. Because I think we can see this through now. We can see this through. We'll keep going. We don't need to catch our breaths. I'm hyped. I want to get into this game. I want to get moving forward. I want to get into the game. I want to build the suspense for everyone watching at home because this is going to be a banger.
So, do we see Rampart? We've seen Monas bring out Rampart quite a lot on Phase Runner. Are we going to see that be the case on the other side? These two teams, they've scrimmed a lot, so Arena Demons 2 will know that Rampart is potentially a thing, so do they combat that with another Rampart? Do they feel like they have a legend instead that they want to get involved with? They go for another aggressive legend to try and just jump on them when the damage is there? Do Monas even feel like they've got enough time to play Rampart here? Because there's been so much speed in which you're probably not even going to get the shields down, right? You're not going to get the amped cover up. Sheila's probably not going to even make an appearance, so then the ultimate is out of the question. So perhaps they don't go for Rampart.
It's going to be... I honestly don't know. I don't know. Rampart could be used. It's something we've seen, as you say, Aiden the Destroyer use a lot. But that was when they were playing a slower pace game with poke damage, right? I just don't... I don't see it happening here. Call me crazy.
Crazy.
Right? Call me crazy. I think I'd see... I'm trying to think outside the box too much here. I was thinking, do you know what? Horizon could be pretty good when you got teams going up against each other and fighting in these close quarters battles, because you can take that elevation away and you can take yourself out of the fight for a few seconds while being able to deal damage down. But at the same time, then, we've seen players looking comfortable on certain legends now. And I think that throwing something like that in that maybe you aren't as comfortable in, you're not as well practiced on a map like this, it could be detrimental. And you could look back at it and go, probably shouldn't have picked Horizon there, which is a mistake that you're not going to be able to get back. So I think, in my opinion, best composition for this map is Octane, Path, Gibby. Simple as that. I think it just works. I think you have jump pad, you have zip line, you have bubble. And I think all of them are vital to success here on a map where you have a little bit more space to play with.
I think we're still going to see Rampart. I think Mona's, that's their composition, right? That's what they stick with. The biggest question for me is whether we see a Rampart on the other side. And I haven't been able to see these two play each other, right? I know they've been scrimming, and I know they scrim on their channels. By the way, check them out. I'm sure there'll be the fans linking it in Twitch chat. Give them some love. Give everyone in the Apex community some love. Anyone playing in this tournament, go and follow their Twitch channels. Go and follow their social media channels, because the more that these players grow, the more that the esport grows in general. And if you like arenas, the more chance that arena will also grow within Apex esports. If it is a Rampart versus Rampart scenario, then we might get a far slower game than we've had in the previous 4 maps, where there'll be an element of respect for each other, or the 2 players who aren't the Rampart clash in the middle, and then the Ramparts are just left to just mow things down from a distance behind amped cover. Sheila gets involved, and that could certainly be an interesting factor indeed.
Or I can present you with another option, Dan.
Right, okay.
Send it.
Just full send it?
Send it.
So, okay, if you want to full send it, then you could go for like a Revtane combo, or the Revenant only really works on like the close quarter maps, right? You leave yourself a little bit too vulnerable on a map that's quite large, and this is one of the larger maps.
I don't think send it really works here, to be honest with you. Although it might. I think a lot of it depends on zone as well. Because when you do see the zone that ends up the phase runner side, the finished phase runner, if you like, instead of the one that you can see on your screen right now, it gives a little bit more tendency for those close range battles, whereas on the other side you have the wide flank and you have kind of the wall that plays the divider, right, when you can't get those clear lines of sight, so you do start to see slightly slower rounds. So I think that could come into it here. I mean, it's going to be tough, especially with the way that teams want to approach it, right? Because Arena Demons are coming in here, Arena Demons 2, excuse me, are coming into this, and they've just let a 2-map lead slip. So I think they might be thinking, how do we approach this? You know, we've just been matched for aggression. It hasn't worked for us. Do we try and slow things down? And, you know, these thoughts of what's gone wrong are in your head. Whereas Monas are probably going to want to try and keep the pace up, because they're like, okay, all right, we've got the adrenaline flowing right now. We want to keep going. Maybe that's why there's this little break, by the way. Maybe someone's trying to ice someone on the other team, you know? Maybe that's also happening. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think round 1's going to tell us all we need to know, though.
Killing off momentum is important, right? Like, I was joking about toilet breaks earlier, but, I mean, what happened? We saw Arena Demons go 2-0 up. Then we had a little delay where the games didn't get started for whatever reason, a HUD observer bug or like a player bug. I don't care what happened, but something happened. And then suddenly, you know, Monas, they walk their way back into the series, and they very firmly regain momentum, and they shift everything in that favor. So now maybe Arena Demons, they slow things down here. They take a couple of minutes break.
Here we go.
And it might go back in their favor.
Perfect time as well. The 5-minute delay on the feed has just been met with a wall of copy pasta. So it's the perfect time for everybody to get hyped, because it's Monas versus Arena Demons 2. It's game 5. It's an elimination game, and Aim the Destroyer is on the Rampart and is almost immediately being put on her back.
Luxford also playing the Rampart as well, so we do have a Rampart off. Oh, Oxyary taking some big damage. Got to get away. At least you are the Octane. At least you can avoid those bullets ever so slightly. Just the thought of Sheila on Sheila action a little bit later is just taking my breath away, if I'm completely honest.
Hey, Dan, don't choke. These players aren't allowed to choke. You're not allowed to choke either, okay? Deal?
Trying not to.
Okay. Take a second. Get a glass of water. It's been a long day. Long couple of days. We've been screaming for what feels like forever now, but this is the kind of game that gets the blood flowing, gets the juices flowing as well. As a commentator, when you get to these game 5s, you get to these clutch moments. And at the moment, a little bit of damage being exchanged, but no knocks, as both players have a full complement of players, as we see round 1 start to close.
Oh, nice shots through the small little crevice that you're able to pop up by that loot crate there, or by the loot bin. Loot pill, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter, there's loot in there. Circle closes, ring 1 surrounds the 6 players, and this is already the slowest round that we've seen throughout this entire series. As we expected, oh boy, Dimmy just ran into a world of pain.
Oxyaries, that is the kind of play you need to make if you want to win game 5. You go on the flank, you try and get a cheeky angle, and then you play with your teammates and you slowly whittle away the last 2 players' shields. Reeds is going to clip from 45 with the wingman. Now he's going to try and send it up with his teammates, who are Gonna try and force them into a situation they don't want to be in. Monas do have a ring advantage though. Couple of amped covers going down. There is a longbow as well as an R99 in the hands of Aiden. So a big headshot here, and all of a sudden there might be an opportunity to make this 2v2, but now with the shield cell being popped, it's looking like it could be the end of days. Especially in round one. There it is. Monas, they will fall. Arena Demons 2 after that first blood will get the first round of the board.
One of the avid viewers of Monas and Arena Demons watching their scrims has said that apparently this is usually a map that goes in favor of Monas. And when we interviewed Monas yesterday, Aiden the Destroyer said that they felt uncomfortable when they played a team in the winners bracket because they'd never played them before. They weren't really sure how they were going to play. Well, they know exactly how Arena Demons are going to play. They are usually the winners on Phase Runner, but they do find themselves 1-0 down here. Arena Demons got the jump on them. Dimmy was taken down as he wormed his way around the corner. He's met by 3 wingman bullets right to the dome. How can Arena Demons push on from this? They've got a little bit more crafting materials to work with, whereas Monas will be slightly behind in that aspect.
Lux are going to be sliding across. Amp cover going to be going down. There's a nasty head glitch to be played with, and that's 57, which is certainly going to help. Well, the Skynades now coming in from Monas, trying to be aggressive, trying to move up. Dimmy's having a little wide peek here, but can't quite connect with the initial wingman shots, and he's going to receive a bit of damage for his troubles. Everyone just slowly healing up at the moment. Nobody with a clear advantage or an opportunity, more importantly, to push up and get that first knock.
Nade's coming out, and there is a little bit of connection there as well, so you know full well where that player is. Information gathered, damage done, you force out the resources from the other team. Oxyeri's elsewhere, it's taking down Dimmy again, the first player to fall. He's going to be disappointed. It's always the bad thing when you are the aggressive player. You're going to get caught out sometimes.
Good shots from Oxyeri's. He's trying to commit to this now, gets another break. Player moving up on the stairs, might be able to finish this one off. Rani, last player alive. He's going to fall as well. Arena Demons 2. One more round away from closing out map number 5, and more importantly, putting themselves into that next round and sending Monas out the tournament.
On series point again, they've been here. There's a couple of maps ago. They've probably forgotten about that right now. Just got to focus on the task at hand. One more round. You have a cushion here. You can go for something a little bit crazy. Try and take Monas out of their comfort zone. You've scrimmed these boys time and time again. You know their tendencies. So let's go for something different. What wouldn't they expect? How can you get the jump on them? Is it, bringing out the Octane pad? Is it bringing out some different weapons? Arena Demons, this could be it. This could be the series in this round.
Zipline down. Luxford first to engage. Trying to pick a player off. 36 is going to do a little bit of chip damage, but not a huge amount. There's the amp cover going down. With Skynades now. Frank's being tossed up into the sky. He's going to destroy that little bit of amp cover. Take that head glitch away from Aiden the Destroyer. Ronnie already taken a lot of damage. You can see he's being forced to use a battery. Real pressure now on the shoulders of Monas down.
A lot of pressure indeed. Backs against the wall. Couple of damage. Elements being forced their way, and Arena Demons, look at them, they're at full health. They are very confident the shots are being hit, and all they need is that one signal, that one little bit of damage. And there's the ping. They've singled out one player. Does get away this time.
Mona's really struggling, to be honest with you, in this game. Or in this round, I should say. It seems like they're constantly on the back foot. They're constantly burning through meds. And the longer that goes on, the more difficult it gets. Ronnie taking damage as well. He's going to have to be forced backwards now. Uses yet another shield battery. Dimmy now down to low health. It really is starting to look like Arena Demons 2 are just constricting Monas into a corner. It's still not that first knock, and Monas have held off the push.
Monas back up to full health. Aiden the Destroyer does take a lot of damage. You've got to be careful here. You've got to hit your shots because now Arena Demons are making their move.
Here comes Reed. Moves in, 45. He gets the break on the shields as well. He's going to be taken down to around 20 HP. Is there anyone in position, though? Everyone is healing. No one could get that first blood.
Nice shots from the Rampage. Just tracking there, Aiden the Destroyer. He can give that information. And now here comes the full send. The Pathfinder is in. Still, no one been able to get that first knock. Dimmy very much above the rest of Arena Demons right now.
This is so tense between these two. Aiden the Destroyer. He's got no shields to play with. Rani got no shields to play with. Here comes Dimmy then. Another Pathfinder escapes as one flies in, one flies out. Skynade now. Arena Demons 2 have been in so much damage. There is that first knock. Oxy Aries, a huge opening now. Another player in front of him can't quite land the shots. Rampart taken down to no shield. This is looking like the moment here for Arena Demons 2. They get the job done, Dan, and it was done in emphatic style.
Oh, they just absolutely trashed them on phase runner. They knew exactly what Monas were going to do, and that's what happens when you are going up against a team that you've scrimmed time and time again. Even if this is a map that usually goes the way of Monas, in tournament play, you've just got to focus on your gunplay. You've got to focus on pushing as a unit, and everything just sync together there for the Arena Demons. It's a shame to see either of these teams eliminated at the top 4 stage. I would love to see both of them get further, but it's the Arena Demons 2.0 who progressed to the losers bracket final. Crazy, really, that was a losers bracket semi matchup, if I'm completely honest. That could have been a grand final with how tense it was.
Yeah, really, really big shots. And to be honest with you, that round, it never looked like Arena Demons 2 were going to lose it. To be honest, they were doing so much damage, chipping away. It was just back foot being forced further and further back for Monas, and then just that opening kill, the first knock, the first blood, however you want to call it, that went in their favor, and from there they were able to collapse. And I think the stats speak for themselves, Dan. You're looking across the damage dealt. Oxy Aries is the man who got that all-important first blood in the last round to give them the win. 1,220. Oh my god, you know what, it's getting
Almost
late again. 1,225 damage to his name, leading the lobby.
There we go. Got there in the end. Yeah, I mean, maybe Monas will probably be a little bit annoyed at the fact that they've scrimmed Arena Demons 2.0 so often, because it seems like they've taken everything they've learned and they've put it into practice, and now they find themselves in a loser bracket final against My Little Phony. And I tell you what, if you thought, oh, well, you know, maybe the loser bracket finals, there'll be a little bit more slow-paced action. Yeah, no. My Little Phony are another team who very much full send it, and we're going to see 2 aggressive teams just clash in the middle of the map time and time again. But what a series that was. A pleasure to commentate. It's awesome to see all 6 of these players thriving in the arena community and in arena tournaments. We heard from Aiden the Destroyer yesterday in an interview that they are going to try out BR, even though a couple of the players aren't big fans of BR. They're going to get involved, and I hope we see them in some ALGS tournaments soon.
It's certainly going to be good to watch them progress, and congratulations, of course, more importantly, to Arena Demons 2, who stay alive here and keep their hopes and dreams alive of making that grand finals with a lower bracket run. But for now, it's time for us to catch our breath, because that was one heck of a series. When we get back, though, we'll be following the losers bracket. In the meantime, head over to gloot.com. Sign up for a free account so you can start competing and tracking all of your stats in Apex Legends. Don't go too far. We'll be back in just a few moments with some more Apex Legends. How we doing, everyone? Welcome back once more to the GLL Arenas Summer. And one of my favorite parts of the show is when we get to speak to the players who have been putting in such amazing performances, and we get to ask them a few questions. So what better to do than do exactly that? And HyperX Quadcast is going to give us the ability to do that. So we're going to invite on a very talented man by the name of Reeds from Arena Demons 2. He's got a friend behind him as well. He's brought the whole posse out with him. It's his brother. It's a brother. Okay.
He's been hyping me up.
Hello to the brother, and rightly so, Reeds, because you guys have been dominating a little bit today.
Yeah, we've been playing really good. I'm super proud of my team. We've been practicing all this morning, so I felt we were really prepared. Our ability to adapt mid-game to each individual team and their comps was really good. So yeah, I was proud of my team.
I wanted to jump in very quickly and ask you another question, Dan. Sorry to jump in. I just wanted to tell us a little bit about Arena Demons 2. Because we've heard from the chat, we've been in the Twitch chat, that apparently you guys are very close with Monas, the team. How has it come about that you guys found each other, been playing in arenas? Tell us a little bit about your story as a lineup.
Right. So we started on PS4, and me, Ronnie, Aiden, Dimmy would play. Whenever one of them wasn't on, I would hop in, and yeah. Oxy and Lux, I met them on PC. Just through playing ranked and stuff like that. They were friends with other people I played with, so I noticed they were really good. Oxy's one of the best 1v1ers in the game. Luxers are really good at flexing on any character and just really good at adapting and calming and keeping the team composed and everything like that.
And so you've scrimmed Monas a lot, from what I've heard.
Oh yeah.
Was that how you foresaw the series going? Did the maps go the way you thought they were going to go? Did you beat them on their best maps at any point?
Yeah, so we beat them on Party Crasher, which is by far their best map, I think. I knew like all their strats, right? So I was kind of able to counter that. And on Hillside, we played it earlier in the tournament and we did good. So we're like, let's just do it, whatever. But yeah, we're not good on it. We're not good. And then Thermal, we played it earlier in the tournament too, and we felt really confident on that map. So we wanted to do that. And also we saw them play against G2, who they lost to on that map. And we saw holes in their game. So we wanted to pick that.
Nice.
Awesome
and
stuff.
Phase Runner is just favorite map. So yeah.
I want to ask you, a question which is a little bit tongue in cheek right now, which is, how good does it feel to knock out some of your friends?
It feels great.
Yeah. Does it feel good?
Yeah.
There's no like, it was a great game.
I wish that one of us wasn't in the loser brackets, so we could have had a chance at running into each other in finals. But yeah, it feels good, and nothing but respect to them. They're insane players, great team. Yeah.
Were you a little bit? Did they tell you off for taking the Arena Demons name? Like, I mean, we've been going through it quite a lot. Like the Arena Demons 2, we've been saying about copyright issues and whatnot. But was that a tongue-in-cheek decision to almost pay homage to their original decision?
I was just like, it was just in like a split-second decision. I was just like, I don't know what to name it. Arena Demons 2. So yeah.
And now you've renamed
you.
Going for that name.
Dan's renamed you to Arena Demons 2.0 because. Yep. Yeah, you got the win. So you guys now are the rightful owners of the Arena Demons name. Well, what we're gonna do, we're gonna let you go because you've got another game to get involved with. And congratulations on the big win. Really good to speak to you and introduce you to the Apex scene. And best of luck moving forward.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you so much to Reed, and thank you so much, of course, to HyperX Quadcast, the beautiful microphone you can see over his shoulders right there. Dan's got one in the background as well. There it is, as he turns like Dr. Evil. Although I combine the two, the turn of the chair and my head. We're pretty close with Dr. Evil, right?
I mean, if I shaved my head, I probably would have been closer to Mini-Me. So there's a reason why,
Oh my God, it's Halloween soon, Dan.
Halloween party.
It's Halloween.
Tell you what, it's tempting just for a Halloween party. If you drive all the way down to mine for some sort of Halloween shindig, maybe.
Even better, let's any TO find an excuse to get us on an Apex broadcast where it's Halloween. Just saying, the option is there. You can finally shave your head down. I know you've been desperate to do it.
Desperate.
Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about the bracket and let's talk about what we've got coming up because we do have more games to bring you, of course. And we're going to move straight into our losers bracket final. You can see it right there. My Little Phony versus Arena Demons 2. We just heard from Reeds and very happy with the way that he's played. But one thing that really stood out for me, Dan, was in that interview, a lot of work's gone into those performances. It's not just a case of three players finding each other. They really have gone into the nuances of Arena and looked at their opponents as well and found the holes in their game.
Yeah, they knew exactly what kind of strats were going to come out from Monas. That's always the downside of playing against a team that scrimmed you a lot. I mean, I guess Monas could maybe say the same thing about Arena Demons. Maybe they knew what kind of strats they were going for. But if Monas are the OG team who have played a little bit more arenas, they're going to be the ones looking to be proactive, right? They're going to be the ones looking to make the move. They're going to be the ones being innovative with which legend selection they go for. And Arena Demons can just counter that. And they did counter that. And they found so much success. It was very close. 3-2 in the end. We went all the way to a best of 5, but Arena Demons made it look comfortable on that last and final map. But now they have an entirely new and different challenge in front of them. They have My Little Phony, who on day one certainly tore people apart, and we'll have to see whether they can do the same thing here in the loser bracket final.
We have our map picks because the players are ready in the lobby and we want to get the game underway straight away. So the first map will be, I'm not going to ask you to guess, Dan, until
Overflow.
Map 5. Oh, you're going with Overflow. It's
I
Gardens.
always say Gardens.
You were always going to get it wrong. You were always going to get it wrong. So My Little Phony go with Gardens. They've had some success there. Arena Demons, map number 2, they pick
Phase Runner.
Phase Runner, Thermal Station. Again, just leaving the best to a last, Dan. He's getting predictable now. He's throwing harder than I've ever thrown a game of Arenas. My Little Phony for map number 3. It's Party Crashers. We're going to give it away, don't worry. And Arena Demons will answer back. That wasn't one of their favorite maps. And Arena Demons, I think they're going to go for Overflow. I'm going to guess here. Overflow. No, Phase Runner. Okay, after their performance in the last round, no surprise to see that. And then map 5, Dan, you always get this one right. What are we going with?
Overflow.
It's Overflow. He is Mr. Game 5. Dan Gaskin loves a Game 5, loves to clutch up. That's what he's all about. So what do you think of that map layout?
So after just speaking to Reed there and what maps they're confident on. Thermal Station, they had a great time. No wonder they picked that. Phase Runner is one of their favorite maps, and they took Party Crashers off of Mona's. So there is 3 maps right in the middle there that could be back to back to back and provide them with a victory to send them to the grand finals. We know My Little Phony are different gravy when it comes to Gardens. I'm sorry for bringing up gravy again, chat. Don't worry, we're not. I don't mean it like that. It's just a saying. Overflow, I think we'll go to My Little Phony if we get there. So I think Arena Demons, they really need to get the job done in maps 2, 3, and 4.
It's going to be a fast-paced start to the series, which I think we'll learn a lot about both these teams, because we know how My Little Phony want to approach things. They want to fly, they want to soar, they want to get that bubble down, and they want to make you hurt. As I thought of a rhyme and I couldn't get one, so I just gave up completely and just went with the first word that came into my mind. But you could also say that on the other side, Arena Demons too, they don't mind those close range fights. We've seen them play at a high velocity, a high pace, a high octane, whatever you want to say, you know, in the way that they've approached things. So this could be a quick map between the two. First round's gonna be vital, Dan.
My Little Phony look more comfortable in slower paced gameplay than Arena Demons 2 do. So I think for My Little Phony, one of the keys to success is slowing this game down, forcing Arena Demons 2 just to kind of take a step back a little bit and assess how they're going to approach the game, and suddenly realize, oh, well, you know what, we've not planned for resources here. We've not thought about getting the loot pills. We've not thought about how we're going to play the last final circle, which position is the dominant position. They just like a good old scrap. Whereas I think My Little Phony have a little bit more knowledge when it comes to which areas of the map to play. That doesn't mean that My Little Phony win, though, because Arena Demons 2 have demonstrated that a lot of preparation has gone into it. They certainly like to play more fast-paced, but who knows? Maybe they are going to be comfortable with a slower-paced gameplay as well if they're forced into that scenario. And I think My Little Phony may try to at times, but also My Little Phony like to play extremely fast-paced. And especially on Gardens, usually it's an engagement that happens within the first 20 seconds or so.
I think it's going to be fast-paced. I think anything else would be a surprise to me, to be honest with you. I think we're going to see first bloods within the first 30 seconds, especially in rounds 1 and 2. We might see a little bit of a change of pace depending on what side of Gardens we go to. We seem to see a little bit slower gameplay, I would argue, on the higher side than we do on the lower side, but we'll have to see how it does play out. But predictions, Dan, how do you think this is going to go? Is it going to be Arena Demons 2 marching their way through to a grand final, or is it going to be their opponents who are going to knock them out?
I think James wants to get back on broadcast, so I think that just that inspiration alone to have an interview with us again and see his smiley face.
Now he's just realised he's listening. He's we can't win now. I don't want to go back with those two.
I don't want to get between those two annoying casters, commentators, whatever they try and do nowadays. They talk about food for half the time. I think My Little Phony have got this one, but I think it's going to be across 5 maps. I think this is going to be very close. I think Party Crasher is going to be the real deciding map. If we see Arena Demons take Party Crasher, then they take the series. So I think it's all going to come down to that map number 3.
We'll have to see if it goes to map 4 or if it will be decided on map 3. We're just waiting for the players to load into the lobby. We want to get this started as much as you do. There's not much really more to say about it, to be honest with you, apart from the fact that there's a big jump up in prize money now. If you get into that grand final, you jump up to $3,000 for just getting into that top 2. $4,000 will be for first place. So that's going to be a little bit more pressure on the shoulders as well. Well, all of these players in the lobby.
Imagine a world, right, where, there isn't a pandemic and we get to play these tournaments on land.
What a world it would be.
What a life. Where we get to see, Kangana going toe-to-toe with the likes of Dude's Night Out, the likes of My Little Phony, the likes of Arena Demons, right? We get EMEA versus NA. We get the best of the best. We don't have to have these regional differences, but alas, we have to wait for those beautiful moments to happen again. We're into map number 1 then, between My Little Phony and Arena Demons.
Here we go then. Reeds, who we've just seen on broadcast, very impressed with the way that he spoke as well. Very complimentary of his teammates and the way that they want to approach things. Just have a little poke through the window, as My Little Phony are going to be caught on this low ground now and have to work some positions themselves. One player just working around the statue though and trying to get some angles. James Fearless did manage to hit his shots, excuse me. And now we are seeing Horizon on the lineup from Arena Demons 2.
Did like that as well, using the grab lift to try and kind of project James Fearless up into the air, but it just missed. But again, that's a different way you can use abilities, trying to take them out of cover, because if he did hover up there, he was probably going to be obliterated by the rest of the team. something similar that you see sometimes with Octane launch pads, right? You throw it at someone who's trying to hide behind cover and throw them into the air, so then you can obliterate them as well. But Arena Demons 2, they have the high ground here. My Little Phony very much on the back foot now because they've lost the fight.
Oh, Oxyaries once again being the entry fragger, doing so much damage on his way through as well. My Little Phony gets some cracks, and Tempest will actually answer back to get that knock. Tempest now falling down, hasn't managed to get the shield crack, and that is going to be the collapse coming in. Arena Demons 2 picking their moment and allowing Oxyaries to do what he does best, and that's get in position, get on the flank, and pick up that first blood.
Now that the Arena Demons 2 have knocked out the original Arena Demons, aka Monas, are we just allowed to call them the Arena Demons? Do we not even have to focus on the 2 that's behind the Arena Demons here? Like, do they just
I'm good with it. Yeah, I'm good with it. We'll call them Arena Demons.
Yeah, they are the Arena Demons from now on. And they've taken a 1-0 lead here on Gardens. They've got the Horizon to try and give them a little bit more elevation in times when perhaps you don't have the high ground. My Little Phony have to sacrifice round number 1. They just weren't able to get the positioning, and they also weren't able to get the early damage. But Launchpad is going to be ejected, and unfortunately, Pathfinder misses the zip on that occasion.
45 Oxyaries again. 3 players on the roof, so we're going to have to keep our eyes out for Skynades here, as Fury's going to take himself down to the low ground. A bubble goes down, almost catches a player on the cross here with the Eva 8, but the Horizon is going to use that grab lift to get back up to height. So we're seeing a real exchange already. Reed's taken down to barely any HP. Tempest is going to reach out as well, but he's going to be the first down. And once again, it's that man, Oxyaries, who's getting that first block.
Arena Demons, I mean, My Little Phony, they tried to dictate the pace of the play there. They dropped the bubble, they dropped down, and unfortunately you drop down on the one player who can regain height extremely quickly in the Horizon. Really unfortunate. My Little Phony find themselves 2-0 down, and Arena Demons very close to taking this map 1 very quickly. And it's My Little Phony's pick, remember, here on Garden. So what a statement it would be if Arena Demons can quickly 3-0 them on the and really just say to My Little Phony, hey, we're here to play. We fancy a grand final. We fancy a minimum of 3 grand here.
It's going to be a big moment for them as these rounds progress. Just in the background off camera, I've been attacked by a moth.
Whoa.
I know.
Go
terrifying.
careful.
What happens when it gets late? It gets dark and I've got bright lights on.
You had flies earlier and now you've got moths. Just
honestly, it's like a zoo in here. James Fearless. A little bit of a slower pace this time from My Little Phony. And it needs to be, because Arena Demons are taking advantage of the fast pace that has been presented to them. And Oxyaries is, in my opinion, the player to watch, because he's been picking up so many of these first bloods by just taking a little off angle and, to be honest, being very brave with the angles that he's taking.
I mean, Reed said that he was the best 1v1 player in the game, right? That is a massive compliment. I know that you're always going to hype up your teammates, but there's no reason to lie. He seems to be the man to watch, the man who does hit his shots time and time again. Luxford has the black hole as well here, so My Little Phony have to be careful. If they all do just hunker down in the building, suddenly that black hole is going to arrive and grenades are going to follow. So I wouldn't be surprised if Arena Demons at least save 1 nade each here for when this black hole arrives.
Reed's trying to peel this player off of the head glitch around the back of the statue. Hasn't quite managed to connect as yet. There's a little bit of a standoff between the two. There's some Skynades going down. Oxyaries going to be in position to hold off this push, but smartly backs up towards his teammates. Some damage going to be done. Now the bubble has been forced. Oxyaries is going to take a little bit of a wide angle here. Here's a grenade to throw into the bubble. And there's the black hole as well, but nobody has been brought into place. But look who it is. 3 out of 3 now. And oh my word, double 71s, but can't get the second knock. James Fearless now left on his own.
Last remaining player to try and keep the life alive for My Little Phony. Try and keep the map alive. At least he's got a lot of shields to work with, but very little health. Nice 41. He's got the tag. 45, 71. He's doing the damage here, James, but it's not going to be enough. Arena Demons 2 take map number 1. They take My Little Phony's map pick, arguably one of their best maps as well, in, well, a very quick, impressive fashion. 3-0. My Little Phony blown away on Gardens.
I had a feeling this series might go, especially... It might go like this, excuse me, especially after the way that the previous series ended. I mean, Arena Demons are going to feel invincible at this point, taking down their good friends in a very tight series and being in a position where they're really warm, they're hitting a lot of shots. And this man, Oxyaries, 3 out of 3 first bloods for him. He really has been so good at finding those angles. And when he does, he hits the shots to get the knocks as well.
Wow, that was so quick. My Little Phony probably don't know what's hit them here. I know they would have been expecting fast pace. They would have been expecting just a great fighting team, 3 controller players who absolute aim stars. They just don't miss. These boys do not miss. It was scary when I watched the original Arena Demons, right, take part in an arena tournament, but Arena Demons 2.0 just seemed to be the same, if not better, when it comes to their aim. And that is terrifying. And now we move over to Thermal Station, and we saw what Arena Demons did on Thermal Station to the Monas. And if they do the same thing, suddenly they're 2-0 up. And suddenly they are so close to their grand finals, and it'd be Party Crasher again, another map we've seen them have victory on. You know, I said that I think it was going to go towards My Little Phony, but it's hard to look past what Arena Demons just did there.
I agree with you. I think it's very difficult to look past that. And now that we move on to our second map of the series, this is one where, like you say, Arena Demons looked very good and very fast paced in the way they wanted to play it as well. They weren't playing around the dome. They weren't playing any poke damage, and they're going to be met with that kind of aggression. I just feel in these straight 3v3s at the moment, they're just, it's difficult to match them. It really is difficult to match them.
It's difficult to keep me awake at 4:45 a.m. all right, but the way that these Arena Demons are playing, they are very much keeping my eyes peeled. More so than some of the European teams, if I'm completely honest. It was about 10 hours ago, but I felt more sleepy watching some of those slow poke games. Bore off, you know. Get me in some high, fast-paced action.
How dare you, strategy?
Yeah, stop it.
Stop using your brains.
But this is the thing. There is strategy. There is method to this madness. Like, there is a reason for them playing this way. It cuts out that ability for people to play the resource game, people to play the poke game and start to calculate, you know, how much shield cells do they have, how many bats do they have. If you are a team who is not particularly good at tracking things like that, then completely wipe it out of the equation. You don't have to worry about it if you push right off the second you do some damage. And I feel like that's the case for Arena Demons here. We've seen My Little Phony play that map, Gardens, very differently before, right? Where they've played it strategically, where they've played it a little bit slow, they've thrown their sky nades, they've used defensive bombardments, and Arena Demons didn't allow them to breathe. They didn't allow them to think. Even when they had the high ground, they invited them down low, and they said, oh, gotcha, thank you very much. The bait was there, they dangled it, and then they took the high ground off them. And always, My Little Phony were at a disadvantage in the fight. They were always fighting from low to high. Thermal Station slightly different. There isn't necessarily as much elevation aside from the donut. You see that being played sometimes, but even then, the engagement usually happens down low or on the middle tier of it. And a lot of it happens at the drill side of the map, right in the center. People play the building. If Arena Demons are hitting their shots like that, then I think Arena Demons are going to run away with this one. We need to see My Little Phony turn up. Someone needs to start clutching up and hitting shots more so than the boys of Arena Demons.
I think you've got to start calling out Oxyeri's position as well, because he's the one who is constantly getting into that little situation, finding that little off angle. Yeah, I thought you're struggling to keep having to manually keep your eyes open.
Like, I've said this a few times. I've got a sty in my eye. You can see it's visibly quite red.
I'm winding you up. Don't worry.
And it's sort of like I could wear like a hot compress on my eye and I'd look like a pirate, but I decided, you know, I'd brave it. I'd use both eyes so I can see all of the Apex action uncovering.
Got it, lads. Got it.
Now I'm trying to look for something I could actually use as an eye patch, and it's either a cupcake wrapper, a crisp packet, or my passport. So choose your poison. What do you think would make the best eye patch? Make it.
You got UV protection. You see, with the what do you call it? The reflective side. Whatever you do, what they salt and vinegar, Chris. Don't put them up. Don't put that on your eye.
I was just looking at it.
Oh my God, jeez! Don't put that on your eye. The last thing you want to do is rub A salt or B vinegar onto your eye. Perfect. You look great, Dan. And it does look like we're starting to lose our minds ever so slightly, but you know, that's where we are right now. Hopefully we can get this game as quickly as possible. Apologies for the delay, everyone. We want to bring you the Apex as quickly as possible, and sorry you had to deal with us in the meantime, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep the energy high, Dan, because this is going to be a very, very important map number 2 in the series. Hey, look, it's Dan.
Yar.
Dan Cam.
That's the thing. I promised that I would stay awake in the games, but between games, you know, that's a different thing. I don't have the Arena Demons to keep me awake anymore, so I guess I'm going to have some knocker.
Hey, do you know what? Hey. Cheers, Dan. Cheers. There you go.
Cheers, mate. This was actually empty, but cheers. Cheers. Thanks. It's actually empty, that one. I've had enough caffeine today. Got to look after myself. Graceful said earlier that we have to look after ourselves.
Here we go.
So I will. I'll look after myself. Now Arena Demons can wake me up again. Let's see if they have the same explosive drive on Thermal Station that we saw against Monas.
Well, Tempest is going to be taking a little bit of a wide angle, and it will be My Little Phony with complete control of the dome building. So this is really good news for them positionally. It's just interesting to see how Arena Demons actually try and take this back. Are they going to try and play the aggressive game? Are they going to try and push forward and do that damage? Or are they going to just slowly chip away? And at the moment, it looks like the latter. Players trying to get those angles. A little bit of damage done, but not being able to quite connect with the shots they would have wanted to so far.
So the Bangalore for Arena Demons. Cut off those sight lines. Be a little bit frustrating here. Mozambique through the smoke. And they've got the power position right now. They've got the donut building. They're sitting on the second floor. It does mean that My Little Phony will be somewhat closer to this package, but it looks like, you know, maybe Arena Demons can utilize the smoke to try and grab the package here and ensure that that's not going to be going in favor of My Little Phony. Havoc rifle is there. Some sort of light weapon, another Havoc. Oh, RE45. 4.
Anyway, that RE45 can do a lot of DPS if you get up close and you hit shots. And one thing these guys are certainly doing is hitting a lot of shots up close. So that could be a little bit of a game changer.
2020, right? Like,
oh, for sure.
Even
it's one
though
of the highest DPS guns in the game.
Yeah, even though it's not necessarily a Volt or a flat line that will be able to...
Not a sexy gun, is it?
No,
I think it's the best. You know what I mean?
But it does the job, right? It's going to be an okay round 1 gun that certainly in the right hands could do some damage.
Well, here's Luxford trying to get a little bit of an off angle with that RE45, and we'll see it shred through some shields if he can get into range.
Enemy spotted.
We can really make it pay. Pass that Havoc off. Not going to be able to do too much damage this time. The staircase is going to feel most of the brunt of the RE45 so far, but the team's now being forced together, and this is where things might start to get a little bit sticky here for Arena Demons. They don't have the Gibraltar bubble to cross across that open ground. But Fury's trying to make a little bit of a play here. And it is going to be a 2v2 round this corner. So James Fearless flies in and he'll get the first knock. It's Origins who goes down. Now what for the rest of his teammates do? Tempest will go down, so it's a 2v2 now. Luxford with the RE45 still in hand. Oxy Aries also still involved in this fight. He doesn't have the digi threat. That could be the difference, but there is the RE45. It's coming out to say hello. It's a 1v1, the RE45! Wow. Just gone 4:45 a.m. and the RE45 is bringing me back to life.
I mean, I said 4 when I saw the RE45, but you put it in the right hands, that gun does some damage, but you've got to ask questions about My Little Phony. They had the map positioning. You were just literally talking about what was going to unfold, right? The Arena Demons were stuck in a position where they weren't going to be able to move across the map. They weren't going to be able to get out of dodge. Yes, they had the bang smokes, but for the most part, My Little Phony should have been able to track their decision making and be able to do the damage and then win the fight. But they decided they wanted to dive on a player. Okay, they got the first knock, but then they put themselves in a scenario where they had to win that engagement right there, right then. So I question that decision. I think Arena Demons will be delighted that they pushed them because the Arena Demons are Arena Demons for a reason. They hit shots. They do the damage.
My word.
Through shields here. Almost getting the knock is Luxford. He manages to pass it off to Oxy Aries. And there is the first blood.
Guess who does? Oxy Aries again. I'd love to see his statistics on first bloods throughout this tournament because he has been on fire. Damage being done by teammates is one thing, but being in a position to make it count is completely another. Tempest does get the trade, though, so Oxy Aries is going to go down. Luxford picks up another, and it's all up to Fury now. He's trying to dance his way around these smokes. The only problem is one thing to dance, but it's difficult to dance around the bullets that are flying towards you. There's a beatdown, making it a statement. Didn't go for the bullets, went for the right foot.
Absolute boot to the face. Something that Kane would be proud of back in the day. The big boot, one of the scariest wrestling moves that you will ever see, especially as a man who is only around 5'9", and Kane is like what, 6'10" or something.
I think if he went for a big boot on you, he'd miss.
Yeah, he would. He would probably just go over.
Exactly.
In fact, I think that happened. I think Rey Mysterio probably did that once, where he just ducked underneath it and then hit him with the 619. Anyway, wrestling moves aside. Or actually, let's keep focusing on them. Maybe Arena Demons want to hit the 619 onto My Little Phony and go 2-0 up here because they have them very firmly against the ropes.
Hey, I'm going to keep it modern and keep it relevant. Ready? Arena Demons win this. Maybe they can say to My Little Phony, it's time to go to sleep. CM Punk chants ring out across Thermal Station. My Little Phony then need to find a foothold in this series, not just this game. But it has been somewhat of a struggle for them. Luxford's trying to be aggressive once more. Again, double time on Bangalore, something that is overlooked in my opinion. The ability to get in and out of fights as well as having those smokes.
Let's reposition
Has
here.
been a little bit of a difference maker. Another legend there might have taken a little bit more damage, which might have left her in a position where someone could get into a position to add a few more bullets and really give a first blood opportunity. But having that double time to get out of dodge, so vital once again.
Yeah, same reason why Octane is such a kind of popular legend to play, because they're very speedy and very difficult to hit. Now, Bangalore's hitbox might be slightly bigger than Octane's, but for the same reason why Octane is difficult to hit, Bangalore has similar reasons for sure. But Arena Demons now slowing this one down ever so slightly, but that's more because My Little Phony have just backed off. They don't want to take the quick engagement because the quick engagements have not gone their way whatsoever. Care package is down, and it is there for the taking if Arena Demons want to go for it. The R9's not going to do too much damage from distance, but again, neither does the Mozambique, yet it is very annoying poke damage.
The reason that I laugh there is because if that's me and I hit 9, I say it's one shot. We've all been there. We all know it happens. Anyway, Luxford.
I've done the damage. Where are you?
Literally one shot. Anyway, back to the game, because this is map point here for Arena Demons to go up by 2. And it was an R301 that was found in the care package. Even after the laser beams from Luxford putting that player to an absolute one-shot up on the tower. Here's some Skynades to try and force the Pathfinder down. I went a little bit too long, but the Pathfinder has actually dropped down to the floor and is now going to retake that high ground. It might be in a really damaging position as we're going to see Luxford flying with the R9. Oxy Aries once again missed the first blood. Rename this man as he picks up the first down of the game.
Oh, and Reeds has been able to hit the bat. I think Luxford's an alright amount of health. Oh, as I say that, Reeds wasn't able to hit the bat. My Little Phony do push up at the right time. Tempest has gone down elsewhere, so it's Fury and James Fearless, but at least they're both a very healthy total. I think this is a straight 2v2, but Fury is really struggling here. Here come the shots, and now it's still a 2v1.
Shots are going to come in. They're not good enough. Luxford might have a chance, though. He can finish off this kill quickly. Things might change. He gets the R9 snap and the spray, and Arena Demons. What else is there to say? They're clutch. They're devastated. And now they're 2-0 off.
Confidence from Arena Demons there. I mean, Luxford was in a 1 versus 2 in that situation. I know that My Little Phony players were somewhat weak, and Luxford definitely had the weapon advantage, but you know, they played for those weapons, not just the R9 that were purchased thanks to the economic advantage they had, but they also were going for, you know, the care package that dropped down. They got the R301, they got the RE45 in round number 1. This was the difference maker. It's Luxford. I know we're talking a lot about Oxy Aries, but Luxford was just different class in that game, really clutching up when they needed him to, and they are just 1 map away from sending My Little Phony out of this tournament. My Little Phony, who I had odds-on favourites at the start of today, I must be honest, after how they performed yesterday, and we might not get James back on broadcast if things keep going this way.
It might be the Reed show, to be honest with you, with the amount of wins we're seeing coming in from Arena Demons. This was James Fearless sliding down, and this was the clutch to close things out as we go over to the point of view of this man, Luxford, you were mentioning. Dipping, dodging, diving, retreating, and beaming. It's as simple as that. All the words that need to be put in that order were, and it says exactly what happened in front of your very eyes at home. So this is where we find ourselves now down 2-0 up. Our Arena Demons 1 map away, moving through to a grand final.
My Little Phony haven't even been able to get a kill yet. Yes, I know you're going to say they got knocks, but no confirmed eliminations. They're on the struggle bus on My Little Phony. They're going to need something to really turn this around.
All right, then it's time for us to go into a break before we come back for our map 3. Remember to head over to gloot.com in the meantime. Sign up for a free account so you can start competing and tracking all your stats in Apex Legends. Question is, will Arena Demons be able to close this out in a 3-0 fashion, or will the comeback start when we get back? Welcome back, everybody. We're ready for our next game's action. If you didn't hear me, hopefully you do now. Welcome back once again. It's GLL Arena Summer, and it's time for our map 3, which could be the final map now of our losers bracket final. Dan, if you're just joining us, Arena Demons 2 in the bracket, but officially renamed Arena Demons now, are 2-0 up over My Little Phony, and looking like this could be their map where they close it out.
Yeah, they were able to take Party Crasher off of Mona's, off of their predecessors, the previous owners of the Arena Demons tag, and I think they were maybe a little bit surprised by that because Mona's are usually the winners of Party Crashers when they scrim. So if they can carry on that momentum, if they can find that same kind of play style here, then you know, it's going to be 3-0. They're going to be in the grand final, and My Little Pony haven't shown enough for me in those 3v3 engagements that would suggest that they're going to get back into things.
Well, it's looking like we're pretty close to getting into the game, and we will do as soon as possible, of course, so that we can potentially get a resolution to what has been another dominant series from Arena Demons. And like you said, I think the one thing that is on the side is the fact that they won this against a team who said this is one of their best maps, right? And they took it off of them. They weren't as confident as they were previously, as they were on other maps, I should say. And with the confidence they played with on the first two, I don't think there's much stopping them at this point, Dan. And Oxy Aries has missed the first bloods, is what I've renamed him so far. And for a reason. You can probably guess that if you join us for the first time.
He certainly has been hitting his shots, right? My Little Pony look a little bit all over the place at the moment, by the way. They're very separated, and James Fearless gets spotted through the smoke. He thought he could just offer a little bit of trigger discipline, but that is going to be the Digi threat, just snapping onto James, and now Arena Demons have a 3 versus 2.
They do indeed. Luxford being the man this time to do some damage. Another knock's coming as well. I think there was Oxy Aries in the kill feed momentarily, but he's been taken down all of a sudden. It's a turnaround. Fury on his own with a chance to pull off a little bit of magic here. He's got flesh damage, and the magic is complete. Abracadabra. And then that is what My Little Pony needed.
Absolutely needed that, just to regain a little bit of confidence, get the adrenaline pumping, get some let's goes in the voice comms. If you miss that, you go 1-0 down, you give the economic advantage to your opposition, and suddenly you're starting to think about, the what ifs, what could have been. I said someone on My Little Pony needed to step up, needed to clutch up, especially considering, James went down there, tried to play for the sneaky play, wait for players to walk past him, got spotted out as a 3 versus 2, but then the damage output was just too much from My Little Pony, and Fury had to hit those shots, which he did. And Arena Demons maybe will be a little bit frustrated and will want that one back.
Into round 2 we go. My Little Pony with the advantage, but it did take a big play for them to find themselves here, and I need to see a little bit more from them if they're going to start making a believer out of me that they can come back in this series. Arena Demons 2. On the other hand, they're looking to keep that consistency up. Fury going to be very weak. He's going to take that portal back though, and he will find some cover to play from, so we'll be able to get some meds off at least. Here's Reeds getting a little bit aggressive, and he's going to be challenging this Pathfinder, get some flesh damage down, and who is it? Mr. First Blood, living up to his name. Oxy Aries again in the kill feed. Tempest being very weak. Manages to survive though. Right boot as he is taken down himself. Fury, last player alive now. Both players trying to med up on the other side of things and trying to get into a position where they can re-engage with a HP advantage.
Fury is the Mozambique king though. This is still winnable. We saw what he was able to do in the previous round. Has a lot of health to work with, but unfortunately has been just suffocated by the 2 remaining players, and that's what Arena Demons wanted to do in the last round. At least they've managed to do it in round number 2. Another quick fire round, just an engagement straight away. Arena Demons getting aggressive. Oxy Aries was the man who picked up first blood. It was James who went down first again, so that's going to be frustrating on the other side. We do talk about who gets the first pick and who gets the first kill, but you don't want to be that same player dying first time and time again and having to trust your teammates to pull things back for you. My Little Pony certainly have given it a go in bringing it back though. That could have been 2-0 to them if maybe it had been a couple of shots hit elsewhere. But Arena Demons at least don't fall down to that dreaded 2-0 deficit, so you don't have to worry too much here. It's 1-1.
Zip line out this time. Arena Demons taking that high ground immediately, as you would expect, trying to find a few angles and looking out for those sky nades as well. I wondered why those reticles weren't located onto head glitches. That's exactly why. Now they're going to exchange. They're going to be flying through the skies, but looks like Arena Demons have managed to hold off for now. Taking no damage whatsoever. A little portal coming in from Fury as well, trying to get up close and personal. He's holding onto a frag grenade himself and maybe thinking about tossing that one up into the skies again.
But Fearless has gone down first again. Well, actually, Fury, went down first. Fearless is on a slither of health. Reeds does answer back, but then gets taken down himself, so it's all going to be down to Luxford and Oxy Aries. Tempest is the last remaining player from My Little Pony. Does have a Volt in hand, though. Automatic weapons certainly help, but not helping enough. And there is Arena Demons taking the 2-1 lead, putting themselves onto map and series point.
One more for Arena Demons, and we will have the table set for our grand finals. My Little Pony got a long way to go at this point. A long, long road. And I just can't see them coming back. I have to be, you know, I call a spade, call a brick. I haven't seen anything from them down there suggesting they're going to be able to get back into this.
Yeah, it was just that one clutch moment right from Fury, but you can't rely on that happening round after round. You need to be the ones taking the initiative. You need to be the ones who are getting the first blood and getting the 3 versus 2 advantage. And it's crazy considering My Little Pony were so amazing yesterday. And you know what? They still are playing well, but they just can't keep up with the aim of Arena Demons.
Oxyeri's hitting those shots on the slide. Now going to re-engage as well. The man does not care. The man has no fear. Luxford comes in and will trade things out. 1 player alive left. It's going to be Tempest.
1v1.
And a 1v1 to stay alive, as you say, for My Little Phony. For Arena Demons, Luxford has the chance to put them in the grand finals.
Got the smokes as the bang as well. Connect, but that's just going to be on the people crawling around with knockdown shields. And weapons come into it here. Both have some automatics, though.
Luxford's going to get the crack. He's going to have a huge HP advantage here. He gets a little bit of flesh damage. The question is, can he finish it off? Of course he can. Arena Demons 2 will be in your grand finals. The losers bracket run continues. And to be honest, they just outclassed their opponents. My Little Phony did not stand a chance.
The winner's bracket curse seems to be real. The team that drops from winner's bracket just seems to get ran through in that lower bracket. Kungana did the same thing, right? They came from lower bracket. They absolutely blew through all the teams that they faced up against, and then they just completely decimated NCD in the grand final 4-0 in the best of 7. Are we going to be seeing history repeat itself? Are Arena Demons now going to waltz on into this grand final and say to Dudes Night Out, hey, you know, we're back for more, and we're about to show you how to play some arenas? I don't think it's going to be quite as simple. I think Dudes Night Out are going to be sitting pretty. They're going to be prepared. 2 players who used to previously play on controller, but now apparently play on mouse and keyboard, so I heard, with 1 controller player. So it's going to be kind of the mouse and keyboard versus controller battle in the grand final, and you know what? I can't wait for it.
You just had to say it, didn't you? You had to get the chat going again. Mouse and keyboard versus controller. Change the record. Anyway, it's Luxford who clutched up in the 1v1 with the R99. Hitting some beams, 72. Little poke over the fence as well. And then just having the simple job of sliding around this corner, avoiding one of those either 8 shots and making that 1v1 his own. Not for the first time we saw in the series. Here is the damage that was all pretty much being inflicted onto My Little Phony. Arena Demons down, just devastating.
I mean, Luxford came up clutch several times. Oxyaries was the man getting first bloods time and time again. The assists are across the board, just demonstrates how the team shot was very effective for Arena Demons. My Little Phony gave it more of a game here in map number 3. Certainly, they were able to at least get a round on the board, but that's going to be a frustrating one for My Little Phony. Arena Demons will be delighted to be in the grand final. They guarantee themselves $3,000, and there is the evidence of it, right? Dudes Night Out, they wait in the grand final, but it is going to be Arena Demons who move up to join them.
They are indeed. They will be moving through from that losers bracket final to the very right-hand side. You can see the story that's gone down. So many teams, so many games. The lower bracket, the upper bracket, it's all done and dusted. We are down to a single best of 7 now to decide who will be the champions of North America. Kungana got the job done earlier on in the EMEA region. And Dan, I just need a quick talk, a quick prediction. Who do you think's taking it?
I mean, Dudes Night Out have already beaten Arena Demons, right? But we know that in EMEA, that's not really the way it went. We saw people who lost in winners bracket come back and win in the final, but I'm going to go for Dudes Night Out. I think Dudes Night Out are just going to carry on this run. I think they're going to win in the best of 7.
Okay, well, it looks like the grand final is set, and this is what everyone is playing for. $20,000 total prize pool, 4K for first, 3K already secured for both of these teams as a minimum. And if that wasn't enough to put on the line, then I don't know what is. Most importantly, to call yourself a champion is something that any esports player will want to do. Time for us to take a break, though. When we get back, though, it's grand finals time. It's best of 7. And in the meantime, you all need to do me a quick favor, and that is going to be head over to gloot.com. Sign up for a free account so you can start competing and tracking all of your stats in Apex Legends. If you do that for me, I promise you we'll come back very, very soon with your grand finals all set up and ready to go. Best of 7 just around the corner, and we'll be joining them very soon. We're back once more, everybody. Don't worry, we don't go far. We stay close, and it's going to be, of course, grand finals time coming up very, very soon. But before we get there,
we forgot to do something, and that is, of course, bring on one of our players to have a little interview, as I remember to turn off my air conditioning unit so you guys can hear me a little bit better. It is going to be Reed's back with us on the back of another win. This is getting like a little bit too comfortable right now. You're just joining us every single time that you get into a game, you win it, because that wasn't just a win. That was decimation, I think is the best way of putting it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've been adapting like super well. I feel like we're improving like during the tournament as we go. And I think we're going to be ready for Intel.
They knocked you into the lower bracket, didn't they? I mean, we didn't get to see the full series. I think we joined you right in the third map. Talk me through it. Like, what went wrong? Why did they knock you into the lower bracket? What did they do better than you in the winners bracket matchup?
So we were playing like kind of the long game with wingmans and stuff like that, picking them from afar. And they were using flatlines, volts, and just kind of not peeking, basically, until the ring got towards them and we would have to push them. And they're super good mechanically, so we were getting put down. But I think we're going to utilize a different strategy this go around, and we'll see.
I mean, my question for you is, what's the confidence like right now? I imagine the vibes are like super good right now. The adrenaline's pumping. Are you going to have to kind of just lower that level down a little bit and kind of focus up ahead of the final, not let the emotions get too much of you?
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Like when we would get too hyped, we would start throwing and moving too quick and not playing together. So we're going to try to stay calm and just play our best.
Well, certainly something we saw from the original Arena Demons when they got to a grand final is it just seemed like experience got away from them a little bit. They did kind of throw a few games here or there and they weren't able to get a victory, whereas they might have been able to if they had played that series in an earlier part of the bracket. Do you think that map selection is going to be very important here? I know it's a best of 7, so we're probably going to see the majority of games played, but is there certain maps you want to play early just to give you a little bit of momentum? Do you think there are certain maps that maybe Dudes Night Out want to avoid? How are you thinking this is going to lay out?
Yeah, we want to play open maps like Thermal, and we want to play Phase Runner so that we can keep picking them from afar on those maps and play our game that we want to play, and we don't have to play their game.
All right. Well, ahead of the grand final, now is where I do my thing, which is I want a little bit of trash talk from you. Okay, I want you to send a message to your opponents. What you got to say to them?
We're coming. We're coming hot.
That'll do. Because I don't want you to say something you regret. Because trust me, I've been there. I've said it, and all of a sudden it's on broadcast. So we're coming is perfect. We're gonna let you go and get ready for the grand finals, though, Reader. Thank you so much for joining us. And again, congratulations not only on making the grand finals, 3K you guys back pocket, which isn't bad. Make it
my
4.
First money to be made.
Nice.
There's going to be plenty more in the future for sure.
Oh yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it, and best of luck in the grand final. And a shout out, of course, for the interview being brought to us by HyperX Quadcast, the beautiful microphone that you can see just over my shoulder there in the box, looking all pretty. And over Dan Gaskin's shoulder as well, looking all pretty. Everything's looking pretty. Grand final's looking pretty as well. Good stuff from Reeds. I like hearing from him. I think every single player we've had on so far has been extremely well spoken, but also you can see the passion they have for the game, right? And the amount of time they put into it, the amount of respect they have for other teams and their teammates as well.
Yeah, it's really nice to see as well when it's the first prize money, right, that anyone's won. You were a competitor as well. Like we used to compete in video games back in the day. I know we're old nowadays, but I remember when I first won prize money, it wasn't much back then. It was probably about 50 quid plus, a controller and maybe
a controller,
a hat and a headset.
Do you know the first thing I won is
great. What was it?
The first thing I won was an Xbox 360 charger.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That you put in the controller. It was a charger kit. I was over the moon because it wasn't about that. It was about going back on the forums and saying, you got smashed. You beat us online. Then we got to LAN and we saw who the real daddy was, right? Okay, that's what happened.
Exactly. Online, LAN, very different things.
Perry, if you're watching, Too Foxy. I always hold that over him, by the way. It's great. Just throw that out there. Just throw it out there. Just to remind you. Beat on LAN easily. 3-0.
It's easy. Just as easy as that game was for Arena Demons, if I'm completely honest, and they need to carry that momentum now into the grand final, which hopefully we can get started soon. I know it's scheduled for a little bit later, but I'm crossing my fingers that the players will agree to play the game, so you guys in Twitch chat don't have to moan at us for keeping things, stalled.
Well, this finals are scheduled to start in 50 minutes. We have a schedule here on the show to make sure everything runs, stuff behind the scenes, things you don't have to be too interested in. We're checking with the players to see if we can get it started early, though, because we don't want to make you wait. We don't want to wait either. We want to get some action coming to you, so don't go too far. But for now,
we are going to take a break. We will update the timer to let you know exactly how long it's going to be until we can get back, or maybe we'll just wait until we're told ourselves, and we'll let you know as soon as we physically possible, we will let you know. But in the meantime, it's time for us to go to break. It's time for you to get excited. You know, let that excitement build, because we're getting to our grand final where we have our 2 teams ready. It's going to be a best of 7. And if I can promise you anything, it's going to be a banger. If we learned anything from the final earlier, it's going to be a lot of fun. So don't go too far, okay? Make sure you're near your PC. Make sure you keep that tab open. Make sure you keep the volume nice and loud so you can see when we're going to be back. In the meantime, head over to GLL.com, because you know what you got to do over there, right? You got to head over. You got to do all that good stuff. You got to sign up, get a free account, and start competing and tracking your stats in Apex Legends. Okay, everything's said and done. We're going to go and grab a coffee. We're going to go and get ready for the grand finals. Hopefully you guys will stay with us through this break, and we will see you as soon as physically possible for that grand final. We're back, everybody. It's time for the grand finals. Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for staying awake, everybody. We know it's getting late, but now we're going to bring you the grand finals. The action is about to kick off. Dan, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty hyped. I don't feel tired at all. I'm genuinely excited to get into this grand final. It's been a battle, a war for every single team to get through the bracket, but we finally have our final 2 teams. It's Dudes Night Out. We have Arena Demons too, and this is a best of 7, and it is going to be, I promise you, everyone, a banger.
This is going to be a hot one, enough that probably is going to force you to turn your air conditioning off again. But Dudes Night Out versus Arena Demons
to ruin the broadcast
is where we're at. These 2 teams thoroughly deserve to be in this position as well. They have been the best 2 teams in this bracket without a shadow of a doubt. My Little Friendly will be disappointed, I think, to dip out in 3rd place, but at the same time, you have to look at what they went up against, especially in that previous map where it just was an obliteration from the Arena Demons. But Arena Demons did lose out to Dudes Night Out in winners bracket round 3. That was when it was best of 3, though. If you remember what Kungana said earlier in EMEA, if you were watching all the way back then, when we were interviewing Graceful, they said, look, best of 3s are a little bit different. We lose things out, but as soon as it gets to best of 5, that's when the big boys come to play. And maybe that's going to be how Arena Demons also approach this, where now it's a best of 7, they might be able to actually take it to Dudes Night Out. They said that they felt a little bit uncomfortable in certain areas, and they played it a little bit differently, but now they're going to approach with an entirely different style of play, and I'm excited to see what that style of play is.
Yeah, me too. Just had a little stretch there. Just got caught on camera. Just stretching the back, you know, stretching the muscles, getting everything feeling good, feeling loose before we get into this grand finals. Prediction-wise, though, I'm going to put my cards on the table. I want to see this go all the way down to a final game 7. I really do. I don't think it is, though. I think the one thing that maybe Dudes Night Out have in their favor is the fact that we've had this little break now, which is going to slow down that momentum, maybe take a little bit of adrenaline away from their opponents, and that's certainly going to help them. But I just think the way that Arena Demons 2 have been playing, I don't see how you beat it, to be honest with you. I don't see how you beat it. They're just not missing. They put themselves in great positions. They seem like they've got a meta game down. They've got a strategy down, and they've shown they can play a variety of different styles as well. I think map 1 is massive for this series. If they're able, Dudes Night Out, to take map 1 away, maybe that will put the doubt into their opponents. That's the only way I see this going into a longer series where we will get to that final game 7.
Well, we heard it from Reed's mouth himself, right? He was saying that they've just been adjusting to everyone they've been playing, and they'll be able to know now how Dudes Night Out approach a series. I know it was only a best of 3, but they'll have an idea of what they were doing. They seem to have an idea of what they want to change. At least that's what it sounded like in the interview. They're going to utilize a few different things, whether that be legend picks, whether that be weapons. They said they were getting kind of destroyed by automatics, and the other team, Dudes Night Out, just weren't facing them. They weren't peeking. They were waiting for them to get close range, and then they were just shredding them. So we'll see whether this is a little bit different now from Arena Demons, whether they can find a way to combat that in what I hope will be a very intense best of 7.
I hope so as well. I really do hope so. I think the you know, everyone sticking with us deserves a little bit of a special grand final between these 2 teams. The players are doing their map picks at the moment, so we'll get those to you as soon as possible as well. But what's your prediction? How do you see this one going? Do you think it's going to be Arena Demons? Do you think that Dudes Night Out are going to have been watching these games, the lower bracket run, and maybe they've seen some holes in the armor, so to speak, of their opponents?
So the mistake that NCD made earlier in EMEA when they were in the grand final is they stopped playing after they got to the grand final. They just watched, they probably didn't stay warm, and they dropped the ball. And I think that will be a different case here. I think Dudes Night Out, when we spoke to them earlier, they said, you know, we're going to keep playing, we're going to keep on top of our game to ensure that we're hitting all of the right shots. And if they have done so, I think Dudes Night Out can still win this one. Even though Arena Demons, what they've just shown is some incredible play, I just think Dudes Night Out have some extra strategy behind it, and the automatic use that they're going with, they are hitting their shots at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really important as well. As stupid as it sounds, sometimes, like we've mentioned, it comes down to hitting your shots in arenas, right? And if you're not being able to match what Arena Demons are bringing, you're not going to have any success. It does really come down to something as simple as that. So they're going to have to match them shot for shot. They're going to have to match them move for move, and they're going to have to match them nade for nade when it comes to that initial damage being done. The player that I want to highlight though is the man who's getting all of the first bloods, and we'll get to that in just a few seconds because we do have our map picks coming in now, which means that the series is getting closer and closer to getting started. Dudes Night Out have the first pick here, Dan. What would you suggest that they would pick up?
I think that Dudes Night Out will go with Gardens. Of course, this is a best of 7 as well, so even though you see 5 at the moment, there we go, just like clockwork production on the ball as always. I think Dudes Night Out are going to go with Gardens. I always say Gardens first. Yes!
My God.
Finally!
He saves the best till last. He's on fire. Arena Demons, where do they go next, Dan?
I think they go to Thermal Station on set.
Oh my word, the man cannot be stopped. If you get all of these right, by the way, I'm calling you sus.
No, I think this one's a difficult one. I don't really know where they're going to go for. Let's say Party Crasher. Maybe they go Party Crasher. No,
okay, it's Overflow. So that was you trying to throw the red herring in. Map 4, where do you reckon Arena Demons want to take it?
I think they will go Phase Runner. So I think that's one of their favorite maps. There we go.
Phase Runner. So we've realized that Dan tried to lie on map 3. That's fine. Number 5.
Well, so we've got...
He's been called out. You can tell in his voice. He's got a little bit shaky. He's got a little bit nervous. I can see it.
Party Crasher.
Party Crasher. Okay, now it's pretty obvious that you were trying to lie. So map 6 and 7 production, we don't have to ask Dan's opinion because we know that he has been doing some behind the scenes jiggery pokery. What have we got for map 6 with Arena Demons and their map pick? Hillside Outpost is going to be map 6. Okay, and number 7 doesn't leave us with too much to talk about, does it, for a Dudes Night Out? Map 7 will be, everybody at home, all together now, Artillery. So that is our map setup. That is our maps that we will be playing. And one thing to note, Dan, at the start here, 3 of the fastest paced maps we have back to back.
Also, production just confirmed that I wasn't cheating. By the way, it was easy to go with Thermal and Phase Runner because Arena Demons have picked that every single time in their map picks. Gardens was just a lucky guess with Dudes Night Out, if I'm completely honest. And then Party Crasher was bound to come because no one really likes Hillside Outpost or Artillery that much, it would seem. We haven't seen that many picks of it throughout this tournament. But there is the lay of the land. How do you in chat think it's going to go? Do you think this is going to be Arena Demons? Do you think it's going to be Dudes Night Out reasserting their dominance over Arena Demons as they did earlier in the winners bracket? If things go the way that, you know, picks would suggest, then Dudes Night Out had the advantage, right? That this is their reward for being in the winners bracket is they get to pick 4 of the maps, sort of. But I just think with the way we saw Gardens go for Arena Demons earlier, then there's no reason why they can't win map number 1 and again take the pick away from the team who's chosen it.
I mean, I don't think they have a weak map. I think both of these teams now are in a position where they've played pretty much every map, right? They've played so many games throughout the bracket. I would argue, it's obvious that Arena Demons have probably played more because they've come through that lower bracket. But I just think map picks at this point, I don't think it's as influential in a grand final with both teams playing at the standard they have been, especially with, you know, us not seeing Hillside Outpost until later in the series. That could be a difference maker if we do get there, because maybe one of these teams has played that more than the other. But every other team, every other map that we're going to see, these teams would have already played and will feel very comfortable in their strategies. So did you give me your prediction overall? Did you give me your total who you think is going to take this home?
I said Dudes Night Out earlier, so I'll stick by that. I think Arena Demons certainly could turn that around, and I'm happy to be proved wrong. I'm happy for my prediction to be incorrect. But I'll stick with Dudes Night Out just because they have the advantage. They're coming from the winners bracket, right? They should be a little bit more well-rested, less tired, but I just hope that they've stayed warm. In terms of map picks, we heard that in the interview, they were saying Arena Demons were suggesting that they wanted to go for more open maps, right? They didn't want to play the kind of closed, cut-off ones with loads of buildings. I guess that Gardens does have certain areas which are open, but we'll see how it goes. Grand final time.
Here we go. Grand final. We are here. An early damage from Luxford. A wonderful little off angle early on. Here's Oxyaries. This is the man I wanted to focus on. Mr. First Bloods is his name. And
and get to know that name, because he has been picking up kill after kill off the bat for his team, giving them that man advantage. He's now in position to help out his teammates once more. They tried to isolate this player down on the low ground, but they haven't quite managed to do it. There's actually 3 players now inside. Is that frag grenade going to give them any numbers and damage to work with?
Tried to get the damage with the frag grenade. They certainly have forced them into a building here, and Arena Demons have the advantage. They've also got the automatic weapons. Luxford just puts himself back onto the roof. That is potentially a get out of jail free card for Dude's Night Out, but I don't think they're going to take it. They very much are fighting from the inside out.
Luxford comes in. Good baiting and switching coming in, allowing him to get that first knock. Reed's going to be taken down, though. Man that we've heard a lot from so far today. Oxy Aries is going to swing around, and he will win the round. With the more convincing performance than anyone who's involved in a Jake Paul fight. That is 1-0 to Arena Demons 2. And the Horizon player.
Topical. One of the advantages.
Modern, pop culture, Dan. It's all about keeping your finger on the pulse.
Of staying up late and having an NA tournament is you get to hear the result of a pointless boxing match that really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Exactly. Or at least that's my point of view anyway. But Dude's Night Out, they weren't able to get into a position where they could really fight Arena Demons toe-to-toe, and we're seeing a difference already from what Arena Demons had to offer when they faced Dude's Night Out originally. Less wingmen and more automatics. Of course, the Mozambiques are going to be the purchases in the early rounds, but we saw how the Vault was there. We spoke to Reeds earlier, we spoke to the Arena Demons in general. Like, they like to play Vault, they like to get up close and personal, and it worked out perfectly.
Well, one thing I love about Arena Demons as well is, Reed's interviews have given us a little bit of insight to the characters as well. It's the first money they've won ever competing in Apex Legends, and you've got to love those kind of stories. However, first knock this time is going to be from Verholst, another man we heard from a little bit earlier on. Look at these shots, look at the leading of the shots as well from Oxy Aries. Can't get the knock though, trying to move into a position where he can at least bait out a teammate, and he will get away with his life as well, but still going to be a man advantage here. As Luckford will knock one at least. Oxy Aries, what have you got as far as clutch is concerned in a 2v1?
Just getting kind of pushed by the crawling players on the floor. At least he's got the passive, so he is gaining health the longer that this fight goes on, but it is a 1 versus 2. Nice damage again, another little crack that's come through. He's using the stim to keep the speed up, but that will deplete some of the health.
Oh my word, Oxy Aries! Skittle cakes turned into skittle flakes as he's decimated and put on his back. And now it is a 1v1 and similar HP for both players.
Enemy here.
Oxy Aries taking the time to pop this syringe. The passive is going to give him more and more HP as these seconds tick by as well. His teammates are pinging to show the movement of the player above him. And what a tense moment this is. Oxy Aries trying to take a little bit of a different angle. Pings coming in all around the place. It looks like Verholst might have lost him for just a second here, trying to use those audio cues to see if he can get the first shot away. At the moment, it's a game of kiss chase, and nobody's winning until it comes to the final moments. 1 HP! It's not good enough. Oxy Aries is clutch. He gets first bloods and he wins rounds for his team.
There is no way he should have won that 1v2. He's obliterated Skittle Cakes. Oh my god, like, how did they get away with this? You've got to do better if you're in a 2 versus 1. You've got to face together. Don't allow those kind of things to go down. Oh, it was Vault versus Vault at the end as well. Octane versus Octane, and I think we were all expecting Arena Demons to come out on top. Even though Verholst has looked fantastic throughout this tournament, there's something about Oxy Aries. We heard from his teammate, he said he's the best 1v1 player, but chuck him in a 1v2 and he still does the same job. And now Arena Demons 1 round away from taking map number 1, taking Dude's Night Out's map book away from them.
2 clutches as well. I think that's been the most important thing, and that's probably the most demoralizing thing for Dude's Night Out, right? You get a situation where it's a mano a mano, 1 versus 1, and you can't get the job done. And that just puts you in a position where you're not going to be feeling confident. Speaking of confidence, this man is absolutely full of it at the moment. He jumps into the bubble to crack a Pathfinder, doesn't quite actually get the crack away, and now we've got his back. So a big moment in this game here. He's going to win that initial fight. Lux would have been taken down as well, and now Reeds, what have you got?
Another 1v2. Does manage to get the bat off, but it means that Skittle Cakes and Verholst can also pop their batteries. This is going to be slightly different. It's not going to be blue shields. It's going to be purple shields you're going up against. A lot more health that you've got to try and deplete. They just need to work together. They can't allow the same thing to happen where one of them gets isolated, you take a straight 1v1, and then allow the final player to heal up. But the revive is going to come through. Does that mean, is there a revive happening elsewhere? Duke does get picked back up. 3 members are there for Dude's Night Out, and they get their first round on the board. So it's not done and dusted just yet here on Gardens. They give Arena Demons something to at least think about and consider, but that was a chance for Arena Demons to go for something a little bit more risque. Didn't pay off, but now they still have one more opportunity to take the map.
And one thing we heard from Reeds was that he was saying that sometimes the adrenaline gets the better of them, right? They need to calm it down in certain situations. Maybe Oxyeri's just got a little bit carried away there, got some initial damage down, got a call out, tried to fly in and get things done a little bit quicker than they needed to. Maybe that will just be a little reminder for them as they move into round number 4 now. Still a match point though, Arena Demons. Still a chance to take this home.
Defensive bombardment has been purchased by Duke. And it's going to be used straight away off the bat, probably just to ensure that they can get positioning. There it is, thrown. Now they can move into whatever part of the map they want. They do have protection, of course. You don't want to be hit by it yourself if you are the Gibby. Skittle Cakes takes the ultimate high ground, and they have some grenades to work with here. And a flatline in the back pocket.
Rising Q being used here by Luxford to try and reclaim the high ground. However, it's going to be used against him as well, so he's going to have to drop off very, very quickly. First knock is going to come in, though, and it's Reeds this time. Luxford taken down, and then the shots from Oxyeri's to take down Skittle Cakes leave a 2v1 situation for Dude's Night Out to try and overcome, and this is looking like Arena Demons can close this one out now.
Yeah, Arena Demons shouldn't throw this one away. There's the finish, just ensure those players on the floor can't give away information. Just make sure this 2v1 is as comfortable as possible for you. We've already seen Dude's Night Out throw away a 2v1, and Arena Demons will not want to do the same thing. Could even bait the res if they really want to, but Duke is in such a difficult scenario. Does not have a bubble to work with. Gonna have to be a big clutch, but as a Gibby, very difficult to do.
Doesn't have a bubble to work with either, so can't even isolate a fight for a few seconds and then create that couple of levels of artificial cover to play from. Was that a head glitch though? However, it doesn't matter because Arena Demons will be the champions of map number 1. First on the board. And it was the style in which they've been playing all the way through this loser's bracket, Dan. They've been dominating.
Thermal Station is going to be map number 2 as well, and we've seen what Arena Demons can do on Thermal, so it could be a similar situation to what we saw in the previous series in the lower bracket final where, you know, just stealing Gardens away from their opposition and then moving on to one of their strongest maps means that they take a 2-0 lead. Slightly different in a best of 7. It's not going to get them as close to victory, but it's certainly going to put a couple of question marks above the Dude's Night Out players where they start to think, you know, maybe this isn't going to be as comfortable as we thought it was going to be. Yes, we overcome them in a best of 3 earlier in the winners bracket, but this looks like a different version of Arena Demons. They have a better game plan here. They know how we play. They've managed to strategize around us now. They've seen how we manage to go about things. They know we like to play automatics, and they're responding with automatics. And they're hitting their shots. I know it sounds stupid. You said it before. Yep. It's just about getting that damage. Oxyeri's with the clutch. That was huge. If he hadn't have hit that, then maybe this game could have been differently. Maybe this map could have gone in favor of Dude's Night Out. But the 1v2 really swung things in their favor.
Yeah, it was a massive, massive play. And each player just taking turns to step up at the moment. Whether it's team fire, whether it's clutches, 1v1s, 1v2s. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 1v3 with the way these gentlemen have been playing. There's the stats. Oxyeri's again, most damage dealt. Only played to break 1k, but his 2 teammates pretty close behind.
6 kills as well. He was the one who was really just kind of putting the nail in the coffin in that game. And a Thermal Station awaits. Dude's Night Out, I'm sure, we're going to be a little bit nervous because this could very easily get out of hand. Thermal Station and Phase Runner, in theory, should go to Arena Demons. They are the 2 maps they've been consistently picking throughout this tournament. They've been consistently winning those. They look so comfortable. They've 3-0'd their opponents numerous times on both of those. So if Thermal Station does go in the favor of Arena Demons, suddenly Dude's Night Out have to win their pick of overflow. Otherwise, this could be, like EMEA, another 4-0 in the grand final. But if this does get to the latter stages of this best of 7, suddenly Hillside Outpost comes into the equation, suddenly Artillery comes into the equation, and I do think those are going to be weaker maps for Arena Demons. They like to play more open area maps. They don't like the buildings coming into things, so we'll see what happens if they get there.
Well, it's if they get there, and that's the worry for them at the moment, because the way that Arena Demons have been playing on this map in particular has been pretty difficult to combat. It's been aggression, and it's been everything we've just seen from them in the... I mean, we've been lucky enough to follow them, right, through this losers bracket, so we've seen every single facet of their play. We've seen every single strategy they have, and like I said before we got into our grand final, I don't think there's holes in their game at the moment. I mean, the series that they lost to put them down into the losers bracket, I'd love to go back and watch it to see what the difference maker was from how they're playing now to what it was. But we heard from Reedzai, he was saying we've made some really good adaptations mid-game during the tournament to make ourselves, you know, as unbeatable as we have been so far today. It's down to Dudes Night Out now to react to that and see if they can find some weaknesses to play off.
A lot of it just seems to be loadout adjustment, moving from the single fire weapons like the wingman, like the 30-30 repeater, and instead picking up a vault, picking up a flatline, getting aggressive. The R9 from Luxford as well has been an absolute godsend. He has been ripping through shields. The RE45 that they got out of the care package in the previous game as well, that seemed to do some damage. The automatics really just coming up clutch. And this is entirely different to what we saw in EMEA, right? Where we saw the standoffs, it's the wingman, it's the 30-30 repeater, it's the poke damage here or there. And it's almost like they were trying to play an EU style of play, and now they're adapting to the more fast-paced NA style of play. And they've done it at just the right time. They had the loser bracket run, now they've got to the grand final. They find themselves 1-0 up, and they can't let, you know, the occasion get to them here. They need to play the game, not the occasion. Don't think about, you know, the extra grand that you can earn. Don't think about the fact that you could be the champions of North America here in GLL Arena Summer. Instead, just say, look, we think we're the better team. We think we can win these maps, so let's just focus on that first and foremost, and then we can worry about being the champions later once it arrives.
So my question to you is very simple. It's simple in the way that it sounds, but obviously it's very complex. How do you play against this? How is Dudes Night Out going to combat everything that's being brought to the table right now by their opponents?
So they could do exactly the opposite of what we're seeing from these boys in Arena Demons, is that they could go then back to square one and start picking them apart with single fire weapons, or at least a couple of players on those single fire weapons. Get the wingmen, get the 30-30 repeaters, hold angles, and just obliterate them as they push you. It's a risky game to play because then the shotguns come into the equation as well, but you could also have the Mozambique in your back pocket. But it might just be the best way. If you can't go toe-to-toe with them in a straight 3v3 fight with automatics, then you need to try and somehow keep the distance, and that can just be with poke damage. And that might not be the style of play. You might not be used to it. If you're not used to using the wingman, if you're not used to using the 30-30 repeater, then it probably isn't going to work out. But that certainly could be some sort of counter strategy. Legend selection can come into things here. You could be throwing a Bangalore into the mix to try and combat the other Bangalore. You've got to make sure you've got digi threats on the scopes as well, because otherwise you're just not going to be able to go up against a Bangalore, because the sight lines are going to be cut off. It's going to be very frustrating, and that you're just going to be poked all day long by those Mozams with the digi threats. So it's difficult to do so. That's just me theory crafting, but even then, like, I don't think that's going to be successful. What they should have been doing is they should have been watching, as we were, like the games unfold in the losers bracket. They should have been looking at what the strategy is, where are they pushing, where are their tendencies, what areas of the map do they like to play, and maybe they've come up with something to try and combat them.
Well, here we go then. Map number 2 underway. Arena Demons dominating map 1. Dudes Night Out are going to have to respond. Early men's being picked up by them. As Luxford is playing on Bangalore and already looking to use those smokes and the digi threats to do that damage. As we do see Dudes Night Out maybe just trying to slow this down a little bit here. Oxy Aries is the man to watch, though. You can see him hard scoping with that wingman. Looking down the barrel, he's going to be caught off guard here. This could be massive if he can't survive, but he does survive. And that's the most important thing to take away from that.
He's just going to be able to grab that as well, or should be. Can he get it off? He needs to be careful.
Ooh, he's down.
Kind of flanked from both sides there. And now Arena Demons down to just one player. Reed's going to have to go huge with a 1 versus 3. Very unlikely to happen, is not going to happen. And the perfect response from Dudes Night Out after losing map number 1 is to take round number 1 in map number 2 here on Thermal Station on Arena Demons' pick.
Shut down Oxy Aries. Easier said than done, of course, but if you can call him out and you can stop him getting that first blood, maybe that is the secret to success here for Dudes Night Out. That's what happened in round 1. We have to keep our eyes on if that pattern does start to emerge a little bit clearer as the rounds do go on, and if Dudes Night Out start to have some success. But they did a very good job of it there, just isolating him as he tried to make that cross and kind of got stuck between a rock and a hard place as he got collapsed on the sandwich from both sides.
And really, I mean, if this was a later round, he probably wouldn't have had to make that cross. He wouldn't have had to go for that bat because you would have been able to use your materials to purchase bats for yourself. Instead, he was desperate, tried to dive on it, and he was punished because of it. And here comes Arena Demons right in the face of Dudes Night Out. Verholst, though, will get the opener onto Reeds. There's the response, though, from Oxyaries.
Great response, almost immediate, and he's going to crack that player as well, trying to cross the bubble being forced. The battery will be popped, and there's a battery being popped as well. Luxford's going to get some great help from Oxyaries, though. That is vital. Otherwise, Luxford was dead for rights.
Verholst will be the second to go down, and it means it's a 1 versus 2. Luxford's going to get the time to heal up. Now Oxyaries can just team up with Luxford and ensure that this Gibby is eliminated. You just dangle the bait here with the Bangalore. Luxford just needs to say, look, hey, look at me, you might be able to kill me, and then Oxyaries should come in for the clean sweep, which he does. 1-1, Arena Demons right back into things. And just like we saw from other teams in this tournament, when you have struggled with a slightly elongated game where there is kind of poke damage here or there, the best way to combat that is to just run at your opponent. Run at the first person you see, all three of you collapse on him, do as much damage, make sure you're focusing, make sure you're communicating, and if you can all prioritize the right legend, you really do get that advantage. I know that Dudes Night Out got the first knock, but Arena Demons maybe got the better in terms of how much health they depleted. They got that trade, and then in the end, they turned it into a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, another difference between the teams so far has been when a first blood has gone down, how quickly they can respond. If it's in the next 5 seconds or so after the first player falls, you manage to even things out, then both teams can reset a little bit. If you don't get into that position, all of a sudden you let your team get that man advantage, and that's when things become very, very tough to try and crawl your way back into a round. But we're into round 3 now. You can see all 6 point of views here. Luxford set up inside that central drill structure. And Oxyaries with a wingman in hand again. This time he's going to be taking a little bit of damage, as is Luxford inside that drill area. He's down to very, very low HP. As Oxyaries is going to try and work with his teammate here. The smokes will go down to keep him alive. Oxyaries, though, is going to have to be careful. 2 players down to around 5 to 10 HP here on Arena Demons.
This is tough. Reeds as well, and Luxford will be killed. I think with the same bullet in the end. Oxyaries will try his best to come up with something valiant, but it isn't going to work out. Arena Demons find themselves 2-1 down. Dudes Night Out are on top. And maybe Dudes Night Out can take this map. That would be a real statement to take Thermal Station, one of Arena Demons' more comfortable maps, off of them. And just to go back to trading, I mean, like in tactical shooters, in something like Valorant and something like CSGO, trading is drilled into you as a player. You have to trade. If your teammate goes down and you do not trade, then you have failed. I know there is a far lower time to kill in games like that. It's literally just a single headshot. But it's something we are seeing Arena Demons perform very successfully. And they did that against Monas as well. Monas weren't getting the trades as quickly as Arena Demons. And that's why Arena Demons beat them in that 3v3 matchup. But Dudes Night Out still have the lead. But Arena Demons bursting into energy in round number 4 to try and instantly get some damage.
I love the confidence from Oxyaries here. Slid out into the open, didn't worry about cover. And just said, if you challenge me and you come around this corner, I'm going to hit the shot and force you back. And that's exactly what happened. And now they're trying to play a little bit of a different strategy, spreading themselves out across the map and trying to isolate one player. However, Reeds has been taken down to low shields. The gun shield will be broken. Reeds will have to be forced to back up. And so will Oxyaries here. Oh, he gets taken down though. Verholst comes around the corner on the flank, and all of a sudden, Luxford is last alive.
Verholst has done really well, time and time again, to get on the flank and to ensure that the bats cannot be popped. And Dudes Night Out respond in the perfect way. They take Thermal Station off of Arena Demons, and we do have a series. We are not just going to get, a quick 4-0 in this best of 7. These two teams are here to play, and they both want something. They both want that $4,000 that you get for first place.
Impressive stuff from Dudes Night Out. Arena Demons just getting caught off. It was almost as if the script was flipped from what we saw in that first map, and very impressive to do so after getting essentially a beating on map number 1, to come back and show that fortitude as a team, put things right, and also put that doubt back into your opponent. This was the second round, I think it was, that went down, where Oxyaries managed to get a trade and then work with the teammates to take out the Gibraltar to finish things off. But I mean, the perfect response down. There's not really much to say apart from that for Dudes Night Out, I think if they lose that map, they'd probably lose the series. But now they've given themselves a real chance.
What Dudes Night Out did really well was just they didn't allow Arena Demons to heal back up and reset. Every single time that, look, in a situation like this where they're trying to bat, they're trying to reset, they just came swooping in. They ensured that someone was on the flank, someone could get an angle. You know there was good communication between the team. It was often Verhulst on that side just pushing. Again, Auxiliaries trying to get a bat was probably a second away from doing so. The grenade was there, but also so was another player, Verhulst, once more on the Octane, utilizing that speed, utilizing the ability to be able to really just rush around that map and get an angle. And that is a dominant victory for Dudes Night Out, which will give them great confidence going into Overflow.
And that's where we're headed next, into Overflow. And this is going to be a very interesting one. It becomes a little bit more unpredictable. This is the Arena Demons pick, or is this, sorry, Dudes Night Out pick? It is, isn't it? Because first pick was the highest seed, or the team who got through to the grand final without going down to the lower bracket. So both teams exchanging each other's maps at the moment, which makes it even more unpredictable, Dan, about how this one's going to go as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Thermal Station was kind of a map that Arena Demons adapted to becoming their pick. I don't think they would usually go for Thermal, but the fact that they were winning it so comfortably, it became a pick for them. They trashed Monas on it, and then they obliterated My Little Phony on it as well. So they were like, you know what, let's just keep going on this Thermal hype train. But unfortunately for them, Dudes Not Out are more than comfortable on Thermal. Overflow is going to be a different kettle of fish. Again, similar close quarters matchup, excuse me. So we're going to get those pushes to the pills in the early stages. It's all going to be about hitting those shots right from the get-go.
We've seen some crazy grapples coming out from Pathfinders as well. The quickest possible route being found to get to those wide pills. It's really quite impressive to watch. You know, there's a lot of time gone in when players are finding the exact grapple and momentum to hit the slides and keep that momentum going to get there as quickly as possible. The care package has been important for numerous reasons so far throughout the Arenas tournament. Not only getting the weapon, but also using it as bait down. Something that teams have done extremely well so far.
Yeah, even if that Gibby bubble comes down to protect, you've just got to be putting yourself in a position where you can then jump in and ambush that Gibraltar, waiting to try and pick up a care package for what they think is going to be very free, but it certainly is not free when they receive several bullets in the backside. I think it was Kagana who did it perfectly. They were just kind of baiting that package in EMEA, and maybe we'll see some more happen here in NA in this matchup. But Arena Demons, I don't think will be too disheartened, even though they have lost their map pick there, because they know full well that Dudes Night Out deserve to be in this final. They're in the final for a reason. They've beaten them in maps before, but they won't want to go behind, I feel, in this series. They won't want to have to be kind of backs against the wall, being in a situation where if one mistake happens, then they fall and they go out of the tournament. Instead, they always want to have that cushion. As long as they keep winning the next map and then lose the next one and then win the next map, then they will win the best of 7. It sounds easy, it sounds simple, but I guess it's a little bit more complicated when you're going up against another team who wants to do exactly the same.
Well, we are waiting, excuse me, as I remember how to pronounce the letter W. We are waiting for one more player to get into this lobby now. As I clear my throat as well, it's all starting to fall apart here as we get late into the night. And as soon as they get in, we can get our third game underway. So apologies for the little delay, but I actually want to get your opinion on something, which is, would you think is the most competitive Arenas map? Now that we've had the opportunity to, lucky enough to cast over some of these tournaments, you know, we've done 2 or 3 now, where we've seen pro teams go up against each other. What do you think is the kind of the staple, the standout on the maps for you?
I think Party Crasher and Phase Runner are 2 of my favorite maps because, you know, it's symmetrical across from both sides. Like, you're always going to be playing the same kind of areas. Sure, there's a few rocks here or there which are maybe slightly higher on the other side, but nothing that really makes it too annoying. So those would be my go-to. Overflow also is a very good map to be playing, and I think everyone enjoys Overflow. I think it is one of the favorite maps for the pros. So those 3 would be the 3 I would pick in like a best of 5, for example.
Put Skulltown back in. I'm joking. Don't worry, that would not be competitive whatsoever. Unless you're playing Pathfinder, then it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. And I guess that's similar to Hillside Outpost, right? Like it's one of those maps where it's just about zipping to the high ground. It's playing those buildings, but some of those buildings give you a better advantage. There's certain sides that are better than others, and I think that's something that certainly Respawn need to look at. And when they are developing these arena maps, when they are putting some of these like kind of World's Edge placements into arenas. They need to be finding things that are perfectly balanced, perfectly fair, and thinking about the spawns, because if arenas is going to develop more into a competitive mode and we are going to see more teams just focusing on arenas, then we need to see maps that certainly are going to be fair and aren't going to be one-sided in some way.
Well, I'm going to have to agree with you. I think the Overflow for me is my favorite. I think it's one of those where poke damage can be done, but there's not too much of a distance to be closed once you get that initial damage down. So there's multiple ways that you can approach the map, that you can play it. If you want to get aggressive and close space, and you can use the lower ground, you can use the elevation to close that and the cover that it provides. I think that some of the maps, sometimes you get a little bit too long of a standoff, or an opportunity to stand off for too long almost, where you're just doing that little bit of dink damage and the meds are being kind of whittled away, and it's when they run out, basically, that you get into the position where we're waiting for the teams to start to engage. But I think Overflow is my favorite. We're hearing there may be some internet problems going on right now. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to go for a quick break, I believe. If we can do that, that'd be wonderful. Hopefully we can get our grand finals back underway. Hey, it's always going to happen. It's a remote broadcast. Everyone's playing at home. These things happen. Do not blame us. If you want to blame us, I'm happy to take the blame. Okay, I'm here for the players. I'm here for the team. Danny's going to take one for the team as well. So what we'll do is we're going to go for a break. When everything's sorted, players are ready to go, map 3 is going to be coming your way. Don't go anywhere. All right then, everybody, we're back, and it's time to get into our map number 3. We've talked about it, we've hyped it up, and Overflow is where we're going to be going. Good news is everyone's connected. Everyone's back in the lobby. Remote broadcasts, online tournaments, you can't stop us. It doesn't matter what time it is. We're going to be here till the very end, Dan. I'm going to be here at least. I can't speak for you, but I'm pretty sure that you're going to be alongside me.
I'm going to try anyway. Certainly, if we get these fast-paced matches, and as long as the internet doesn't cut out and I have to wait for more games, then I should be here. Even if we go all the way to best of 7, you know, like, these games have kept me awake. They have been very exciting. We haven't had those kind of... I'll admit it, sometimes arena games can be pretty stale, but we haven't found that with these competitors. They run at each other. We've seen clutch moments. We've seen some insane plays, and I'm hoping for more of that here on Overflow between both of these two. I still can't call it. I still don't know which way it's going to go. I did predict Dude's Night Out, but, you know, every time I think, yeah, okay, Dude's Night Out, they should close it out, I'm thinking, well, Arena Demons, the way they win maps, like, they look like they just should never lose, but they did lose. They did lose on Thermal. They weren't able to kind of pay off the aggression that they were able to go for in the early stages. So we'll see whether now into Overflow they slow things down, or whether they continue to try the aggression.
Well, if you're just joining us, and firstly, welcome along. Where have you been? Perfect time to join, though, because the grand finals is getting underway. Apologies, my throat's starting to get a little bit sore here, by the way. As you can probably hear, it's getting a little bit kind of like, I don't know,
raspy.
It's kind of raspy, isn't it? It's kind of nice, to be honest with you. I might stick with this, but we're underway. It's tied up at 1-1 in the series in this best of 7. And it has been back and forth. First map went to Arena Demons in a dominating fashion, but Dude's Night Out replied in almost equally dominating fashion, Dan.
There we go. Both teams have gone to either side of the map, so it's not going to be a collision head-on as they both try and go for the same strategy. Instead, Dude's Night Out have decided they want to take a kind of different approach here. Maybe take a little bit of range and distance onto the Arena Demons. Mozambiques and P2020s are going to be the guns of choice for the majority, but Oxyaries is going to have that Vault and will get the initial frag onto Verholst, who also picks up the Vault.
I like it when the nicknames I give to players are backed up by their gameplay. I mean, that should be the case, but sometimes it isn't. Reeds is going to be in a difficult position. 111 isn't going to be enough, but Luxford will also get a knock. So it'll be up to Luxford and Oxyaries to close this one out now. I think it's a 2v1 on the map, or it might be a 2v2. It looks like they're going to isolate the Gibby, though. He's trying to run, but when a Gibby tries to make a run, it doesn't look quite as elegant as some other characters trying to escape. It will be Arena Demons with a convincing win, and Oxyaries getting that first blood once more.
Yeah, Arena Demons needed that. I think after losing map number 2, they just needed to get that belief back in their game, trust in the process, trust that they can hit their shots. And Oxyaries, you know, with that Vault, he just rips through. And the fact that he took down Velhurst as well, who was that kind of player who does the similar thing on the other team with the Vault in hand from round 1 onward. If you can take out that automatic weapon and then suddenly you know you're going against Mozams and against P2020s for the most part, then you should be comfortable to proceed and win that round. So 1-0 to Arena Demons. Let's see if they can carry on. Snowball out of control.
Reeds is going to be flying towards those meds again. No challenge coming in, no grenades and no shots, which is going to give them the information that the other team across from the Dudes Night Out are going to be playing the higher side, so to speak. towards that middle room. So we're going to have a little bit of a head glitch standoff with some damage. It will be Arena Demons 2 who'll have to move towards that circle a little bit later on. But this is certainly the side of the map they seem to be favoring with these head glitches.
Obviously, it depends where the circle is going to be going as well. But yeah, for the most part, they know the areas that they want to try and reside in, where they're comfortable in, and maybe where they feel they can do most damage with the weapons that they have in hand. And just being able to pounce on their opposition. And, well, you know, it looks like this is going to be the move. Arena Demons making their way across the map, making their way downtown.
Every time you say it, I want to start singing it as well, to be honest with you. I'm glad that you took it upon yourself.
And then they killed you. Anyway, Arena Demons, they are going to push in. Bubble goes down. Then they win the engagement.
No damage being done. Smoke goes down as well. Maybe there will be some damage. And look at this. It is being damage done. The battery is going to get popped, though. Oh, that player is 1 HP. Luxford moves in to pick up one, though, onto Skittle Cakes. Reeds will pick up a second, and now it's a 2v1, and this should be the round, you would imagine, going to Arena Demons. However, it's just the window frame that's taking damage at this point. Finally, the Gibby takes a few shots, and Arena Demons will put themselves onto map point here, and this has been very, very impressive from them.
I mean, Dupe almost went huge, by the way, protecting his teammate when he was just a split second away from death. The bat was almost popped off, and I think someone else came in anyway to clean things up. And, you know, just like that, Arena Demons now one run away from winning this map, as you say, going 2-1 up in this series. And that's all they need to do now is trade map for map. If they trade map for map from this point, they will win this best of 7. But it will also be taking another map out of Dudes Night Out's selection. You imagine Dudes Night Out will be comfortable on Overflow, considering they picked it, but Arena Demons seem to be taking him out of that comfort zone completely.
They certainly do. Now, Arena Demons are going to have free control of this side of the map once more, which hasn't been good for Dudes Night Out. But then again, when they did challenge in that first round, it didn't really go their way. So the change in strategy just doesn't seem to be paying effect. It seems like strategy is all falling to Arena Demons at the moment. They're getting those first shots. They're getting the first bloods. Because now they cross without taking any shots. And that's the thing, right? You can move across that low ground without giving away any line of sight onto your opponents. And when you've got Bangalore, when you've got Luxford, with those smokes available, then you can focus off one of those lines of sight, and you can really put the pressure onto one particular area of the map.
I think Dudes Night Out are more wise to where the Arena Demons are going to be coming from this time. They went for a surprise sneak attack, but this time Dudes Night Out at least were being able to see them cross, and they could do a little bit of damage before they got into a position where they could sneak up on them. And Arena Demons back up to full health. It's just Luxford who's lost a couple of shield cells at this point, but should be able to get back up. 45 damage done with the Mozambique bolt in the back pocket as well. Luxford is struggling elsewhere, but maybe Oxyaries can try and reply. Duke gets the opener onto Luxford.
Reeds is going to have to pop a battery as well. So Reeds is in a tough spot. He's going to find a Pathfinder. He's going to crack him, but he's not going to be able to get the knock. It's up to Oxyaries now to move in and finish off the damage that's been done. He's not going to be able to do so, and a good response here from Dudes Night Out. Struggling in the first 2 rounds, but this time they hold their own.
Okay, job 1 done. Get that first one on the board. Slowly trying to get your way back into this map. Don't allow Arena Demons to just close you out in 3 here. Make them at least go all the way to 4, if not 5. For Arena Demons, they tried the same strategy as the previous round. They tried to go onto the right-hand side, just wait down, and then all climb up together and catch Dudes Night Out off guard. But there was one player from Dudes Night Out who had taken an off angle, saw everyone crossing, saw them climbing, relayed that information, allowed the Dudes Night Out to prepare for it. And prepared they were. They shredded the Arena Demons. They just need to do it again here. Try and tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, they need to tie it up, otherwise it's going to be the map falling away from them. It was 2 match points here. This is the second of them for Arena Demons. I say match points, I mean map points. And we'll go up 2-1 in the series. Reeds is going to be sliding down, already having to pop a few cells. Luxford's going to be moving across, and you can see the purple mag, as well as the purple barrel stabilizer and the digi-threat once again for the Bangalore player. So he's going to be able to shred some shields if we're going to see those smokes go down.
Also, got to respect the fact that Arena Demons, even though they are on map point here, still picking up those materials just in case it goes to the next round. They're having respect for their opponents. They know it could very easily be 2-2. So still thinking about the amount of materials you'll have for round number 5 if they get there. But now they can back up. They did take some damage to the Arena Demons. Luxford got hit by a grenade, I think. So smokes will come out. Just protect them a little bit as Dudes Night Out arguably have the better position at the moment. And they're starting to just press up and take a couple of angles to see if they can do some damage here. And if they do get that damage, maybe it'll be enough for them to dive on the Arena Demons.
The damage that's being done so far is to my eyes as I'm seeing that reticle just on the observer bug flying all around the screen. I'm trying to work out where he's aiming. I'm not sure that anyone knows where he's aiming. Luxford, though, trying to get a little bit of an off angle here, trying to do a little bit of poke damage. And all of Arena Demons kind of got a little bit stuck together here. So I like what I'm seeing from Luxford, trying to just cover a few different lines of sights, look over to his teammates, see if he can spot someone else and provide a little bit of supporting fire. Nade's going to go down. Smoke's going to go down as well, just to give him the cover he needs. We're also going to see a defensive bombardment now coming in. There's some beams coming out of Oxy Aries. Can he get out with his life? No, he can't. Reeds will trade it out, though.
It does look like there was at least some damage coming through from the defensive bombardment. 2 versus 2 now. Luxford, though, down to just a slither of HP. Maybe it's just going to throw Martyrdom, throw a death grenade, but he will fall. And now it's all down to Reed to try and clutch for the 1v2. We'll get the first knock, but it's unfortunately not going to be enough. I think it was a 1v3 in the end because Dudes Night Out were able to pick up one more player. It is tied up. We go to at least first to 4 here now. And Dudes Night Out can just breathe a sigh of relief that it's not going to be an easy map closed out by the Arena Demons. They positioned themselves excellently in that round, by the way. They really forced the Arena Demons into an uncomfortable spot where they had to make a play, and they slowly but surely took more and more map off of them. Okay, it could have gone a little bit differently if maybe the nades hadn't connected, if Oxy had been able to avoid a grenade here or there, but that comes down to the nade placement from Dudes Night Out.
The 2 match points avoided. And now we go into first team to pick up 4 before their opponent's going to get another round on the board. 2 clear rounds is what you need to take this map home. What a response it's been from Dudes Night Out, by the way. Really, really impressive from them. The Arena Demons, I thought for a second, might be running away from things once more, but once Dudes Night Out made a little bit of an adjustment and being able to hold down these head glitches and these great positions on the map on this side, they've had a lot more success.
I got some bad guys here.
The nade's almost doing the damage to get the knock. Dudes Night Out going for this side of the map once again, but the circle is not going to be in their favor, so they need to do a little bit of poke damage, a little bit of zoning, just force the Arena Demons back ever so slightly so that they can regain some map control. And it looks like they have at least been able to get into the next circle, so that's job 1 done.
Dude, I'm going to be popping a couple of cells here just to make sure that he's fully healed for the battle that's about to commence in front of him. Couple of nades going up as well. You can see the Pathfinder outline on the observer, but nothing going to be hitting too hard. It's Reeds who's the furthest player up here. He'll be thinking about trying to engage first on the Pathfinder. They have to back down though, as the Gibraltar's going to peek back round the corner, and that's not a 1v1 you want to take against a Gibby.
No, a lot of your shots are just going to go into that gun shield, right? Especially the Mozambique, which is only going to hit for small amounts of damage at a time. There comes the bubble. Here comes the engagement. Dudes Night Out trying to push in. At least doing what they can, but Arena Demons, they push up on that bubble and actually they surround them here.
Oxy Aries not quite hitting the shots we're used to seeing him hit so far. And now the Digi threats start to play into the bang smokes. A little bit of damage done to the Gibraltar. Oxy Aries is going to move up alongside Luxford here, and damage is being done. One player doing a great job of baiting, but an even better job here from Dudes Night Out to exchange that damage. Oxy Aries, it's all up to you. It's not going to happen. That's 3 in a row now for Dudes Night Out.
Dudes Night Out really good bait and switching. Just dangling the Octane on the end of the fishing rod, and boy, did those fishes come a snapping. They wanted to take the Octane down, or at least take them down with them, but it was purple damage, not flesh damage. And now Dudes Night Out, from being 2-0 down here, suddenly find themselves 3-2 up, and they now are on map point. So it's suddenly Arena Demons that need to respond. How many times have we seen this happen as well, by the way? It goes from 2-0 to 3-2 so often. But the big question is it going to go 3-3? It does seem like one side of the map is slightly favoring Dudes Night Out. They seem to be a lot more comfortable. And the circle hasn't always gone in their favor when they're on that side, but Arena Demons are going to have to find a way to respond.
Well, I'm not sure if there's been a disconnect there. We saw Reeds with the disconnect arrows, and it looks like his teammates aren't going to be moving either. So we'll get an update on what's happening in the back. It wouldn't be a late night grand finals without something just to try and push us a little bit closer to insanity. But we're not going to get there. Don't worry. We got plenty left in the tank.
Dudes Night Out trying to find them. but I think they're going to get the surprise soon enough that actually there's no one to fight against. So we'll get that one sorted out, and we'll try and reposition ourselves within this map at 3-2. Or at least we'll let the admins make a ruling and decide what's going to happen. I don't know if currently there is the ability to kind of re-put the map into a 3-2 position, especially in overtime, or especially in a tiebreaker. So it might have to just be goodwill and remembering who was on what, and you know, economy comes into the equation as well. So we'll wait just for the admins, the people above our pay grade, to decide what goes on. For now, we just focus on what happened previous round. I mean, Dudes Night Out, they will take the win, as it were, but I think we're going to have to wait for a final decision to be made on that one.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for, as you say, that decision to be made. We'll get confirmation of it. I don't know if it's a case of, you know, so many rounds have been done and it happened in the middle of the game after X amount of time. I don't know how it works. I'm not a rule book people at home. I don't have all the answers for you, but as I said before, if there's an issue, if anyone has a problem with it, blame me. Okay, I'm happy at this point. I'm taking all the blame for any problems that are going wrong with the broadcast. So, like you did a minute ago, chat. Blame on set.
You are a literal shield. You are the Gibraltar gun shield to this broadcast, right? But eventually, on set, that gun shield breaks. That gun shield breaks, and then what happens?
I hit you with an heirloom.
It hits me, right? I'm next in the firing line. It's all well and good you putting yourself on the forefront of things, but I ain't about that. This is my fault.
You get worried. You get worried. I'll take the initial bullets. You know what happens when you start to get hit? I throw the bubble down, my friend. I throw the bubble down, and then I got a defensive bombardment. I've got it all. Don't worry, I got us covered. I can buy us the time we need to get things sorted. But according to the rules, I'm hearing the ruling. The official ruling in my ear is Dudes Night Out will be given the win here because
the rulebook says if a player disconnects during the game has to continue and will not be remade. So if it is a disconnect, unfortunately that happens. Again, these rules have to be in place for online shows. They have to be in place for online games, especially when there isn't the ability to remake with the correct economy right now. And well, you know, that's that. Dudes Night Out will take victory. Blame Onset, but for their opposition, for Arena Demons, they were 3-2 down anyway. You just need to look at this, and they go next. They say, whatever, we had the DC, it happens. It could have happened to our opposition. I'm sure if they were on the other side, they would have taken the W as well. But it's going to be now a 2-1 advantage for Dudes Night Out, and we move on to Phase Runner.
We move on to Phase Runner. Let's leave what just happened in the past. Let's leave the controversy at the door, so to speak. There is a door just here. I'm just not. Obviously, there's a door here. Otherwise, I'd be trapped in this room forever. But you know, let's leave it there. Let's move forward and let's talk positively about what we have coming up. Because, as you say, Phase Runner is going to be the pick, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for Arena Demons. This is something we saw them dominate on earlier in a game 5 where things were looking very, very tough in a very tight series against Monas, I believe it was, and they managed to take it home. So even though Dudes Night Out have given themselves a 2-1 lead with a win here on Overflow, this looks like it might be a little bit more of a tough order for them.
Yeah, this is Arena Demons' favorite map, judging from what we heard from the discussion with Reeds during the interview. So you'd imagine they should be able to convert this into a 2v2, but at the same time, things haven't necessarily gone the way as planned in this series. There has already been a map taken off of each team's map pick, and maybe this could be the same situation. And if Dudes Night Out can pick up a victory, then they certainly will get closer and closer to be able to win this grand final. Of course, it's a best of 7. It's currently 2-1, so it is first to 4. And it means that even if they go 3-1 up here, they still have got to get the job done elsewhere. And it gets more and more difficult the further you get into this bracket and the further you get into this series with the maps that are coming up, because they're going to get less and less practiced, I feel, when Hillside Outpost and when Artillery come into the equation. These are two maps that I don't think Dudes Night Out or Arena Demons have played as much of.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens now as we do move into our map 4, but the only thing we can tell you is the score overall. You can see the damage as well done by the teams. It's going to be slightly tainted because of the fact we did have that last round obviously not really contribute to those totals, so can't take too much into account there. But one thing you can see is Duke doing a huge amount of damage for his team. He was a standout player. 5 kills for him, 3 assists. You can't ask for much more on playing arenas.
Yeah, I think that Arena Demons will now look at this and say, look, okay, we had a DC. We go again, we go next, we ignore it, we don't let it affect our mentals. We were down 3-2 anyway, the momentum wasn't on our side. So let's take this as a chance to try and revitalize our momentum, right? Let's use it as a weapon now and say, oh, well, you know, we could have come back, we could have won. Forget it. Focus on Phase Runner. This is your best map. You can tie this series up 2-2, and then you don't have to worry about what happened previously. This has been a back and forth series, though. I didn't really know where it was going to go. Early predictions, I was thinking Dudes Night Out. Arena Demons started to make me question that when they were able to really demolish them on Gardens, but Dudes Night Out have slowly but surely got their way back into it. And Phase Runner, if Dudes Night Out do win Phase Runner, then maybe, just maybe, they could start to really put their foothold on this grand final.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can put themselves in a position to close things out. The best of 7, got to win 4. I know that sounds like some crazy mathematics I've just thrown at you because, you know, that's just the big brain that I have. That's the case. And if they take this next one, they'll only be 1 map away. 1 out of 3 doesn't seem like the craziest thing to have to do as a team, especially against a team like Arena Demons, who have shown that they can come back at any point. But hopefully we can get the lobby back set up, which would be most important, because we want, you know, to have a good final here. We don't want to have players lagging, having trouble in game. We want to have as fair a final as possible as we can do with an online remote broadcast. So that's my fingers crossed, basically what I'm trying to say here. Hopefully we can get everyone back in and we can get into map 4 as soon as possible.
Cross your toes as well. I mean, there was internet issues for one of the players earlier when they were trying to connect to the lobby, so I wonder whether it is the same thing going down. I don't know in the rules if there is the ability for a sub to come in when this happens. I've heard that Onset is available and ready to play if you do need someone.
Just sorry, because we're on the 5-minute delay. The chat is now blaming me for everything. Good.
That's all right.
Good. Bring it on. Whatever. I'll take the blame.
As they should. I mean,
protecting the team, protecting the players.
You are the face of this broadcast, so you need, just like a waiter at a restaurant, right? If the food is late and it's because of the chef, it doesn't matter. You get the brunt of it. You get yelled at by the customers. You are wrong in every instance from this point onwards, and I hope you know that.
Interesting story. Do we have time for story time, or are we getting into the next game?
Who knows?
Sure. Who knows? Hopefully we can find out soon. But apparently, production told us we've got a little bit of time before we can confirm where we've got the game ready.
Hit me.
So really. Interesting, you should say. So you know when people are really rude to you, right? Like sometimes in life, you meet these people that are very rude to you. I was working at. I was actually helping out at a show. I was actually doing some running at an esports event. You know, as part of my old job, I wasn't commentating. I was just being a runner, helping out some other talent, and certain members. I'm not going to name names, by the way. I'm not going to name names. That's unfair.
Tell me later.
Yeah, of course. Okay. It'll make you laugh. It'll make you laugh. But basically, they got some food delivered, and they weren't very happy with the food, right? For whatever reason, I was like, okay, cool. That was Wagamamas as well. Like everyone loves Wagamamas. You know what I mean? They picked it, and they were like, oh, I'm not going to do a voice. I could have got in trouble there.
Almost gave it away.
So anyway, they were like, and I was like, oh, okay, mate, like no problem. Like, do you want me to go and get you something else? Like, and he was like, he gave she gave the food to me, like pushed it towards me, and like, you know when someone like,
shoved it into you.
Yeah, and I took the food. I really shouldn't tell this story on broadcast. I don't think this is a good broadcast story. Thinking about it.
Backing out.
I don't know. Maybe I don't tell you what happened in the next bit. Maybe this is an off broadcast. But let's just say
someone was very rude to you. Right?
Let's just say that there was a groveling apology that was made to me within the next 15 to 20 seconds. Okay. We actually ended up getting on all right. But I think it's one of those things. Sometimes people have to be told. You know what I mean? That they're being rude.
So the rule.
Where did this even come from?
Because I spoke about being.
I'm with you.
Waiter and this. Don't
be rude to me, chat. Hey, we got gameplay.
Someone didn't like that
Thank
food.
goodness.
But, it's fine now. We can move on to map number 4. Arena Demons will be playing with the Rampart once again. Dudes Night, however, are going to stick to more of a normal composition. Gibby, Pathfinder, and the Octane. And Reed was able to open the box of goodies, but then quickly retreats because someone was on the other side.
Let's hope that the server holds up here and the players can have a good game. We can have some excellent work from all of them, and we can have a lot of fun commentating it along the way. Quite glad that I didn't get all of that story out and the gameplay saved me at 6:35 a.m. local time. It would not have been a good time to end a career, but maybe we'll keep that story in the back pocket for another day. A couple of shots going to be exchanged for now, but we are seeing a little bit of a slower pace Arena Demon's just slowing things down here, and this is what you can expect, right? We spoke to Reeds earlier, and he was saying that they don't mind playing this kind of play style, the poke damage.
Yeah, they wanted an open map. They wanted the ability to actually take the game to Dudes Night Out and not allow Dudes Night Out to just hide around corners and wait for the circle to close in and then just have that kind of close range engagement with automatic weapons. So the wingman comes out for Reeds here. Trying to make a position, trying to find an angle, does manage to connect, does manage to shatter those shields. It's for 65, and then we'll back off to rejoin the rest of the crew.
Oxy Aries looking to see if he can locate his reticle onto a head of an opposition player. Air package is down, does spot one player, 45 damage. You're going to have to back up to this head glitch to make sure he doesn't reveal his position for too long and put himself in a position where he can get shot by multiple players and not be able to escape. A bit of a warning shot over the crest of that hill, but a very slow pace of this one, Dan.
Luxford's very low on health. Needs to be careful. Of course, we'll have amp cover to probably protect him so he can make sure he can bat up. Also has a couple of teammates to protect him. Oxy Aries has spotted someone trying to go for a little flankadoodle on the right-hand side. Doesn't have the ability to heal up, though. No cells left. Arena Demon's really struggling when it comes with bats and cells. Dudes Night Out might be in a little bit of a better scenario when it comes to having resources to work with here.
A bit of tree hugging going on from Oxy Aries there. Just trying to put his player model behind that and make sure that if anyone pokes around the corner, he gets that call out. He can surprise them a little bit. Down to low shields, though, and now we start to see the mid game take effect, and it's going to be Skill Cakes who falls down first, thanks to the 30-30 of Luxford. However, that's going to be traded out almost immediately. Not only that, Oxy Aries is going to give them a player advantage here. Verholst is going to be last alive. Reeds and Oxy Aries. The question is, do they have meds to play with here? Because if they don't, this could be a pretty similar HP situation unless he can get the res off here, and then the 3v1 might just be too much to work with.
Yeah, Oxy Aries is just being the bait here. He's got to do damage. It doesn't matter if he goes down. As long as he does damage, it will get Luxford up. Now they have an extra gun, and it's a 3 versus 1. Doesn't matter what happens anyway, because Aries is just there with the damage, doing his job. Arena Demons go 1-0 up on the map. It was a slower paced round than we're used to. There was more poke damage. Arena Demons, they were in a sticky spot. They had run out of resources there. They didn't have bats. They didn't have shields to work with. Very much needed to hit those shots, and the 30-30 repeater in the end came up clutch. So Arena Demons opting to go for the single fire weapons this time and really just pressure Dudes Night Out from multiple angles.
It was a slow burner, and I wonder if Dudes Night Out are going to try and up the pace, or if they're just going to match it from that first round. And was that first blood that it was traded out very, very quickly, but there's the proximity of players to be able to get that second knock to turn it into that 2v1 that really did make the difference here. Arena Demons are looking to be as aggressive as possible. They will have the zip line to play with, and they will be able to steal away a couple of meds as well. So they're going to have a HP advantage, and Reeds will be able to pop this Phoenix kit without taking too much pressure.
Oxy Aries has always got such perfect reticule placement. Perfect, cool. Just adding both words I wanted to say together.
This way sound good?
Crosshair's always in the right place, pre-aiming everything. He knows exactly all the angles where people are going to be peeking him from. He's just won so many engagements, so many important rounds here today for Arena Demons, but needs to continue to clutch up if they're going to get back into this best of 7. Luxford's very low once again. The Rampart is very firmly being targeted by Dudes Night Out. They certainly look healthier when it comes to their resources, from having bats, having shields, whereas Arena Demons just always seem to be on the back foot right now. Haven't been able to heal up to full health. They just keep getting found out, keep getting spotted.
Duke trying to move across here to cover this stairs side, but look at this. Skittle Cakes is getting aped at the moment. Somehow he's managed to survive, even with a slither of HP. It's good enough. And now Duke's having to move into a position to try and keep him alive. Reeds will be taken down by Verholst, though. Duke's going to have the bubble to play with, so even though he left himself a little bit exposed, he's going to have that artificial cover to help him. Luxford taken down, no shields for him. Player climbing on him as well. It doesn't matter. It's Skittle Cakes. He's devoured by Luxford on that climb up, and now Oxy Aries and Luxford have to work together.
I mean, Skittle Cakes did so well to get away earlier, but then re-engaged maybe a little bit too quickly there. Luxford so low and does have a couple of cells to work with. I'm sure he'd love one of these bats off of Oxy Aries, but I don't think they can get together. They're just taking 2 1v1s at the moment. If Oxy Aries can win this 1v1 before Luxford goes down, though, perhaps there's a chance for this round to be won.
This one's free. Remember that.
Can he get that bat over to Luxford? And
Can
actually,
he get the res?
yeah, I was just going to say, Reeds is there, Reeds is up, Luxford almost goes down, and there's a bat for Reeds, so this could be a huge moment for Arena Demons.
It really could. Probably going to be caught off guard. However, reses have been exchanged on both sides, so we're back to a 3v3 now, and now meds are going to be very, very vital. We can see already Arena Demons are extremely low. One battery here for Luxford, like we mentioned, being dropped off by a teammate after the Reds. But now you're looking at Reeds' HP, and you're looking in comparison, a dude's night out. They certainly have the HP advantage, but as I say that, Verholst is going to get beamed.
Also, ammo is coming into the equation now as well. The Volt ammo there, only 90 bullets left, or 92 if you want to be precise. Arena Demons, suddenly they look the healthier. Syringes being spread around. They want to get as healthy as possible. And in 10 seconds, the circle is going to close. And this is going to be like BRs of old. You're forced suddenly into a close encounter with the opposition 3. Do the damage as the circle's closing, and then make sure you've got someone who has a close range weapon, whether that be a Mozambique, whether that be the Volt.
Ooh.
This is your time to shine. Nice tag of flesh damage. And here comes the ring close.
Are on flesh, and Oxy Aries is going to get the opener. He's going to get the second as well. And my word, Arena Demons burst to life. Backs against the wall for so much of that round as well. But when it came down to the clutch moments, they're the ones who stepped up, and it was Oxy Aries once again with that wingman just clipping ears and taking names towards the end of that round to give them the advantage.
Also got to give loads of credit to Luxford right in this scenario where he had just a slither of health. He got pushed by the Pathfinder, by Skittlecakes, and was able to absolutely obliterate him as he arrived to his left. Again, a slightly preemptive push, like a push that probably shouldn't have happened from Skittlecakes, if I'm completely honest, but he tried to make a play. You can't blame a man for trying to do something and try and take a little bit of a risk, but that risk may have cost the team, as now Arena Demons do have a 2-0 advantage here. And it could very quickly become 3, and then suddenly the series is all tied up 2-2.
Marks will get a retreat here after the amped cover had gone down. Grenades being avoided all over the place by players. Look at the aggression, though, actually coming in from Dude's Night Out. 2 players playing that staircase. Look at Oxy Aries. He's found a little off angle here. He's broken some shields. He's going to get flesh damage. That player's going to be 1 HP. He's going to fly across, and he's going to be able to get this knock as well. Oxy Aries once again in the kill feed. No surprise to see that. Reeds as well. It's a 3v1 now. Arena Demons surely going to be able to close out this round.
All the utility is going to be blown at this point. The Gibraltar's the last remaining player, and after a disappointing end to the last map where there was a DC, Arena Demons respond in the best way possible by 3-0ing Dude's Night Out on their best map. If I'm completely honest, like Phase Runner we heard is where they just feel comfortable. It is their home, and now the series, we are going to be going at least to a map number 6. So that's very exciting. This is what we needed. This is what we expected, because these two teams are so evenly matched and very much deserve their place in the grand final.
Yeah, well, this was the most important round. I feel like if they don't win this one, Arena Demons, it gives that little bit of hope maybe to their opponents, Dude's Night Out, that they can steal this round away and things could look very different. But just a couple of clutch shots with the wingman. Again, that's all it was. And the same can be said here from Oxy Aries, just getting into this great little position, getting the call outs, hitting some big wingman shots, getting that double 45 flesh as well. And then his teammate Reeds moving in, getting that finish. And then the second fell into his hands. Aggression. And again, something we talked about, what these guys do so well, right, is as soon as they get initial damage, if they have the opportunity to close the ground, they never second guess themselves.
Oh, no, they don't. Even if it results in them losing, right? Like, there was a couple of times where they would lose a player because they are so desperate to get that knock after dealing like 100-odd damage. It doesn't always work out. Sometimes the enemy does escape. They just manage to avoid and dodge the bullets, and then you face the consequences. And sometimes the consequences is you lose the round, but not in that scenario. 3-0, very impressive performance, and it means we move over to map number 5. But this is where the series starts to get dicey. After Party Crasher, I have no idea what happens on Hillside Outpost and Artillery, because they are the really 2 outliers when it comes to this best of 7.
Well, let's hope that we get there after this next game on Party Crasher. We're going to go for a very quick break where we get the lobby set up. In the meantime, you know what you got to do by now. We've been here for enough hours. Head over to gloot.com. Go and check it out. Sign up for a free account. You can start completing and tracking all of your stats in Apex Legends. It's awesome. When we get back, the grand finals will continue. Time for the grand finals to continue then here at the GLL Arena Summer. And it has been a banger so far. It has been very, very impressive between the two teams. We find ourselves now headed over to Phase Runner. Party Crasher, excuse me.
Party
Just seen
Crasher.
Phase Runner. So Party Crasher is going to be our next one up. Arena Demons 2 looking very strong at this point.
Yeah, I think that they will be delighted that they've been able to respond in that way after a disappointing end to the previous map, but it means that suddenly the series is elongated, and fatigue does start to kick in. I know it's a little bit different for us because it is very early hours of, well, the morning. We're probably closing on the afternoon by the end of this this broadcast if it keeps going this way, but like, these players have been playing for a long time, right? Especially on the side of the Arena Demons. They've been playing through that losers bracket. They've had game after game after game with little rest at times. They admittedly, they could have had rest before this grand final. The option was there, but they wanted to get this game played and get it done and dusted. We moved to Party Crasher, which is a map that we did see Arena Demons have success on against Monas when they played them earlier on in the losers bracket. So this maybe could be their ticket to really getting close to winning this best of 7.
And it was Bangalore that was the difference. The smokes and the digi-threats, almost like the same kind of story. But look at this aggression. Aries does not care. He will fly at you. He does not give a single SH1T. He is flying forward. Luxford's going to be caught behind this door, though. The bubble has gone down. Reeds gets the first knock. And he almost gets a second as well. Flesh damage with the P2020 now coming in.
Got to be careful here with this bubble fight. Need to make sure you all work together because there are automatic weapons on the other side of that door. And if you're all too close for comfort, then actually those bullets can rain down and you might be able to find yourself picking up a couple of kills if you're on the side of Dude's Night Out. But as long as Arena Demons don't let Dude's Night Out get that third player back up, then they should be able to at least re-heal here, reset, and then take a 3 versus 2. It should be a comfortable 3 versus 2.
Well, health is going to go down. However, Skill Cakes might be able to trade it out. No, Reeds is there to add the extra damage necessary, and just like that, click your fingers, it's over. Arena Demons 1-0 up. And they just felt like they had control for the entirety.
Mainly because Aries gave them the room to just take the entire map away from Dude's Night Out, right? By diving on the opponent, by hitting shots, by forcing Dude's Night Out back, Arena Demons said, hey, well, we can just walk onto Mirage Voyage. We can take all the map we want, and we can then take all these angles. They got the first knock. Aries did very well to stay alive, may I add. He did the damage, but then he did get shot very heavily in the side. If he had gone down there, that could have been an entirely different round. But Arena Demons continue with their aggression. They continue to get in the faces of Dude's Night Out.
Luxford's going to be moving forward. I wonder if it's going to be the same kind of aggression now, or if it's just going to slow down momentarily, because that was all to the wall, so to speak, from Arena Demons in that first round. Obviously, Aries just flying across the map and trying to get as much damage done as quickly as possible, maybe catching their opponents off guard. The smoke will go down again, and now the Digi-Threat Mozambique is going to become an issue as Luxford moves through the shadows.
Gonna be sneaky here. A lot of damage coming out from the Dude's Night Out, but just look at the output with the Mozambique. It's so disgustingly scary, but I don't think it's going to matter. Reed's now the last remaining player. Dude's Night Out tie things up 1-1. And even though Arena Demons were trying to be sneaky, trying to sit in the smoke, trying to do some sort of magic trick, Dude's Night Out were wise to it. They've got digi-threats as well now. They're not just going to be playing this stupidly and blind. They very much know that they need to have the same kind of ammunition as the Arena Demons.
Yeah, it's a little bit like we go out to a nightclub, smoking area. It can be quite fun to hang out in, but it's not very good for your health, basically, if you're staying there too long. So it's one of those things. I think it was a good example of it there. But well done from Dude's Night Out to equal things up, especially after the way that Arena Demons did take that first round in such dominating fashion with the aggression. I wonder if Dude's Night Out now are going to have their opportunity to throw some aggression back at their opponents. It looks like the jump pad is going to be engaged. He's going to fly out to maybe pick up those materials, but instead it's going to be some sky nades towards the heavens once more, catching the clouds, but only doing 3 damage this time.
Yeah, these angles can be so important to do some initial damage to allow the rest of your team to push up and take advantage of the damage that you were able to put in at the start of the game. There comes the bang ult, just to try and force back Dude's Night Out if they were trying to make a move on the Arena Demons. But now Arena Demons can use this as a chance for them to reposition and take the height off of Dude's Night Out here. So they're going to be above them, and they're going to be forcing Dude's Night Out to try and do something down low here.
You know, Oxy just spot the tippy toes of Gibraltar. This time is a little bit more of that frame. 71. Oh, he's hitting everything at the moment. Great damage coming in from the wingman once again of Oxy, but no teammate really in position to capitalize on the damage that has gone down. But they do have Dudes Night Out kind of trapped under here.
You need to be careful that they push at the right time. And Arena Demons might be tempted to just suddenly swarm Dudes Night Out, but they need to do it when there's damage that has been done. There's the trade for trade. It's 2 versus 2. Reeds, though, will make it 2 versus 1, and just like that, it's 2 versus 0. Arena Demons put themselves on map point here with the chance to go up in the series 3-2 as well. But we've seen it many a time go from 2-1 or 2-0 suddenly into 2-2. It seems like both of these teams have a favored side as well, as you quite often find in arenas in general. Some of these maps do have slightly better spawns or slightly more comfortable areas with objects that you're used to hiding behind, head glitches that you know how to play to perfection.
Arena Demons on map point here, and a chance to go up 3-2 in the series in our best of 7, which would put them, if my math is correct, Dan, correct me before I get ahead of myself here, on series point, if they do take home the map after this. But as we've seen, Dudes Night Out faced this position before, and they've managed to hold off. However, Reeds with those shots on the cross is certainly going to give early HP advantage over to Arena Demons. So this might be their opportunity to try and close things out here. I wonder what Dudes Night Out are going to try strategy-wise here, because the last couple of rounds just felt like they've been a little bit disjointed.
Well, if they sit back too much, there is a jump pad that's there and waiting to be used by Oxy, and if they all kind of group up and jump on the same player after they've managed to get the initial amount of damage, then that could be lights out for Dudes Night Out here in map number 5. Patience, a little bit of silence across the battlefield, a couple of nades to be thrown, which will very much disrupt that silence, and also a few smokes here or there as the care package arrives. The care package doesn't often come into the equation with a lot of this fast-paced gameplay, but Luxford trying to make a move, trying to be a little bit sneaky. Did have a little bit of audio cues as to where that Pathfinder was, but there's the 80, and there is the send it.
Send it. It's 2 players behind here, though, and Oxy, even though he does get up to the high ground, does a great job of not taking any damage on that cross. He's going to bounce a grenade off of this high ground to see if anyone leaving the bubble wants to try and have a conversation with that frag grenade, but it's not going to happen for now. Oxy up on top here. And once again, Arena Demons taking complete control of the high ground. Luxford's got to be careful, though. Reeds will get the opening pick.
Gets the first, and now Oxy will fall, so Reeds and Luxford need to work together here, but Reeds is very low. Can he escape? No, he cannot. And suddenly, things have gone from bad to worse here. Luxford needs to go absolutely massive. Does have the smokes to work with, but it's 1 versus 2. Make that a 1 versus 1, and he actually has quite a lot of health to work with here.
He does. I mean, the only problem is he's just had it chucked away. 45 damage, though. Smoke goes down. Can he use the digi-threat to his advantage? Unfortunately not, but it was a smart play. He did smoke off the cross to initially get that opportunity to create the 1v1 situation, but just didn't have the clutch factor that time around. Dudes Night Out once again, hold off map point.
Yeah, slightly surprised that Arena Demons weren't able to close that one out. Maybe just a little misplay here or there. It was unfortunate that Reeds wasn't able to get away. He kind of clipped something as he was grappling. If he had managed to get on top and be able to pop off even just a cell there, that could have been entirely different. But tiebreaker, 2-2 we go, so it means that it's going to be 1st to 4. You guys know the drill by now, I'm sure. The zip line is going to be purchased by Reeds here so they can get to the top of Party Crusher as quick as possible. We'll see whether the team fight is going to be slightly different on this occasion. The grenades, we know full well how influential they are and how influential they have been. Did Arena Demons send it a little bit too early there? Were they too quick to get involved in the fight after that 80 damage? Well, it's easy to say in hindsight, isn't it?
Benton bombardment coming in. Luxford's going to have to play himself into a corner and try and take not too much damage. Unfortunately for him, he has taken a fair bit. His teammates are there to give him that cover, though, and now he might be able to just play on this door, allowing his teammates to move up as he holds the Pathfinder inside. Instead, there's a player who's going to come flying through the smoke, and now he's going to have to bounce off the speakers like a DJ. He's not going to be able to get this spinning, though, and he's just going to be spinning into the death screen himself as Reeds and Oxy are left on their own. Now it's just the latter who has to try and clutch up in a 1v3.
Well, looks like Dudes Night Out are going to go 3-2 up yet again. So, I mean, similarly to the previous map when Arena Demons were on match point. This time it was 2-1 rather than 2-0. Dudes Night Out bring it back. They go 3-2 up, and they have the chance to go 3-2 up in the series as well. We were talking about Arena Demons, being able to put themselves 3-2 up and go into a map with the chance to win the series there and then, but now it's going to be Dudes Night Out instead, who could put themselves in that advantageous position. And even though there have been such close gunfights, and Arena Demons probably could have come out on top, these are the fine margins between two incredible teams, just hitting their shots at the right moment. A slight misstep in positioning can really cost you, and I think a couple of players were blind there in the smoke, if I'm going to be completely honest, and they got a little bit disorientated.
So now Arena Demons have got to answer the same question that was posed to Dudes Night Out just 1 round to go. Can you hold off a map point? Dudes Night Out with a chance to go up 3-2 in the series here, and they're not going to want to let that slip through their fingers. Duke was trying his best to see if he could be the hero and get that first knock. Luxford now moving up, but being forced to shield Battery, so that progress up the map is going to be slowed.
Dudes Night Out just having to back off, Volt in hand, and oh my god, the shred, the 120 is huge from Skittles. Is it enough to be the full send from Dudes Night Out? It looks like it is. They want to get involved. Verholst will take damage though, but Dudes Night Out just seem to be hitting everything they aim at right now.
Oh, and they're going to get that first knock. It's going to be Duke who moves in. Oxy Aries is put on his back, and Dudes Night Out now have the 3v2 advantage in their favor. Make that 3v1. Warhurst moving in once again. Duke now looking for that final player. Pathfinder above him, breaks the shields, breaks the back. And that will be the map going to Dudes Night Out. They'll go up 3-2 in the series.
3-2, and a little bit of body disrespect going on as well. Some excitement now for Dudes Night Out starting to kick in as they get closer and closer to potentially winning this best of 7. Arena Demons, I think there's going to be a bit of frustration. I'm going to be completely honest with you on set, because in the previous map, they were 2-0 up. They threw it away. There was a DC at the end after they went 3-2 down, but still, they had several match points that they weren't able to claim. This time, they were 2-1 up. They had a match point. They had the opportunity to win this map and go up in the series, and they weren't, again, able to close it out. So the clutch factor is on the side of Dudes Night Out now. And that's not really what the story was throughout this entire day. It's all a bit about Arena Demons and how they've been clutching up, about how they've been the aim stars, but Dudes Night Out seem to be performing better the further we get into the night or the morning, wherever you blooming are in the world. It doesn't matter at this point. We are certainly at that point where fatigue starts to kick in for players.
I completely agree with you. And I think one thing that we talked about could be a factor is experience, right? Getting into those situations, getting into grand finals. Doesn't matter how many games of ranked, of scrims you play, it's different when you get to a final, and it always is different, and it takes playing in multiple finals, big games, to realize what it's like as a player. All of a sudden, shots you usually hit, for some reason you're not hitting. All of a sudden, the nades that you usually throw, you're getting caught off guard where you're in the animation yourself. So all these little things start to fall into the hands of Dudes Night Out, who have been involved in various finals themselves and have some ALGS experience under their belts as players. But one of the things you have to take into consideration, as I say, and is that the thing that's maybe starting to creep into the mind here of Arena Demons too. Now we move on to Hillside Outpost. This is one of the outlier maps. We're not sure how this one is going to go. This is where you wanted to see the series go down, and this is where we find ourselves.
Yeah, so this is the pick from Arena Demons. I was a little bit concerned about how these last two play out, but Arena Demons, we did see them perform very well on Hillside Outpost. They seem to just adapt on the fly. It was something that Reed's mentioned in his interview, that they didn't really know how it was going to play out, but it has got progressively better for them throughout the tournament. So it was their last pick out of the 3, so you'd assume it's their least confident map out of the ones they have chosen. But if they can turn it around, if they can win map number 6, then at least they give themselves a chance going into artillery. But if they go a couple of rounds down here, maybe that's just going to be, a little bit too much to try and get back into. Suddenly morale is going to start to kick in on the other side. Dudes Night Out are going to be feeling confident. They're going to know they can take a couple of risks here or there, and You know, as this is a double elimination bracket, usually in double elimination, quite often you get the situation where you get a bracket reset, right? There's an advantage for the winners bracket team because they haven't technically lost, or sometimes in best of sevens, you'll see a map advantage, like you'll start with a 1-0 advantage or something like that. Not the case, it's a straight best of seven. So the only advantage that I can kind of pluck away from it is that they haven't had to play as much. They can rest, they're going to be a little bit more focused. And that could be playing a part here. We've seen Arena Demons smash through the losers bracket all day, and fatigue does kick in. Like, honestly, it is very difficult to just continuously hit the shots that they have been shitting time and time again. Because otherwise, you know, if you keep playing like that, you're probably a robot, if I'm completely honest. So they're probably going to be taking a short break now, getting hydrated, making sure that the focus is still there. They go again. But, you know, we're all gamers, all right? We've all been there. We know how to play through the night. We know that we've had those kind of 12-hour sessions before, so it's not going to be something that they haven't done.
Question is, it's potentially our last map here. Do I treat myself to another knockout? No, do you know what? I'm not going to. I've still got a little bit left of this one.
Dangerous game to play.
Dangerous game, isn't it? Or maybe I'll just stay awake all of tomorrow as well. Who knows? Maybe we'll start another tournament. I'm ready for anything.
I mean, there is 180 milligrams of caffeine in it, which is great for us as gym goers. I can say that nowadays. I mean, like, getting that in you before
any
the gym,
opportunity,
that's great as a as a pre-workout. Knockout has been great, honestly. I decided not to drink one the further we got into the broadcast because I would like to value my sleep after we finish this. Onset is going to be just wide awake, probably watching TikToks for the rest of the evening, I'm sure, before he then, you know, eventually drifts off.
I got concerned with where that was going. What you mean is I'm going to be watching Apex Legends and I'm going to be making some VOD reviews down late into the afternoon. I was about to say late into the morning. That's where we are right now. Oh my God, the sun's up. I've just looked out my window. Morning, everyone. How you doing?
I think my girlfriend just got up for work. That's the sad thing.
I'll tell you what, though, in all seriousness, I've been keeping my eye on the chat, and I think I can say for both of us, I appreciate the love that everyone's been showing. It's been a long couple of days, but I don't think there's many games in the world that me and Dan would accept that we'd be like, yeah, we want to do this. We want to push ourselves all the way into the early morning. We want to cast some Apex Legends because it's a game that both of us have completely and utterly fallen in love with. It's the one game, I think, for me, ever since, you know, I come from a Halo background, where I used to compete in. It's the first game that caught, you know, my heart as a game to play, to commentate, to watch. And I think the one thing we were always surprised about is the first time we got into it and we got to Poland, the amount of players and things that were reaching out and saying, hey, you know, really happy to, like, the scene's amazing. Keep that plus vibes up. Honestly, it's a very special place to be involved with. All right, enough of the mushy stuff.
You know, it's ever growing, isn't it, the Apex community? It just seems to be going from strength to strength. As long as we all band together to get the cheaters out of the game, then I'll also be happy because damn, they ruined my games time and time again. So Hillside Outpost is where we're just hovering around. Crypto's drone is doing all the shots with his 4K camera. The Onset let us know about the upgrades on that drone. And so the way that this map works is that there is one side that is better than others, depending on where the circle is going to be. So you have to take advantage of when you are on that side. You can opt to play the ultimate high ground and really rain down hell upon your opponents below when the circle does go that way, but also then you may give up resources. So Arena Demons instead are going to opt to go for low ground here, maybe look to play center circle, and also they do have the care package there awaiting them if they manage to hold off Dude's Night Out for long enough for it to arrive.
We're underway then. This could be our final map of what has been a lot of fun over the last couple of days with the GLL Arenas Summer. As Dude's Night Out have the chance to close out the best of 7 here on Hillside Outpost. Question is, how much have they played Dude's Night Out? This was always my question. Do they know the angles, or are they just going to brute force their way forward? Looks like that might be the case. They've already managed to almost isolate one player who's going to back up now. So Dude's Night Out, it looks like they've made the plan. And then when I say plan, it might be a little bit flimsy. But they have the way they want to approach this. They want to try and take these early fights, as we always do see in these early round ones.
Well, the round 1 Vault doesn't have the digi threat, so just firing blindly through the smoke in hope to connect with some damage so that can give you the information. Luxford being a real nuisance with these smokes at the moment. Of course, he has the Mozambique. The bubble will come down from Dude's Night Out, and they will engage, and they shred through the shields. They get the flesh damage, but No knock as of yet. Luxford is still somehow surviving like Spider-Man on top of the roof, dancing from building to building.
Yeah, no idea how he didn't go down. Finally, Luxford will fall, though. Skill Cakes will get another one. Duke moves in. That will be a clean wipe coming in from Dude's Night Out. And that puts them one step closer to calling themselves the champion. They just need 2 more rounds on the board consecutively, and they would have got the job done.
It's easy when you put it like that, isn't it? But suddenly then if it goes all the way and you need to win by 2, you need to win another 3 rounds or maybe even another 4 rounds. And it gets more difficult the longer you go into things because the shields go up to purple and then eventually red. The weapons get a little bit better for everyone as well, so you can't quite as easily win like 1v2s or 2v3 clutches. But I think Dude's Night Out will be delighted to take the economic advantage going into round 2 here. We'll see whether they can capitalize from it, or are Arena Demons going to respond in a way they very much need to. I don't think they can afford to go 2-0 down here.
Verholz is going to make a wide rotation here, maybe just to pick up the meds, maybe just to see if he can get some materials. It will be a combination of both of them as we see the flatline in the hands of Skill Cakes now. And I wonder if Dude's Night Out are going to try and make a similar play, or if they're going to be able to now, as the poke damage is going to be certainly hitting a lot harder than it would have now, with the economy starting to be boosted on both teams. Not as easy to move across the map, across such big distances as it was in round 1 when you only had the P20s and the Mozambiques firing towards you. Now it's Wingman flatline, and they're certainly going to hit a lot harder.
It's also not an easy map to poke as well because there's so many buildings, because there's so much cover, excuse me. You often find that the engagements end up just being outside of a building, very close quarters. Automatics and shotguns can be very handy. What goodies do Arena Demons have? Well, there's a Vault. Also, was that a Mastiff and an R301?
Yep.
Oh, baby. Well, that could really help out Arena Demons.
Yeah, especially with the 1 to 2 times on it. It's not the ideal scope, and I'm sure players would much rather have the regular 2 times on it, but it does give you that option, as you can see here, for Luxford just to have a little bit of an opportunity to beam. And it does give you the flexibility as well of with the most versatile weapon there is in the game, to be honest with you. Alongside the flatline, which I think just outperforms it a little bit, but it's a lot more difficult to hit the shots, especially from some sort of range. Luxford's going to put a player down to flesh shields. You're already seeing a defensive bubble go out as well. So Arena Demons doing a great job here of holding the line.
Not only are they holding the line, they're also keeping Arena Demons, keeping Dude's Night Out at bay outside of the circle. So in 15 seconds, Dude's Night Out are going to have to make some sort of move, and Arena Demons are holding every single angle here. But look, they've gone galloping through the buildings to try and transition to the other side of the map instead, and they will find themselves at least slightly inside the circle, but Arena Demons know full well where they are.
Arena Demons, you can see, just caught in the corner of my eye there, the Luxford was taken down to just flesh shields. Verholz is going to be falling as well and having those shields broken, but it looks like there might be an opportunity for a first knock. No, somehow the Pathfinder has managed to wiggle out of a position here, and now Dupe, having pushed forward and trying desperately hard to get that kill and secure the first blood, isn't going to be able to do so. Verholz goes in as well. Skill Cake's last player alive here. It's a 2v1, but both shields are broken. Luxford now trying to line up some shots, and they're dancing around the smoke. And it will be the 2v1 that wins. It will be Arena Demons who managed to get the round on the board.
Yeah, Oxyari's just had enough time to pop that bat off, and also on the side of Arena Demons, I mean, being able to get just that split-second difference where you get a battery to allow you to then re-engage in the fight. Dude's Night Out were desperate to make the push and take advantage of the damage they'd actually found unexpectedly onto the Pathfinder, but it wasn't to be, and Arena Demons will tie this up 1-1, and they won't allow Dude's Night Out to have that 2-0 advantage and have that heavy cushion to take risks going into the next 2 rounds to try and win not just the series, but to try and win the entire tournament. Instead, at 1-1, it means there's still work to do here for Dude's Night Out.
And we go again. A little bit more aggression being shown here by Arena Demons, trying to get to middle map and maybe trying to find some early lines of sight, but it's going to be the similar pattern of play once more. Low ground being played here by Arena Demons, and it's going to be up to Dude's Night Out to work their way down the hill once more. So that's where the meds are going to be split, and it's going to have to be Dude's Night Out who have to make that cross. You can see the zone's going to be pulling away from them, so difficult decisions to be made in the next few moments.
It seems like Dude's Night Out are more than happy to play the high ground initially. The circle pool obviously doesn't favor them, but as long as you can all transition together, there is a lot of cover, right? There's a lot of buildings that you can worm your way through, and as long as the Arena Demons aren't planning an ambush and waiting around a corner, Dudes Night Out should be able to comfortably rotate for the most part. And then as long as they jump out at the same time, then they might be able to do some damage and get a pick. But there's going to be the care package. They do back off from it because there's a few grenades here, and Dudes Night Out have suddenly been able to take the high ground away from the Arena Demons.
Aries trying to poke, not going to be able to happen though. And as you say, Dudes Night Out making that move, making that little rotation has given them some information, but also this power position to try and beam from. Speaking of beams, there's some decent ones coming out of Verholst. Is it going to be enough? There's a grenade that goes down as well. These players are caught behind. I'm expecting bigger numbers to actually jump up on the screen, but it wasn't to happen this time around. Loop up on the high ground, trying to hold things down, and he manages to get the first knock hit onto Luxford, so a 3v2 for Dudes Night Out.
Got to make sure you take advantage of this. Cannot afford to make any sort of mistakes. It's always dangerous when you go into a building, but nice shredding damage with the flat line. And now it's a 3 versus 1. Arena Demons going to be really struggling here. Most likely going to be going 2-1 down. And unless we see a miracle, which we won't, it means Dudes Night Out. Map point, match point, tournament point right here on the outpost. Arena Demons, they have to respond. They cannot afford to make any more mistakes.
No mistakes, no first bloods. That's got to be the comms here for Arena Demons. Focus up, boys. It's time to go. For Dudes Night Out, probably exactly the same thing being said. Focus up. Let's see if we can get that first blood. Let's take it to our opponents. Let's close this out right now. You can see Duke's eager to go forward. A little bit of a shuffle going on from him. Gibby at Tomorrowland, you can see it happening, to be honest with you. You can see that man, I mentioned it yesterday, the man can dance.
He can boogie. And they want to boogie their way into a tournament victory. Again, one side of the map chosen by Dudes Night Out, the other by the Arena Demons, and we will see ultimates purchase. So Bangalore's ult is there and waiting. The missiles will drop, but also the Gibby bombardment was available on the side of Dudes Night Out. Very similar ultimates. They do stun, they do damage, but I prefer the Gibby bombardment if I'm completely honest. I think the Bangalore is a little bit more avoidable. But it certainly is good for zoning, and that's what Arena is all about. Taking positions, using those ultimates to just force your enemies back or force them into a corner, and then pushing up and taking advantage with the position you've been able to gain.
There's a grenade at your feet. You've got to be careful with that one, Reeds, and he's not going to be careful enough. He's quite out in the open here. He's going to have to slide across to his teammate Luxford to get a little bit of cover from him and be able to pop that battery. So Dudes Night Out once again trying to do a little bit of damage. You can see they've got a little bit more time to work with this time, Dudes Night Out, as the zone is favoring them slightly more than it has in the previous rounds. And with every single bullet that is fired and every single little bit of chip damage that goes down, each of these teams might move closer towards throwing this tournament away and having to call themselves the second place team or becoming a champion.
Host has to heal up. Ring 1's going to close, and this next ring and this final ring, it could be that situation of, again, where it just closes into that little tiny circle and you just get the explosive fight that follows. Duke with the ultimate high ground still hasn't used the bombardment just yet. Smokes are still there on the side of Arena Demons 2. This is when you need your biggest players to step up. This is when you need to get the first knock, and there is the first knock, but Luxford will also find one. And it looks like Arena Demons are going to do enough here just to stay alive and make sure that they close out this round and equalize things up against Dudes Night Out.
Saying that, Skill Cakes has got the opportunity to pull off something magical here. 2v1. And he's managed to find an isolated fight for a second. Needs to take this as quickly as physically possible. Tries to stick one, can't get it done. And we're tied up once again. Arena Demons hold off not just map point, but championship point.
The 2-2. Back to the two teams who are very, it's very difficult to separate them, right? I mean, I know a map can very easily go 3-0, 3-1, but when it does go to 2-2, you really realize how easy it is to turn things around when you suddenly fall from 2-0, 2-1. All it takes is that one knock. All it takes is that one clutch moment, one player to hit that extra headshot with a wingman or whatever weapon is in your hands. And at this moment in the tournament, strategy kind of goes out the window a little bit. Like, everyone's going to be starting to get a little bit tired. It's going to be more about who's still focused, who's still laser focused and beaming, hitting their shots. Of course, there's going to be a core strategy behind things. There's not going to be so much of a plan B and plan C. It's going to be like, right, we're going here. We're playing this height. We're going to win the engagement. As long as the IGL is still awake, still focused, still making the right calls, you can still get a W.
As one of my idols growing up in commentary, Richie Benno would say, choo-choo, in the score. You know who Richie Benno is, by the way. Shout out to you. Arena Demons making their way into similar positions. We've seen them for a long time on this map, always playing from this low side, not happy to contest that high side, and understandably so. You can see the height differential between the spawns. A couple of shots going to be landed with this wingman, and a couple more this time to the gun shield. Reed's got to be careful though, has to back down and use one of those batteries.
Reed's will bat up. A lot of smoke still available for Luxford as well. He's purchasing a heavy amount because he knows how important they can be.
Strapped.
Bubble came down and the Gibby just slowly was climbing his way on top of the building, almost got spotted out, and that could have been a chance for the shred to come through. The Dude's Night Out just playing this one a little bit safe. Ring 1 has closed. Ring 2 is going to be very firmly on the side of Dude's Night Out at the moment, but also Arena Demons can quite easily transition into that circle as well.
Now we're seeing teams start to move up. Maybe this is going to be the move up to the high ground using the bubble. Can they zone out this player? That's the question. There's a player up on the high ground. That name was absolutely perfect. Can they finish the kill though? Skill Cakes will get the kill. Massive hit for Dude's Night Out. They'll have the 3v2. Well, Hulk still get the second one as well. Luxford's still lurking around though. Dude's got to get into position to help out Skill Cakes here.
Yeah, it's a 2 versus 1. Dude was able to bat up. Skill Cakes has now been given the support to bat up as well. And Arena Demons on the back foot in a 1 versus 2. You got to go huge here.
No worries, brother.
Of course, it isn't going to be tournament point just yet. Here comes the red to try and bait things and try and bring that player back into the equation. And now the flatline should do the damage to finish things off, which it will. Dude's Night Out put themselves back on to tournament point. Arena Demons just weren't able to deal with the grenade. The Pathfinder went absolute bye-byes off the top of that building.
Oh, we're back here again. And can Dude's Night Out make the second championship point count? They've been here before. Arena Demons have been here before as well, and they managed to hold off. Zipline being purchased here by Skittle Cakes as well. Now, let me just tell you, the later it gets, the more difficult that name gets to say. You're gonna slip up and say something I'll regret, but here we are right now. Jump pad also being purchased. Everything really is in the inventory. This looks like Dude's Night Out might be heavily investing to see if they can get it done right here, right now.
Any sort of extra advantage you can take into this round, you do it. Whether that be just, you know, 1 extra grenade, 1 extra shield battery, or that ultimate that could make the difference. For Arena Demons, they find their backs against the wall once more. They have been able to at least stop the tournament point once. Can they do it a second time and take us into yet another tiebreaker and make sure that we have to go to the first of 5 here in map number 6? Could be the last map, remember. Map number 7 is there and waiting if we see Arena Demons somehow come back into things and take map number 6. We'd be all tied up at 3-3. We very much knew that it could go this way with these teams being so evenly contested.
Dude's Night Out trying to make the move. I like this from them as well, trying to put the pressure onto their opponents. Arena Demons haven't been in this kind of position before, and putting pressure onto people who will be feeling it is usually a pretty good way to force some success your way. So Verhulst is going to be moving up. Unfortunately, he's going to take a few shots on the cross. Skill Cakes is going to be taking a very, very sneaky angle here to see if he can do some damage. Unfortunately, it's not going to be good enough for him, but there is Verhulst. He will get the first knock, and that could be the start here of something magical for Dude's Night Out. They have a 3v2 now, Dan, to close things out. Verhulst is going to do even more with the damage with that Vault in his hands, but they can't quite get the knock. Dude's going to be forced to use the bubble, though, and just a moment of rest here as Dude's Night Out can taste it.
Yeah, just play this slow. Take your time. You don't need to rush into anything, and that should be another knock. Okay, there is going to be the reply. 2 versus 1. Surely this is championship point.
Player going to be broken. Last player alive. Verhulst sees him in his eyes, and it's going to be the final kill in what has been an epic couple of days. The only thing to say now is Dude's night out of the champions of the GLL Arena Summer.
Well, Arena Demons had a fantastic run through the lower bracket and really did make a game of it here in the grand final, in the best of 7. But when it all came down to it, when it was all said and done, Dude's night out just seemed to have a little bit more oomph left in the tank, because it was about fatigue for me. I think that there was just an element of running out of gas on the side of the Arena Demons. They put themselves through so much, just back-to-back games in the lower bracket. Surely they had to run out at some point, and it was just a little bit too much. The Arena Demons, I mean, hats off to you, an amazing performance, but it's Dude's night out who show up. The surprise team for me, if I am honest, with the way they were able to just progress through the winners bracket. They'll be delighted to take home $4,000 for first place.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Congratulations to both teams. I think both of them, if you would have offered them a grand final spot, they would have taken it without even thinking about it before this tournament got underway. But these are some of the highlights from what was an epic grand final. I'm glad it didn't end quickly. I'm glad it was back and forth, and it was indeed some of these clutch moments that came out from Dude's night out. They were so good at getting the first picks, which was something that stood out for me. And one player who really did take over that final round was Verhulst. He got the first knock. He took the aggression on his shoulders, the responsibility on his shoulders, and they managed to convert from there. Very well played.
Yeah, he buys the vault every single round, and it really did pay off for them. We had an interview with him earlier, and he was saying, you know, that's my loadout. I go for the vault. I feel confident with the vault, and I think that showed, that was evident. And Dude's night out might be able to have that night out after all. It might not be tonight, because they're probably going to be pretty exhausted, but certainly they're going to be delighted.
It might be tonight.
You know, you never know. Hey?
We spoke to Verhulst, and he said it's a Dude's night in if we win. So maybe that's going to be the best thing to do. And just a reminder, we're still in a pandemic. Make sure you get your vaccine. All that's all good stuff. But maybe that's the best thing to do right now. We didn't see artillery. That is how everything looked towards the end. Dude, big damage coming out of the Gibraltar. Over 2k damage for him. Dan, we did it. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. But don't worry, we've still got something to bring you. We're not being let go just yet. We've got to go for a break. But when we get back, we're going to have no, we're not going for a break, Dan. Don't forget the break. We don't need breaks. Who suggested we needed a break? Forget about it. We've actually got someone joining us. I'm pretty sure it's going to be, let's double check because I'm not sure who it's going to be, but we're going to find out in a few seconds. It's Verhulst. Of course it is, the man that we spoke to yesterday and the champion of today's tournament. Are you there? Can you hear us? Are you ready to talk to us?
Yep.
Here he
Yes,
is. Welcome along. Congratulations. Round of applause. Hopefully everyone who's watching the chat right now is going to be I don't know what the emote or whatever it is for a round of applause, but I apologize for my voice. My throat is killing me. But you know, you guys have got to be feeling amazing right now. How does it feel to call yourself a champion?
Oh, it feels great, man. This is the biggest tournament we've won by a long shot. Everyone played super well today. Super proud of the boys. Yeah, it just feels awesome.
Was there a moment where you were thinking that perhaps this best of 7 wasn't going to go the way that you expected to? Because the Arena Demons really did take it to you. They came out of the blocks hot. They were playing a very fast-paced way of Apex Arenas, but you responded excellently.
The first round definitely was a little scary. I think that was Gardens. Yeah, Gardens. We thought Gardens was like our strongest map. And when they beat us on Gardens, that was pretty disheartening. But I knew that we could easily fix the mistakes that we made coming in the later rounds. So, I mean, we were pretty optimistic most of the time.
Well, Verhulst, my question to you is, we were looking at some of the maps and we were thinking, you know, what ways they were going to go. And some of them kind of surprised us in the way that they did go. Did you watch the losers bracket run from your opponents and kind of pick out some of their weaknesses? Or is it just a case of coming into the final and playing your game?
Absolutely, we did. We did watch their games. And the one thing that we all talked about was that we have to single out Oxy every single game. We have to single him out, or we can't force a 1v1 trade with Oxy because he'll just destroy us with the wingman. His wingman's aim is way too good. That was like our main strategy was get rid of him first, make sure we know where he is, always calling him out. And and Reeds and Uxford, is that how you say it? Are both insane with the Mozambique. I never ever would have thought we would get destroyed by the Mozambique so many times.
You've made Mark's day, by the way, because I think Mark said in commentary you need to single out Oxy. You can't allow him get into a position
Coach Set is here. Coach Set is always here. Don't worry. Big brain inside this bald head.
We're on the same page.
First thing he said that actually made sense all day long. I mean, Arenas is in an interesting position, right? It's trying to turn into a competitive environment. It's amazing we get tournaments like this. It's amazing we get to see players like you thrive. But maps are in a weird state. The economy is in a questionable state. There's some legends that are being banned for obvious reasons. What would your ideal arena tournament look like? Is there weapon changes you'd like to see? Is there maps you'd like to see banned out? I mean, talk me through it. What would you like to see?
I really do like the bans today. I thought all the bans today were like perfect. I don't know if there's anything else to add as far as bans go. Maybe make it so like each team could ban one weapon or like one legend on top of the current bans. And as for the maps all need to be symmetrical. I feel like the sides are really unbalanced on some maps, especially Gardens, Outpost, super unbalanced. The spawns need to be the same distance apart. And that's all I could think of at the moment.
Yeah, I agree.
Making a list here, by the way, just to send over to Respawn. But I think it's only right that we give you the floor once more to say thank you and shout out some people, because you are a champion. I'm sure that you want to say thank you to your teammates, right?
Absolutely. Shout out to Dupe and Skittles. Dupe and Skittles played amazing today. Dupe was so cracked playing on Gibby. Skittles' Pathfinder grapple movement would just get teams spinning around. Dupe's bubbles were perfect all day long. He like rarely threw a game today, which is like just insane. Usually we all throw like you, and Dupe was just going flawless today. Dupe was playing perfectly. And also, Dupe and Skittles wanted me to say they both swapped from controller to mouse and keyboard, and now they're decimating on mouse and keyboard against the full controller team. They wanted me to point that out.
So I was going to say, you come on the show, you've made Dan really happy, and you've made me really happy, and you made your teammates happy, and you made yourself happy. You're having a good day, my friend, is what I'm trying to say. Everything that's coming out of your mouth is working at the moment. Well, congratulations. We'll let you go and celebrate. I'm sure that you're going to be jumping back into the call with your teammates just to describe how you work out how you're going to split the $4,000, because we're not quite sure how it works, so to speak. But congratulations once again. Dudes Night Out, you're champions. Velhurst, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me on here once again.
Awesome stuff. Well, of course, that wonderful interview was brought to you by HyperX Quadcast. Wonderful microphone you can see over my shoulder right now, and over the left shoulder, the well-rounded left shoulder, I must say, a well-developed mid-delt there of Dan Gaskin.
Push day tomorrow. It's push day today. Oh my God, it's arrived.
Oh my God, it's yeah. I'm actually you know what? I was going to say I'm going to skip the gym. I'm not. I'll be there. Don't worry. And I think the only things really left to say from us, Dan, are any parting words from you before I say my thank yous and my goodbyes.
A huge thank you, of course, to all the sponsors that you're gonna name anyway, so I don't need to dive into it. GLL, the production team, for having our back, for keeping us on our toes and ensuring that we stay awake. Specifically, Nocco, by the way, for keeping me physically awake when I very much struggled at times, because this has been a long one. It's been difficult. But a huge thank you to the Apex community, the players, for always putting on a show, for always being amazing in interviews. Like the personalities that we've witnessed today, only the few that we've been able to speak to are always really shining stars. So I can't wait to hear more from people. And Apex is only on the up. So ALGS Season 2 is coming up, and I can't wait.
Well, my thank yous go out to you, Dan. Absolute pleasure as always to be on the.
I didn't thank you, did I?
No. That's understandable. Don't worry about it. I'm used to it by now, but thank you. You've been an absolute pleasure. Shout out to our sponsors, of course. You've got Nocco, you've got HyperX, Lenovo Legion, and GLoot.com. If you're wondering what GLoot.com is, head over, sign up for a free account so you can start competing and tracking your stats in Apex Legends. Thank you to the amazing observers who have been working, just as long as hours as everyone else. The production team, it's been a pleasure to work with. GLL, of course, for putting on the tournament, the players, the teams, and most importantly, the community. You guys at home who are watching and keeping us going, to be honest with you, at times, reading the chat and having a good time and hanging out. So I think from me, from Dan, I'm pretty sure I'm confident in saying we're ready for bed. So on that note, congratulations once again to Dudes Night Out, your champions, and we'll see you soon.